sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what
this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよな。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come draw me if you down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー。全力で追い越してよさ。ドライビングモード始めよう。 な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreamingの始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on to another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain of a lock, won't you hold me down? You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙さ
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars that hit all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education
don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No light, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that chance, but just understand it, just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams, are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars.
家人们谁懂啊？梦断人川，心碎巴黎，3胜1地，全员出局啊！阿南，我是一整个无语住了。欢迎来到本赛季最后的观赛指南。如今季后赛4强已定，胜者组与败者组决赛也将在本周末打响。4支战队将向春季赛冠军发起冲击，他们分别是常规赛前2名的 JDG 与 EDG， 以及遇强则强、实力不详的 BLG 与 OMG。首先是周6的败者组对决，在银河战舰报废重组之后 ，BLG 这个赛季出人意料的6暗花名，叔叔我呀，终于买对一回。面对 OMG 时，角色互换的病让呼吸哥知道了什么叫残忍。而在与 WBG 的对决中 ，BLG 更是火力全开，逼出巴黎人祖传的3字绝招，并在上路与 The Shy 的对线丝毫不落下风，谁还不是个ET4呢？OMG 的晋级之路同样精彩，面对状态回暖的 TES， 鏖战5局，最终还是绽放出星球之光。被罚的不一定是季汉，也可能是孟获。2句话总结这个 BO5： 天雷地火看山鸡，第6就该赢第7，5场3局 MVP， 什么叫做最佳新秀啊？只可惜，由于 OMG 与 BLG 双落入败者组，这2支让人惊喜的全华班势必有一支无缘 MSI。没关系，好好调整，哥几个等你回来。周日的胜者组对决则是来自 JDG 与 EDG。JDG 在遭遇 BLG 时一度被逼入绝境，谁能想到睡眠质量得到保障的高子哥竟然恐怖如斯。好在决胜局线上劣势的369在团战端打出了对位差距。这里作为过来人的9哥不得不提醒你一句，太集中在对线上了，兄弟。GTG 的对手则是这个赛季表现超出期待的 EDG。当仁川人和巴黎人纷纷被淘汰，冰岛人还在坚持，冰岛人还在输出，冰岛人 still alive。面对势头正劲的 OMG， 也能在失去1分后连赢3局。至于这一笑究竟能不能笑到伦敦，让我们拭目以待。总而言之，虽然都说 LPL 实力断崖式下跌，但现如今4强3支全华班这么至真，真是抱歉。如果你也可以像我一样，无论如何都支持 LPL， 那我觉得这件事情太酷了。
Welcome on in, everyone, to the LPL. We are here in round 4, the first lower bracket matchup at the spring playoffs. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the ever lovely Lyric. And my friend, do we have a banger on our hands today? Are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, actually, no. If I gotta be
No,
honest,
you're not ready?
We're gonna get to the bracket, and every time I go back, look at the bracket, or I look at like our past predictions or whatever it is, I'm still kind of mind blown that we got to this point. We have all these like, big name rosters in the LPL, tons of money being spent, like tons of accolades in the past. And I mean, we're going to see it in a second, right? The teams that we have today blowing all those teams out of the water.
Yeah, we've had some pretty spunky teams, I would say, in the LPL playoffs. We'll take a look at the bracket now, as the runs have been halted for a moment, it feels like, for BLG and OMG, but we started off with some very enticing matchups in the runs to these playoffs, and here we are with both OMG and BLG falling down to our 1 and 2 seed, Lyric.
Yeah, BLG, OMG today, one of them is going to be eliminated. Pretty cool, because for both orgs not really making it this far. I mean, hell, BLG haven't done 2019, OMG, it's been even longer. But moving on to tomorrow as well, we're going to get our first MSI representative crowned, right? JDG or EDG, one of them making their way to the final, being in the top 2 is enough. And that'll be cool when every other region already has an MSI rep.
We've had so many Spring Kings from the LPL, and now we get to throw 2 teams into the mix for it. I think our chances are looking pretty strong.
You know what's funny? Even though we do have so many Spring Kings in the LPL, still it's always only 2 orgs that have won it, right? It's been RNG or it's been EDG. Mostly RNG, right? EDG only have the one, but yeah.
But we'll see how that all pans out in the future. But now, time and place, it is BLG, it is OMG on a fight for their lives here in the spring playoffs. Two teams that have to pick themselves up off a pretty dusty showing in their last series, getting knocked down to the lower bracket. And I think both of them coming away with some bumps and bruises, but learning a lot, especially starting off with BLG and trying to come away with something from that really grueling series they had against JDG.
Yeah, honestly, that series could have been could have and should have been won by BLG multiple times. BLG honestly
Literally.
could have 3-0'd that series. Like, they had a 5K goal lead in game 1. They ended up throwing it away. JDG took that back. Then you get to game 5. Once again, JDG have momentum. They have the gold lead. And then Bin kind of getting a bit disconnected with the team. His hook shot, wall shot not connecting. And then all BLG get wiped out. So I think for BLG, it definitely has to be frustrating looking at those games when you realize, hey, one or two things go differently, and we would be in that upper bracket match.
Indeed, and that series definitely a little bit of a contrast to the EDG OMG series. There was a little bit of life for OMG, but it felt like EDG definitely had a pretty strong control of the map state, and I'm really looking for what OMG could have learned from that series to try to bring into BLG.
Yeah, I think that series was interesting because though OMG weren't like controlling the pace whatsoever, those games were very close, right? Pretty much every game of that series was back and forth, the team fights going like punch for punch, but it did feel like EDG and their understanding of like controlling the map, getting side waves in order, getting like neutral objectives set up really was just the thorn in OMG's sides. And it didn't matter how good some of their team fighting was, EDG were just constantly choking them out.
They were indeed. Now we're going to get to our intros here. BLG taking to the stage. Bin, Shun, we got Yagao, we got Elk and On for BLG. A potential last breath for them here. Maybe we'll get some fun intros, as we haven't actually had that many fun ones in the playoffs, but a lot of strict business here, obviously. But I just want another version of the Bin gif, if it could just delight my eyes. But we will see Bin taking the stage and BLG themselves really bringing a strong hand to the table. They were opting into a lot of carry matchups, a lot of very heavy, aggressive compositions, and I'm wondering if that's the same take tonight against OMG.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see like what plan these teams come up with. I think BLG much more flexible, have more options to go with the quality of players they have. Maybe barring topside, but been shown it doesn't matter. He doesn't play tanks. He's still going to be able to rail people like 369 anyway. OMG are the ones I'm very interested in seeing what they have hooked up when there's so many things they potentially need to ban, or if they want to pivot their style at all. Because I mean, we could see BLG walking out on stage, players who before
right
this
there,
team,
though.
all of them. I
Right
honestly think all of them were like the best player on the team there. And I guess barring Yagao, but Yagao was on a good team. So that one, it doesn't matter when everyone on the team is good, but the rest of them all being the star from where they do come from. I guess On is,
a little bit less.
Mazel, what am I saying? 4 of them. There we go. But On's been insane this split. Honestly, I've been really impressed with On, especially this playoffs.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Starting out the playoffs, I feel like he was so integral, linking up with Shun, linking up with Yagao, getting out of that lane, letting Elk farm up and have a state of map that Elk can come in on very confidently. And for OMG, we have seen a lot of eggs go to the Able basket, right? He is a primary carry, been highlighting a lot of the Xayah, but they set themselves up off of the early advantages they can find through Aki, through Cream, through lane. Even PP got on a little bit of the roams, but it is a little bit of the same story, but execution-wise, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, I feel like BLG are much more aggressive than OMG are in the early stages. Not saying that OMG aren't willing to go toe-to-toe with you. I think, especially in terms of the individual laning phases, we could see 2v2 kills coming out. We could see Shanji looking for those solo kills, but not linking up around the map as much as BLG do on the opposite side. I definitely feel like On and Yagao do a lot to try to, get Shun ahead and really play around their jungle, to where Aki being more of like a self-sufficient piece on OMG.
Yeah, I miss the days when Aki would play Zed jungle, just saying, the heydays. Maybe it wasn't so good at the time, but I'm very excited to see him come into his own. But the thing is, against this jungle matchup, is both of these players have tended to be aggressive when their teams let them be. And it's about following that aggression a little bit, letting them play a little bit loosely and finding the advantages through that way. And that's where I think we go back to the conversation of what these two teams are trying to bring to the table here. Obviously, this is an elimination match. I could expect a little bit more reservation coming through early on, but when we're looking at this first draft, it is specifically looking at a lot of the comforts banned away, and then what we go for the meta.
Yeah, again, we're going to see when we get in there, and I think the more important thing, again, is what's on the line for these teams. Still having the chance to make your way to finals, but also looking at both orgs and their histories, right? BLG already kind of hit on it a little bit earlier, but if they win this, it will be the furthest the org has ever gone in LPL. They've hit fourth once. It was 2019 summer, which was the roster that did have Meteor on it, where, you know, he made his big claim to fame with how well he did that split. And for OMG, I mean, it's been a long time since, you know,
since
like the heydays of 2014, where they did get that second place finish. So I think for even going beyond the players, for both organizations, getting top 4 was already a win, but if you can push into that top 3, it'll just be monumental.
And it's the way they've done it, I feel like, as well, really leaning into their specific playstyles, their specific strengths, right? And coming through in some matchups that, especially on OMG's side, I feel like nobody really expected. I'm sure somebody's going to doubt me, maybe at me on Twitter, but like nobody really expected them to be able to clean house through TES, through LNG, through these mighty names, obviously coming to a stop against EDG. But it has been a lot of leaning to their strengths, right? We've seen a lot of pop-offs through both the top laners, Bin and Shanji, respectively, on the other sides. But we always come down to the fact of who can carry harder. That man on your screen, Elk right there, does he go mad elk disease? Does he go crazy? Or is it that's able to pull through maybe a little bit of genius coming through there in his own right? But really, 2 late game carries that have to have the spotlight tonight.
Exactly. I feel like when you look at this matchup on paper, a lot of people are going to gravitate towards the top lane matchup, just because, I mean, it is exciting, right? Both Shanji and Bin are willing to be aggressive, find those solo kills. Both have really interesting champion pools. But I feel like when you look at how the teams typically win, the bot lane is going to be way more pivotal. Hell, we saw that in BLG's last series, that it didn't matter how much they got Bin ahead in pretty much every game. It came down to which AD carry was coming out ahead. We defaulted into the standard Aphelios, Jinx, Zeri meta. And I feel like it'll be very much the same today. That, again, maybe you can get Shanji ahead. It'll be cool for the side of OMG, but I think a lot's going to come down to what PP God Enable can do in that 2v2, because we saw against EDG, a lot of times they were the ones pressuring Leave and Mako and lane. They were the ones forcing flashes. They were the ones, finding kills. And if they can do that again today against Elk and On, I think that'll do a lot to shut down BLG, who leans so heavily on this guy.
I feel like we're right on the precipice or the edge of a sword, and we can go one of 2 ways, right? It's either going to be full-on aggression in bot lane, or we're going to get a little bit of a farm fest until late, and we'll focus more on the top solo lane, maybe even the top trio here. But I specifically expect a couple Primo bans coming through as well, when we already have the Kindred so heavily prioritized against BLG for the most part, and I'm really interested in that, but also the Rumble for Shanji, some of those key picks, some of those comforts that have been so crucial to some of the moments. But BLG going 1-1 on the Kindred last time around. It is something maybe that OMG want to exploit.
I got to be honest with Zell. I'm not interested in either of those for the fact that I think they both will be banned, right? Well, it doesn't matter if I'm a fan. If I think that it's going to be taken away, the thing I'm interested in is actually the Rakan, because these two are our 2 highest Rakan playing players in the league this split. It's PBGOT's most played champion. It's on second most played. And I'd say it's the champion that a lot of people associate with On when they think about him. So kind of giving it a soft ban in the sense that they're taking with Zaya. But both teams have shown that they're willing to just play Rakan without that lovers duo. So now seeing what's left, I'm really interested now. OMG, I mean, you have things like the Zeri that really did become such a thorn in the sides of both teams in BLG's last series. OMG have also banned Vi every single game of Red side in this playoffs. Lucian as well, which we know BLG can play. That's why for BLG, I feel like there's so many things you have to worry about that on the opposite side, BLG have shown that they're fine playing with or against.
Ooh, it's the LeBlanc, yeah. And BLG won the coin toss. That's why they were able to select blue side here in the game number 1. Now, we'll see if that kind of adapts in as well. But I especially think that this first pick after that LeBlanc ban is very much headed towards some of these solo lanes, potentially.
No, I was going to say, Kennan's left open. Zeri's left open. Again, you get your priority pick of jungle. Vi or Wukong coming out. There's so many things these teams can look to go for. I'd love to see Vi come out, and then you could even lock in the Zeri right alongside it. OMG, I'll also give a pass if they did just want to go towards the Aphelios, because you do have
Okay.
Abel, who I feel like is
Hey, if
such
you don't
a
need
strong
to, you don't
player
ban
on
it. You
that.
just pick it. All right. You know.
It
I do
always
wonder
could
if
be
they
an
go with
option.
something a little bit. This
Please.
is a little bit of a hover there. Obviously, Abel having some games on the Samira, but I would expect something a little bit more stable, especially when we've talked so much heavily about Elk and Abel, about the late game, and about that Aphelios you were highlighting earlier. So there it is.
So they did go back to, again, what is more comfort for Abel, in my opinion. And now looking at the side of BLG, I mean, in my mind, there's really no reason not to go towards that Zeri pick. They could look to get, the Enchanter support pick here if they want to just go towards that Lulu. Wukong's also open if they're afraid of that getting pinched out and they want to make sure they have like a solid engage tool going into these team fights. It'd be a huge wombo combo Cyclone coming in, setting up for the Slicing Maelstrom. So that'll really be the two options you have. And I think I'd kind of lean more heavily to wanting to go towards that Wukong pick.
There you go.
Because we've seen that, tank supports and anything else really can be played in that bot lane.
The Venn diagram composition that just explodes you out of the water. We'll see if they can actually get anything else to kind of tie that together as well. But right now, it's a response for OMG before we go into the second phase of bans. Looking for something to connect with Aki on this Vi. And they've been hovering over the Ari and over the Sylas, both decent mobile picks, but definitely Cream more comfortable on the Sylas in his holistic career. And there it is.
Yeah, so going to go back to comfort, going to be able to work well in terms of that 2v2, and a lot of good ultimates to take away so far. I'm most interested to see what OMG are going to lean towards for top lane and if BLG, like what they're going to limit out of those options.
Taking
right?
away the
Because
circles, Lyric. Taking away the circles.
Against Kennen, I feel like there's not too many great things already, right? We've seen some Malphite picks come out into him. The Scion is something you can always look to go into. If you wanted to be cheeky, I think Breathe was someone who brought out the Jarvan, and you try to go that way.
That did not go that well, though. So maybe you don't go that. I'm just saying. We'll see. We'll move past that. We do have that Vanguard ban, though, as well as the Kasate ban by BLG.
Yeah, so at least just going to take away a strong generic pick for Shanji in that top side, and it's been his most played by a mile. So with that taken off the board, maybe the Scion is a second takeaway and force him onto something more volatile.
Circles.
Yeah,
more circles.
I guess you're right. They don't want to deal with those. I don't actually think it's too big of a deal, taking away some of these key champions for Yagao. Yagao's shown he's someone who's very flexible in terms of what
literally
he's
an
willing and able
LPL
to play.
champion just last year. This guy showed a breadth, I feel like, in that last year that felt so good for him. Obviously, World's not the greatest situation for the team, but now coming into his own in the late season stretch for BLG, I think it's been so important. He's been really a rock in mid lane for them to play around with the way that they like to play. We'll see how they go with the second phase for him, though it is the Lulu locked in, the combo with the Aphelios. We'll see that Rakan is still open. Mentioned it earlier. It is hovered here.
Yeah, and to me, that's crazy, right? PP God not picking up the Rakan has been his champion on, like we said, his signature pick as well. I wouldn't be surprised for him to lock this in. Just give yourselves more angles to play out in team fights. You already have a ton of champions you're able to link up with. But now it's going to be up to Yagao with where he wants to go. Surprisingly, we even still have some things like the Annie left open, which, have become very standard in that mid lane. So that would be where my mind gravitates to for BLG. And we're finally going to get the answer of what Shanji wants to pick into the Kennen. And I hope it's not just the generic Scion. So
we'll see what we get in terms of spice. I really like this pick for Yagao. I think something we've really seen come into fruition in these playoffs for Annies is the decisive kill from mid lane, right? Like the flash anti-tippers from a bush that we've really seen a lot of our mid laners take into abandon and really find a lot of kills with. So I'm excited for this for Yagao because it sets up a lot of combos before they get to the big team fights, or if they can get a catch out beforehand before an objective. But this is the pick here. This is the answer that they want to go with. OMG, lock in the Malphite.
Yeah, so we were hitting on it earlier, right? And just going to try and have multiple ways to be able to get on top of Elk later on. Having to worry about a Malphite, a Vi, a Sylas, all getting on top of you. I feel like it's a really solid plan when we hit on that Elk has squarely typically been the win condition for the side of BLG, even despite how well Ben has been doing. But looking at these compositions, I think we're set up for huge 5v5s, right? Kennen, Wukong, Zeri on one side, Malphite on the other. So that's really when the game is going to break open. Early on, though, definitely looking a little bit, especially around mid-jungle for the side of BLG, maybe bringing that pressure up to get Kennen ahead early before Malphite gets too tanky. And then, like we said, it's all about setting up Elk and Able to be these superstar late game AD carries.
Yeah, and I think obviously OMG know where their target is. It is Elk. They have grafted so many lockdown champions, and I'm really interested what early pathing is going to look like for both Shun and Aki, especially to see if they just kind of take a little bit of a lax statement here to go into the early game to try to get to that mid game to bridge over into the late game carries. But especially objectives, I feel like I want to see if there is any priority. I know we saw BLG put a lot of priority on an early objectives in their last series, but as well as throughout the split, trying to get a little bit of something early on between Shun, between the rest of the junglers as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be so important, especially to see Aki, I think, be able to link up a little bit more. Shun, like we hit on, has really worked well with Yagao and on this split. And especially having that Rakan on their side, I think opens you up for more potential skirmishing options in that early game, aggressing into the enemy jungle, getting that deep vision placed down, and really trying to disrupt what Aki wants to do.
And I don't think we got anything too spicy from both teams here. I think we got pretty good representations of how they try to find their wins as a whole, but especially just those kind of comfortable compositions. BLG opting into the Wombo combo that Bin has been on this Kennen, and a little bit of response there. And I kind of like this from OMG and the way that they've approached this, because while there is a little bit of execution pressure on their side, I do expect this to have a decent response. It can really change up draft style going into the rest of a best of 5.
It really could. And that's why, coming in, we hit on all the things that OMG would have to worry about in terms of bans. They're going to get to play around with it a little bit in terms of, if the Kennen pick really goes too big, you can look to take that one away. But there's still other unanswered questions, things like the Lucian that we were hitting on that ended up going through draft this game that maybe BLG have up their sleeve just a lot on the line. Is some shenanigans are going on.
Okay, we got an answer finally. OMG reported that they could not switch champions. Bug that we've actually seen a decent amount. We'll remake Champion Select, but remain the previous picks and bans. So should be just a little bit till we get back into it, but just a little bit more highlighting on where these two teams stand with these compositions, but also where they stand as a whole, right? Obviously, this is an elimination matchup. It's our first style of that in the double elimination bracket here in the LPL in the further rounds, but specifically the way that these teams have got here. We obviously have BLG's run through RNG, through Weibo Gaming, stopped at JDG, OMG, through Top Esports, through LNG, some titans of their own, losing over to EDG as well. And here they find themselves with a best of 5, win or go home.
I think especially for BLG, who, again, having so many players who have been close to hitting those peaks. I guess you even have some who have, right? You have Yagao, you have been on the roster, but the other 3 who, being on that Suning roster, who, joining after they had reached their World Finals kind of pinnacle. Elk being long been touted as one of the best ADs in the league. To where OMG, man, I love the OMG story because, again, they were just a scrappy team, kind of usually making it in the playoffs.
Together.
Yeah, and somewhere within the first 2 rounds, and they felt like the power of friendship team just brought to the league. And the fact
they've
that
been the dark horse, they've been the friends, they've been
able to weaponize that and actually go on this run, really has been surprising.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting take as well, and we've seen a little bit. I feel like we hadn't seen kind of that commitment to a full young developing roster in a while.
Oh my God, wait.
And
I love the yawning Timo, and the guy just staring at his phone, looking like, why am I here? What is going on?
We're waiting on bans and picks.
Exactly. Those were great representations of come on, BLG and OMG, get your champions locked in, please. Some of us are waiting.
Made me forget my point.
I'm sorry.
Hey, that's Jinx from Arcane.
The yawning Timo got me.
Yeah, yawning Timo got you.
Mazel, it's the time.
Oh.
It's the car.
We got it. The car is bringing us out of the rift. We've got a VIP pass, and now we see our rosters, our smash ups before game number 1 here, Lyric.
Yeah, gonna see what we get coming into the rift, and again, Elk or Able, which one of them are gonna be able to take over this game and really carry their team towards that 3rd place, or I guess not 3rd place, towards that next round matchup.
Yeah. a ticket to MSI in their eyes. It is BLG versus OMG in our round 4 bout, our lower bracket elimination matchup. A best of 5 determines if one of these teams will advance and the other will go home until summer. As we hit Rift for the first time, we will keep an eye on our top lane shenaniganery, boys, but specifically how long it takes for one of these two teams to get a little bit rambunctious and get into those objective fights, the team fights that will be coming as the Gyos ring.
Already know we're going to be paying a lot of attention to bot lane, but Ben, and what kind of advantage he can find in that 1v1, I think will also be crucial. Again, Shun, I wouldn't be surprised if he gave, you know, a little bit of early attention to the top lane, make sure that Ben sets himself up for a good advantage, then kind of leave the Kennen to his own devices for later on where he can link up in team fights.
AP Shanji, let's go. I want to see it.
Yep.
Maybe.
This has been,
be.
I mean, at least going towards the Comet has been standard. Not the Comet, the Aerie has been standard in this matchup. It's usually, you know, one or the other, but I feel like Aerie has been a little bit more commonplace, and being able to try to match that damage come out of the Kennen, you know, champion who doesn't have any innate sustain built into his kit, and try and make sure that, you know, he has to go for those recall timings and you aren't just getting forced out of base yourself.
I'm interested to see how this top lane matchup goes. Obviously, it's probably the most exciting of all the solo matchups that we have in this one. I think Yagao and Cream, for me particularly, is very fun, but I think these two guys have been very strong pillars for both their two teams in a little bit the same way, but a little bit of a different way. I like that they're very much opting into different styles of these kind of team fight influences. Bin with a lot of the flanks, a lot of slicing Maelstrom, Shanji with the catch-out potential of the unstoppable force. It's going to be so crucial to both these two teams later on in terms of those executions we were talking about.
Yeah, a lot you have to worry about, which is why we're on top lane, but mid lane as well. I feel like Yagao should be in a pretty decent place. I mean, you're going to be playing ranged against melee, and anytime Cream ever tries to go for an all-in, which is one of the ways that, you know, Silas wins through these like short bursty trades. I mean, as Yagao, you have the shield, you even have a stun to just dissuade that from happening, and then be able to walk away, and be able to tether range and win the trade on the way out.
And we will see opposite side pathing, at least for both junglers. We do see that Bin is 7-1 on the Kennen. Not too shabby there himself, but I do wonder now with Shun going up this way if they'll be able to pressure Shanji under turret a little bit, or if it's just going to be this full clear tempo for BLG.
We can see there for OMG as well, just sitting on champions again. That first game of Malphite for Shanji. So, you know, I guess the cap to plague Malphite really shouldn't be that hard. But we'll see if he is able to pilot it, especially we know
just
he's
hit
going
the
to be
button
left
in the
on
right
his
place
island.
at the right time.
And then Mazel, they flash it. What do you do now? What do you do?
Well,
you've used the only button you have.
You're a mountain. I don't think you got much to say. Like at that point, we do see actually Aki pathing down, maybe just going for the scuttle, already pinging that way. Does have a push in bottom lane. Could wrap around towards mid, but we'll see Shun going up towards his top side. Like we said, Bin getting a lot of poke and no mana on Shanji.
We're going to see if he's able to do it. We have to be careful, though, because Bin is also quite low. They're going to juggle the Sacral Break.
There we go. There's the flash, though, but they have the CC combo. Shun, he has to flash out. They do get the execution kill. That is first blood for BLG.
Huge. I mean, already setting up your top lane for success. Even blowing his flash out, potential repeat play is always there. Shanji, we know, is going to still be squishy enough so you can look for that play. And look at the CS lead that Bin's already started to build. I mean, Shanji TP, so he got back to lane, didn't lose everything, but definitely lost some minions on that play. And now he's Kennen, who's going to get a bit of MR under his belt. Actually going to give Shanji some respect. Can really start trying to take advantage of this matchup.
Shun will actually see Aki taking away his chicky nuggies. Maybe a little salty about that one. The back should come through from Aki. The thing is, though, OMG were pathing to try to make a play towards bottom side, but with a little bit of that knowledge already obviously there for BLG and the strength of this duo, they weren't able to try and get something. So getting a little bit of pity prizes for Aki, and a reset goes out there. So BLG strike first, and there is no real response from OMG just yet.
I do want to say, like, great vision coming out for them in the meantime. Look at the minimap. Just, you know, the red side will be able to be littered with OMG wards. So they're going to be able to spot out exactly what Shun is doing and should give Aki a bit of an information advantage to try to make a play of his own. For BLG, their vision, of course, being set up to make sure that that Kennen could just keep hammering away on that turret quite freely. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Aki just make your way down towards the bot lane again. You know, if you spot Shun making his way up towards top, potentially set yourself up to either like go for a dragon or maybe even start looking for a play towards mid as Cream should be quite close to being able to hit level 6.
We're very interested in the canyon wave there, but I do want to see, especially now that we're getting a little bit of push on the map by BLG, they're going to go for this objective as well. They're moving on, and that is where the bread and butter feels like for BLG. As soon as On gets out on the map, you have such great connections between him and Shun, and we already see Yagao pressuring Cream off of mid lane.
Doing that because Shun is going for that dragon, not wanting any sort of shenanigans to come about. It looks like Aki is in the area, though, so they're going to spot this out.
Does he want the smoke here, Lyric? I think a little bit early to tussle. It is a 3v4. Should have the vault breaker to get out of there.
Cream's on his way.
Aggressive though. Aki, there's a flash from Yagao and a second kill to BLG. Elk gets it as well. That is the worst of worst for OMG, and now a dragon goes over.
Cream, though, takes away the Rakan ult.
They are just all in into this. Abel has red and white. Does he have the fight, though? Shun going in for a little bit of damage. On able to back them away. And OMG, and turn their tails running.
Honestly, just huge dub for the side of BLG. They get the dragon, they get some kills under their belt. They're not really going to lose anything in terms of lanes, because like you look at the mid, you're like, oh, Cream's going to push it in, but Yagao, his teleport, everything is just solid for BLG right now.
That was actually so good. And interesting, I like the attempt of OMG, try to go in all together, but now they get duoed in bot lane. Abel getting so low. Where is your genius today? As El can't get the shot around the corner. And maybe he has just sprung a master plan here. Aki is trying to get the corner. He does have the range. He does have the vault breaker. Cream is coming down as well. This duo is about to go down for BLG, and they try to get under turret, but here comes Cream trying to get Elk. He does get it, and a double kill to the mid laner of OMG.
A bit of over-aggression, and BLG will pay for it. Honestly, though, I'm feeling for them. I get it. We saw Abel get so low. How can you not try and chase down for that kill? But for OMG, Aki being in the right place and Cream having more than enough time to get there, it does look like he ended up losing some waves mid to be able to make that roam. But we're going to go back and see here. Oh, this is actually the play that started off Dragon. Again, delaying Yagao. Yagao delaying Cream from going back. And then Aki wanted to buy time because look at the minimap. Cream is on his way here again. But still, it feels like too soon to go in. Yagao having the flash for the stun to be there. He gets picked off quite fast. And then
he
this
starts
was saying
walking
Naka.
now. Oh,
Yeah.
no, he doesn't actually.
Naka comes on, and then, I mean, Polymorph. Damage comes out, but the shields being a bit too much, and the exhaust being so clutch. With all those summoners being down, it just gives time for Aki, and even surprisingly Cream, to make it all the way down here.
The fact that Cream picks up a double kill as well. Yagao's just sitting there with a question mark over his head because now he's got to deal with a 2-kill Silas
Not a question
early
mark
on in his
himself.
game. And
He's pissed.
is he angry? It's an exclamation mark.
He's the Arthur Fist meme, you know? He's he's not happy with Elkanon.
He's not happy, man. Can somebody recreate that for me, please? That would be incredible. We do get the Rift Herald, though, completed for Shun. Then actually going in on Shanji here. Popping that slicing Maelstrom. We'll see if this Venn diagram can be effective for BLG. Does get the ulti out from Shanji in the end. Shun will actually buy mid lane, and a little bit of punish onto Cream. And that's a nice little hunk of gold to Shun.
And I mean, Shun is Rift Herald. I'm curious if they're going to even look to just drop that here and see if they can
That's
get
an
something out
drop,
of it.
right?
Or if they're going to wait and maybe try to prioritize the gold on
No,
tier
that's
80
it,
carry.
baby.
Nope. Yep, looks like they do just want to make sure that Yagao can just keep getting strong. And now, I mean, ball's in OMG's court. You know, where can they answer now? Starting to have send some pressure down in that bot lane like we could see. Sumi Faraki is to start making your way down there. Shanji should be fine. Now having picked up those Merc treads for himself.
I gotta ask something, and it's a looming threat here. There's a giant elephant in the corner, and we gotta talk about it. This was an opt-in pick for Shanji into Bin. Bin first picked this candidate. It's not going so well in the CS department. Is there an end goal here? Just that culmination of the unstoppable force?
I mean, there's not an end goal in terms of the 1v1 in my mind. Like you're picking a tank into cannon, you're waiting to that point where you do get insanely tanky. One of the things about Malphite, right, is just having the ability to trade out with your Q and E and try and be able to match that. But
That's a
We're really just going to look to see
almost.
what his impact is in team fights. But I feel like this is every pick we've seen to Kennen. We've seen the Malphites already. We've seen the Chogats. We've seen the typical Scions. Again, we had the Jarvan. Irelia is one that I don't think LPL teams have really tried to lean in towards. But again, you theoretically can try to go towards that and have that same all-in pressure that, like, you know, the Assassin Jarvan does when Breathe brought that out. So a few different options. We've seen most of them tested, and Kennen almost always just comes out ahead.
Well, and you take that into consideration, but then you also put Bin on there, where Bin has had an insane season so far in terms of his growth as a top laner, but just how he has taken to task a lot of our top laners in the LPL. And I think especially in this playoff, we've seen him trying to pull BLG from the brink himself, even when you were talking about that earlier from the last series.
Look, I'm just saying, Bin said the best top laner in LPL is the Shy. He beat the Shy, therefore Bin will be able to smack anybody.
Results
I'm
based
going to keep bringing that up.
Love that in the
I
LPL.
love it. I love that every LPL top says the Shy's the best. Is Bin now? You're sitting on him. Aki does have his ult, but not going to look for the commit just yet.
Sneaky snake here, Aki. Until he goes back for more. He's luring around the snake's den.
I mean, I
Aki
guess
will
for
finally be seen.
Aki, right? Bin never did actually walk by the pit itself, so not giving Aki that opportunity to even Cream to be pushed in.
There is a dragon being started up by BLG right now, so it looks like those should just be a little bit of a trade. Second dragon for BLG though.
Second dragon, Rod of Ages is also going to be online for Yagao. We have Divine Sunderer there for Shun, like some nice item breakpoints being hit. Even Bin looks incredibly close to being able to get that rocket belt, even with him making the pit stop of the Verdant Barrier pickup just to make sure that he's able to win out even harder in that 1v1.
Oh. See, an attempted engage there. The quickness did get popped by On. Trying to use a little bit of this combo there. Can't find it necessarily. We'll see a continued stalemate on the bottom side for now, but they actually are going to be moving as a duo. I think, again, back to it. This is BLG's most important point, especially in these kind of reaching into the mid game where they will need to find a little bit of cohesion here. You can get a full engage from Yagao there, popping up that Tibber.
I think BLG feel incredibly comfortable right now, though. PP God.
They waited so long for this. The lightning crash does come through. You got Aki coming around the corner, baiting out a little bit of space here. You have red and white available for Abel. No more ultis on the bottom lane of BLG. Shun is right around the corner. We'll see who takes the bait first.
And like you said, the ultis being gone from BLG, I feel like will be the key difference maker because Wild Growth and Moonlight Vigil is still there for OMG if anything did break out. So nice for BLG that nothing does end up coming to fruition. But BLG, I was saying, I feel like they're comfortable, right? You have about a 2k gold lead. You're sitting on 2 dragons. You're going to have great damage later on between the Zeri and the Kennen. I guess it is going to be a tough job for Elk in terms of all the threats that he has to worry about on the side of OMG. But it's kind of a similar story. Like, this game looks like a living hell for the 80 carries. Flash Annies, Kennen's coming at you, Vibes, Malphites.
Ooh, we got a little bit of anti-Tibbers action here. Cream stealing away. Trying to get the combo into Yagao. Does do a decent amount in the trade. You're not able to get him down. But that's exactly what we needed as a response to how these teams have found success, right? Both teams needed to come in, needed to find a way to shut down bottom lane.
Yeah, you're right. They both really all in on that being the go-to option. And I feel like a lot of this really work coming down to the fact that Ben has been able to do so much in this 1v1, which, right, that's going to be something that's going to be putting a ton of pressure on Abel later on. The fact that this cannon is getting accelerated, is picking up these plates, has just under a 40 CS lead in that top lane that isn't really being matched anywhere else. You know, Cream's also got mid, as you would expect in this matchup. Abel at least has a bit of a CS lead to try to bring that down a little bit, but I really am just so afraid of these soul lanes.
Now I'm looking, obviously, Yagao getting his Rod of Ages a little bit quicker than Cream, but him himself got to be a strong presence here in this mid game, specifically for BLG. Obviously, they lose the side lane tower here, but they have 2 minutes till another dragon. That'll be BLG's sole point. I think they're just farming up till they get this first item spike for Elk and maybe try to put up a fight there where they're going to be testing OMG's early game mechanics.
Definitely are, and it's been a bit of a trade in terms of, right, they've gotten 2 turrets low, mid, and top, to where OMG really only focused on that bot lane turret. So 1 for 1 in terms of turrets, but we need to keep our eyes on Rift Herald now. because that's where BLG are sending their main forces. Looks like OMG probably won't even contest if we see where Aki and Cream are on the minimap. Makes sense. You're not going to get Prio in topside, and we can see what's going on in
Trying
mid.
to catch it down, maybe? Nah. They were spotted out by BLG. There was a bunch of question mark teams coming that way. So should be another Rift Herald going to BLG. And more standing gold on the map for a team that's already 2K up.
And I want to point this out, that BLG, they've been a team that throws games. Great at catch. They rank like 9th or 10th in terms of win rate with a lead at the 15-minute mark, which for a team that's in the top 4, that just shows, again, like how much they are losing games that they shouldn't. But even though that would normally be a worry, OMG actually ranked just under them. I think BLG's 9th and OMG are 10th. OMG kind of equally have been able to get gold leads, but not be able to finish out games. So I think that's another thing that makes this series all the more interesting to see if we do get, you know, the wonky but lovable LPL gold graphs.
Yeah, and I expect that because both teams are very chaotic when we get to the late game, right? They're very scrappy, and that's what's won them a lot of games. That's what got them here into the playoffs in the first place. But the thing is, when you go up, I guess, against teams as you're finding weaknesses, it becomes a weakness. And I'm wondering how this kind of works when both kind of immovable objects come to bat each other here. We got about 15 seconds for this Dragon. BLG setting all eyes here already. Pings into the mid lane. Maybe a little bit of a distraction Rift Herald here from BLG. They'll be trying to get priority.
Yeah, when Heroes and Shanji did just finish picking up that Abyssal Mask, so going to do a nice job in trying to deal with Bin and Yagao.
Here comes the rock.
I wonder if BLG is going to put any pressure on them. Doesn't look like it, so Shanji should just be able to keep walking down here, but BLG trying to do their due diligence, get a bit more vision before they do just outright
Abel's got
start
the right guns. Yagao. This is what I was talking about in the draft! But they don't have the damage yet. And Abel able to survive because of the wild growth, but that is a fear that is just struck to the heart of OMG.
So, good ult in terms of it forces them off, it gets them dragging. They're now going to be on soul point at only the 17-minute mark. But like you were saying, not being able to follow up there, a little bit overambitious. Is OMG now going to try and make this play on mid?
Shanji still has the pull of the trigger. We do get that turret down. This will be second tower for OMG that has fallen. All BLG had lost that priority in mid lane. Looks like things should calm down now. Both teams at least walking away with a little bit of sustenance. Still that gold lead there available for BLG, about 2K in the advantage.
Yeah, so BLG still feeling fine with kind of the pace that the game is going. To be fair to OMG, I mean, right, they're going to be able to contend with them in 5v5s, even if this gold lead maintains. Abel's getting his items. The rest of your squad are pretty much just frontliners trying to buy space and buy time for him, so they're going to be able to do their jobs. And I feel like to where BLG have like looked solid early, they're really good at transfer pressure from lane to lane. I feel like OMG's biggest strength really has just been their ability to play out these 5v5s. Typically with like Cream being on these mobile champions and how he's able to create space. PP God, I love when he's on engagers. It's also fine on enchanters, but PP God, sick engager as well, and then you're really just setting up for Able to be self-sufficient, drop as much DPS as possible. But BLG aren't going to make it easy for them to be able to come into those fights on even ground.
Yeah, I just love that we get a mechanics slugfest within these team fights. It's going to be very keen to keep your eyes peeled for what happens.
Do we Giselle, we get like a Malphite all into an anti-flash
but
divers.
It's when those things happen, right? I think that's the most important thing, and especially when you're looking at how important Able and Elk are to the compositions, that matters even more. Now we're getting more item completions across the board. I just saw that Cream completed. Oh, he actually resold it. He does end up going to complete that Zanya's. So we have our second item spikes at least coming up, and OMG looking to play a little bit more aggressive.
OMG gonna look to try to find something. We need to keep our eyes peeled for Baron coming up in the next 40 seconds. I don't expect either team to just outright rush Baron. Neither of these teams have been that quality of like topping sports now they played the games on. Be careful,
you
little
don't
buddy.
have anybody here, buddy. Does pop the quickness from Cream. Yagao has shown up and unable to survive to tell another day. But I do wonder how that positioning happened. Now we do want to look at some more vision control coming out from BLG, and I like that On did get that deep vision. We'll see if that does come back to bite them a little bit.
I'm gonna find out, but funnily enough, BLG still wanting to posture up around this top side and make sure to deny some of these control wards. As we said, Baron spawning. Even if you don't necessarily plan on starting yourself, just denying, leaving it a question mark for the enemy team of what could be going on. And really just setting up for, if someone does overextend or, like Aki earlier, posturing a little bit too long to find the pick. But speaking of picks,
what I love is that we have the Chemdrake Soul, so the Blast Cones, even better delivery for these insane top laner ultis. I'm really excited to see, especially that we're getting to this moment. We're getting 1 minute and 50 seconds away from a soul for BLG. OMG are going to have to fight this, it feels like, or sack a lot of control around the map, around the future objectives as well. And now we're going to get the influence of what the 5v5 we've been waiting and praying for.
And I feel like OMG now should be feeling good because IE definitely feels like a better 2-item spike than Elk there now on the Runons. And I feel like this really just will be packing a punch. But I still just want to highlight the engage options because that's what we need to focus on. We need to keep our eyes on Shanji. We need to keep our eyes on Yagao and Bin going into these fights.
They're going in. The double flank TP, the Timbers, and the slicing maelstrom on top. Abel can't get out of that one. Aki falls soon after as well. There's the unstoppable force. They get a trade back on the Bin. He finally goes down flash from Shanji, but everything else is burning around. Oh my God.
And now BLG can turn to this Baron. They're going to feel great about picking it up considering only Cream and Shanji are left alive. Shanji not even having the ult. They know they pose no threat. And we were saying, Zell, even though it's about the 80 carries, you got to keep your eyes on the engage and the TPs coming out from both the Kennen and
no
the
vision.
Flash in, Tibbers comes out. I mean, what could he do? There's just nothing you can do when you're facing against these champions. And then Shanji wasn't even in the area.
Yeah, even if he had taken cleanse this match, that is just too much. And that is exactly what BLG brought to the table, how they've been approaching this. We saw Yagao go for it early. He put the fear in Abel, and now he's terrified because this combo will just shut down Abel every single time if they can catch him out like that.
And Shanji only on 1.5 items. I believe Bin is a full item up. Yeah, almost even kind of making his way towards that void
It's a constant 40 CS
incredibly close
lead.
to those. I mean, you're pretty much just up everywhere. And Yagao still hasn't even had to use his stopwatch yet. Hasn't felt any danger.
A little bit of solo lane question marks coming out for OMG. We'll see them back away, try to refocus on this because they have a soul fight to fight for.
Shanji's ult is back up. Yagao might have Tibbers, but no flash online this time, so it won't be as easy to find your way onto Abel.
Can they still fight it, though? They do get Shanji over the wall. Tibbers will be sacrificed like the martyr he is. Cream has stolen the slicing maelstrom, but he can't get in. They go in, though. They get their own wombo combo. Abel can't get the damage in yet, but the Moonlight Vigil strikes true, and he's red-white. He's going in. Can he survive? But no, because Zeri exists. That's a triple kill for Elk, and Yagao stands true the entire time as the little girl of Annie picks up a big kill, and BLG are off to the races.
I mean, still, 4 for 4 in the end. As OMG, the team whose backs were up against the wall, the team that was sweating. You're going to take that every single time. Cream, Shanji able to set it up. Moonlight Vigil to follow through. We're going to see it here. BLG, I feel like knowing,
with Yagao ulti.
Yeah, BLG, I feel like because they know that it's going to be hard to just aggress onto Abel without that flash, try to just dissuade them from coming in, but it's here. Slicing Maelstrom comes out from Cream. He's able to buy time with the Zanyas. Malphite ults, and then right there, Moonlight Vigil feeling so much. So many chakrams coming in, and that allows him to take down the Zeri. And, it does get low, so you got to just end up picking these up. It doesn't really mean too much. Again, OMG going 4 for 4. You're going to feel happy that you got something. You didn't lose soul.
I will say there, though, on a huge playmaker in that moment. He stopped the damage dealing of Abel. Yes, they were still able to come in with the Moonlight Vigil, but that was key. Now Dragon will go down to OMG, so they stop the stacking. BLG trying to put up some fisticuffs here. They've got Bin on the flank. He's got the slicing maelstrom. Aki has taken the bait, and here goes BLG. OMG have no escape, but Cream is coming on the back. They can't find Abel just yet, but they lock him down. And 3 quick kills. BLG. Pop, pop, pop goes OMG.
And now they can keep trying to barrel down some of these lanes, get some structures down. They sadly, a wave was just pushed in mid, so they are going to be able to start to do that now.
Gaming.
Mazelli's dead. He's dead. I don't even know why our observers are still focusing on this. I want to see the push. I want to see the camps be stolen. The leads come out for BLG is Cream. Not going to go down.
They have springboarded this lead, though, man. Off the back of some very decisive plays. It was something we highlighted from Drat. That is where BLG are the most lethal, when they have some engaged potential, when they can play from flanks. But now when Yagao is on the ante, he is just picking out your carries. And you have to continue to focus on the slicing maelstroms. You have to continue to focus on so many different avenues. Now we're seeing OMG focus on an avenue themselves, but they will not be successful in catching out Ben.
Not going to be able to do it this time, and now resets coming on through. We could see Void Staff and Sorcerer Shoes picked up by the Kennen. I'm curious to see what other items are able to come online. Rylai's now going to be there for Yagao. Just more utility, able to help make sure that you're able to stick and stay on top of Abel in these fights.
That's 3 items for Yagao now as well. We'll take a look back at that fight.
And I feel like the positioning is so weird here from OMG. They're trying to walk in. We have no one marking the side flank from Bin. So how does Abel really ever walk up to deal damage with the rest of the members? I guess they were hoping you get in and you get out fast enough to be able to do something, but you just set yourself up for your whole team to get blown up. And again, you're one huge damage dealer, not able to do anything.
And it's a two-way street, right? That you can say that BLG is utilizing their avenues really well, knowing where OMG are putting vision, but it's also OMG not having enough vision, not having the clear vision when they're approaching these kind of choke points where they put themselves into those positions.
I feel like for most part, it's been BLG looking really solid. I feel like that was like the first fight I looked at where I'm like, OMG, this is pretty questionable in terms of the engage that's coming through. Yeah, we're almost on a death cap now for Kareem, so maybe he'll be able to get a bit more done. We saw, again, the big defining moment for them was when he stole away that Slicing Maelstrom, and he was able to get so much damage dished out, buy so much time with that Zanya's, you know, come out from the stasis, have the Kingslayer, get a bit of health under your belt, and just re-jump back in with those cooldowns up.
Goodness gracious, we look at some of the gold differentials, especially top, especially jungle right now. BLG surging forth. They have 3 items across their carries as well. Looking for a tier 2 tower in the top lane.
But Mazal, I want you to move your eyes to the Zeri inventory. Stopwatch gonna be there. Has flash up now as well. Ghost cooldown, you know, Ghost is up. So all these things, so many ways to just survive.
OMG found their moment though, maybe. The Cyclone was huge, but is it enough? It goes down, but it's still the damage center that you have to focus on. Abel, he's stacking up those shot rooms. He has some good damage, but his front line is already gone. He gets caught out by the CC, and another kill goes to BLG. Elk is going for it, a double kill for him, and it's BLG with a monumental lead in game 1.
And when the engage goes out onto the cannon and even frees Elk up to use those summoners aggressively, flash in, run them down, set up these kills, and now for BLG going to make their way over towards the Baron yet again. That means they're going to have this the buffed up minions to get Cryo in all their lanes. For Dragon, which is coming in 1 minute, and should easily be able to convert this into Assault.
28 minutes in, that'll be a Baron to BLG. You see Aki's attempted engage in the hole. Oh, I didn't see that. Observer's highlighting it there. Sean B missing a big open.
Yeah, not able to connect with it. I still feel like there'd be a problem here. Like, just no one.
I feel like it doesn't get any better. But,
yeah, no one locking down like Elk. We just see how much he's able to do once he gets involved. Shun, I think, really nice job using that CC there and kind of being that buffer for him to put off all that damage.
Aki's just trying to get a flank ward there, but now he has found trouble in his neck of the woods. Aki getting locked down, and the rest of BLG have come forth. You got Aki taking on the world, but Elf claims another victim.
And that's Soul. 20 seconds till that one's up. They're going to be able to guarantee that. They have Baron. You can see all the lanes are already being pushed, so they should have an easy time pivoting to either mid or bot and start making sure that these go down.
Oh, got in your hat now, first. Lyric. Is it enough? Or will it just turn into an aluminum foil hat that they use to put you in some little safe comfort there? We'll see BLG moving now.
I was going to say, where are we going with this?
Comfort, man, comfort. We'll see BLG, though, take down another inhib here in the side, or a inhib, rather. Oh, Creep on the side, maybe looking for a little bit of flank action, but they're just trying to clear out as much as they can and save at least one of their inhib towers. As they still have top, they still have mid, but bot lane has been struck, and now Dragon on the table for BLG.
BLG making sure that they get something with this Baron before turning towards the Drake itself. So that'll be nice, a constant source of pressure down towards that bottom half of the map. And now means they can just focus on playing a 2-lane setup through top and mid. You know, just start destroying the rest of OMG's base and making it impossible for them to walk out. You can even see now having to walk through their jungle together, try and, get back some of this vision, get a red buff for Abel and really just get things online. Now BLG coming back out, just, you aggressive pushing into that topside jungle, clear out their vision and make it impossible for them to leave their base.
Yeah. And we had said coming to this one, right, it was definitely a bold execution move from OMG, the way they drafted, but it had the potential to really upset a lot of our drafting going forward in this best of 5. This answer has not come to fruition. They were not able to establish the catch-outs as best as they could and didn't ever really find this advantage, right? And I think that becomes difficult to execute as you go further in the game. Now, let's see if they do have that bar of execution. They have the all-in, but now they're all grouped up. Big Moonlight Vigil, but here comes the rest of BLG. Elk goes over the wall. He's shooting him down, but Aki, he's not there to save you today. He doesn't have anything left for OMG. As Ben throws up the fireworks of his slicing maelstrom, but that's a complete ace and a complete capture of game number 1 for Billy Gaming.
BLG starting with some momentum. They come out swinging. Great engages from Yagao, Shun on. Been there with the flanks. And then Elk able to dish out the damage that we were saying. It would be up to these AD carries to deliver.
Yep.
Honestly, both teams built death traps for the enemy AD carry, but BLG and their soul laners especially. But I mean, again, you highlighted some good points on it. I feel like Shun had some great engages. Like, they were doing a phenomenal job of making sure that they were consistently finding their way onto Elk. Not onto Elk, onto Abel. Elk was their AD carry. So it's just
Elk just had to be there to pop in some lightning every now and then. But it really was an impressive game number 1 for BLG. We saw both teams come out with a lot of strengths that played what we've seen them be successful with, but with some answers fine-tuned to their opponents. But BLG rose to the occasion of that execution, right? They were able to find a lot of maybe happenstance advantages early on. They had a constant CS lead for Ben in the top lane, 40 CS over the Malphite. It was chosen into, and that's just not a point of stability that you can lose for OMG.
No, and it's why it comes down to I like the BLG now are like, you give a little bit of attention to top. We saw the early dive, but then leave Ben on his own. He can do fine in those 1v1s. And especially when you're giving away this cannon, like, that's going to be something that OMG might have to problem solve, but probably not. I would assume we're going to swap sides, which means we should get different takes on draft overall. But things like that. I feel like a lot of picks, the Rakan was something I was highlighting of like, what's going to go on with this? It's PP God's most played champion by a mile. Even this split, they don't, take that one through. Kennen, he's given over. I feel like Kennen doesn't really have any great answers that, any teams have shown to be able to put up with that. That goes over the Zeri, which, even though a failure, I feel like is better for Abel, I still feel like Zeri's more ridiculous. So, and then, that's just me, Mazel, but we've seen Zeri do too many crazy things. So I feel like coming out of this game, BLG just got a lot of good priority picks, even the Annie being something we highlighted. And yeah, they were able to deliver, find the early leads, and never give OMG away into this game.
And it is not one of our traditional LPL gold graphs. It is a BLG-centric gold graph here for this one, but as well as a continued focus on where the spotlight should be, and it is on Elk, right? We set that up, Elk versus Abel in the very beginning. I think Elk really shined through in this one from the help of his teammates, right? Rising tide raises all ships and all that, but it was just a really good setup and spike down from Elk and BLG.
Yeah, and Shun as well. 88% KP.
Goodness.
Being the one to set it up, to kind of throw up the ball for Elk to be able to spike down. And I feel like that's what I love about watching this BLG team is you can pretty much highlight anyone because, again, they do just play so together in terms of like how they attack the map. And that's why in their wins, a lot of them can end up looking good. And when they lose, usually the whole squad kind of ends up looking terrible. So really is a win as a team, lose as a team type of squad on Billy.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see if OMG have a big response or if they kind of try to just adapt small things coming into game 2. We are going to step away for a little break, and until then, I'm going to give you my best bin GIF impression because, man, that man is insane on the Kennen. We'll see you in a minute.
35 seconds till the dragon spawns, and that could be key here. If he's able to get onto carries to stop them from getting that extra attack speed, reduce them down, that could be very key in the next few fights. But PP God
Scout.
looking for something. They get the double knockoff, and Abel is dead. They went in full 5-man here and get themselves the tower. 3 kills. The solo laners of OMG nowhere to be seen.
Bin thinking about it. He's got a blast cone to take. There's good aqua prison from JDG, but Lyric, they're on the wrong side of the map. They've got to run away. Brawler tried backing away, but BLG just pinched massive. Bin has flash. He's got slicing Maelstrom waiting for his time to go in. 369 zones him away, and maybe it gives help to the other members of JDG, but as he flashes, as Cullen comes through, Jing Dong, this is not where you want to be. Konami goes in for the kick, ain't it, as Elf goes in and takes down a world champion. He was known as Joe Among, but now we ride him like a stallion as Elf.
They're going 5 people towards the Gnar. All 5 of them.
Breaker, baby. There's a Twisted Advance to stun up. There's no damage just yet as everyone's on Bin. The Shy will pop the ulti. Bin's got the other 2 members of the family coming through. A Gnar ulti there. He's still alive. Dodges shock blast. Flashes past. Rocket doesn't kill him. Mini Gnar gets out. Gigabin! Hook not going to land, of course. Halloween Miss just does the job. Crisp unable to penetrate as Xiao waits in Bin. That W's not available. Everyone on top of Bin giving them the shy treatment. What?
That's certainly a positive sign for them. Jagulov wants the tower on the bottom side. Tien behind enemy lines as Shanji has arrived. Slicing Maelstrom comes out immediately. It's only a stun onto Mark though, and now finally turned around. Rookie tanking the tower, gets the shield and will walk away. A kill for Top Esports. Can they get away with it? Shanji no ult, Crescendum does land onto Jagulov. There's a grab for him as well. A great route from Rookie, but it's not enough to deny the Gale Force. Abel jumps on forwards for more.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your life. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the light comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
就 AKI 可能比较喜欢前期节奏吧，然后我只需要在前期做好就行了。就败者组的话，就我希望大家不要气馁吧，然后每个人能打起精神做好自己的，然后我觉得我们能从败者组杀出去了。我们机的话就是需要我们每个人配合好一点，然后跟他们打那种团战吧。想对队友说的话就是赛场上见真章吧。
Welcome back, everyone. We will see, Shun, as we do have an incredible game number 1 for BLG. I think they kind of stuck to that game plan, had a very strong early start, and continued that right on the trail. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we are getting into our second game of the day, our second game of our best of 5 between BLG and OMG. But first and foremost, we got an accolade to give out for game number 1, and MVP for that game goes to Yagao.
Yep, toothpaste, bringing it in. Great performance on the Annie, and it's always just so nice, you know, being able to pull this out, which feels like another thing in draft that it was just a disparity to OMG of having to worry about picks like this, and just the ease of access. I guess on backline when you do have something like that flash up, and you know, again, the enemy here able, I guess in this case, having to deal with this accordingly, and he wasn't. Yao always able to find those angles. Great TP flank in the mid game to really make sure things are going, and he was even using it so liberally. Because we saw so many times that like a fight wouldn't really break out, and he would just use it and be like, "I'm gonna chunk you low so you can't come in."
But then
OMG.
using the vision was so big for him. I mean, there were a couple, I think, before this happened, he like flashed over a wall to get a big shutdown, but it was just starting out the bait. But it was a lot of great shutdown moments, a lot of big kind of decisive stuns that came through from Yagao in the right moments to set up a lot of these team fights as well. And he's the one that finishes out this fight specifically.
And it's nice to see because I was really surprised pre-season when people would talk about the BLG roster and they'd highlight, you know, maybe they'd highlight Bin, maybe they'd highlight Elk, you know, there's some people who are really excited for Shun. But Yagao was one of the names I really wouldn't hear anyone be excited about for BLG, coming off of how good of a split, how good of a year he had last year on JDG. It really surprised me. Was definitely one of the best mid laners we had in the league. It wasn't just, you know, the rest of JDG. He was a pivotal piece of their wins. And it's nice to see that after, I'd say, a bit of an average regular season, like, he was still solid, but wasn't anything incredible. I feel like really in playoffs, Yagao has just once again stepped up and, again, is kind of being that reminder of how good he was in 2022.
Exactly. I felt like we started seeing kind of like the red flicker in his eyes towards the end of the regular season. Every time we got into game, it started to feel like, oh, he was stepping up at a lot of occasions. And then when we got into playoffs, it just felt like they could play so heavily around this guy. And I think that is such a pivotal piece when we were talking so heavily about Elk and his involvement in the late game carry. We saw that to some extent in game number 1, but it really is about pulling these solo lanes, getting a lot of stability from this early game, bridging into that late game for them. And that's where OMG now on the blue side for game number 2 is going to have some maybe taxes to pay, but some answers needed from that game number 1.
Yeah, and I'm still interested in draft because I still feel like OMG have significantly more things to worry about than BLG. But I guess that's something new for OMG, now. Right? OMG have kind of always been this team that have leaned on more of like their own picks, right? Rather than just playing every strong pick that does come out. But now, at least theoretically, shouldn't have to worry too much about that Kennen because if BLG let that through, like they could first pick that themselves. But I'm interested to see how these bans really do shake up going into game 2. And again, other questions that are really still left open. Things like that Lucianami, which BLG can really just pull out at any time. I'm not too big on that hype train. I'm just bringing it up because OMG were consistently banning out the Lucian in pretty much all their past series when they were playing on red side specifically. But still, it clearly shows that there's a lot of things that OMG worry about that you just don't have enough bans to be able to take them all away.
Yeah, there's just too many powerful picks, and that's where that conversation, if they had found success on that draft in game number 1, maybe that gives a little bit more of onus to them in these picks and bans in game 2. But now they are on the back foot, it feels like, and they've got to find a way forward. But both these two teams, right, runs of their own, being stopped in the face of the 1 and 2 seed themselves. Their backs against the wall for this series. Loser goes home, their season done until summer, and I think OMG definitely want to right the ship here, go 1-1. It is so much more pressure if you go down 2-0 that you have to complete that reverse sweep. There's so much more added, and it feels like BLG would be able to run away with a lot of that momentum.
Yeah, and I think especially now would be the time, because I'll be honest, I'm not really too big of a like momentum type person in terms of like, you know, winning a series and then that means you have a higher chance to win your next. Like in my mind, just when I was on team side, I didn't have that feeling ever. But I do think for OMG, I don't want to say it's now or never, but I feel like, you know, I feel like we've seen a lot of the peaks of these players already. Like we've seen what Abel could do. We've seen Cream at his best when he's on things like the Akali. And the fact that they've already made such a deep run, this might be one, you know, your best shot at being able to make your run to an international. BLG definitely mortal, even if they did, you know, pretty decisively win out in game 1. But even looking at teams like JDG, who are so heavily flawed, and if JDG lose to EDG, it's like, hey, that's another one where it definitely wouldn't be impossible for OMG to take it. So, you know, this looking like the best chance for either of these teams when so many of the top dogs, like the LGs and the Weibos, collapsed to the wayside and lost to these guys.
To these teams!
The 10 players sitting on stage now, taking out all the superstar players we've had over the past few years.
If you went across the names, you just started saying, you know, RNG, Weibo, TS, LNG, you're like, oh, you know, those are probably like top of the table playoff contenders. No, they all lost to these two teams that are in our lower bracket here in the spring playoffs. We will be getting into it now, though. OMG on the blue side, they ban away that constant kindred, as Shanji might need a skin of his own for that one now. We do get the Rakan ban, though, changing from that game 1. Rumble and Vi banned away by BLG.
So a lot of things changed. The Fiora actually taken away on blue side, coming out from OMG. So things like the Kennen still going to be a big question mark, and what BLG want to do here in regards to that. We saw them in game 1 taking away the Xayah and the Akali when they were on that blue side. So I really feel like you have so many options in terms of bans. But now for OMG, Kennen's up. I want to see if they do end up going for it. We know it's something Shanji plays, and they do lock it in. So, Mizel, we've been hunting for an answer and what you go into this pick, and maybe Ben will have a better response.
Does he indeed? Will be the answer so far that we get for BLG in this game too. We do get the Zeri and the Wukong lock in, so there will not be a big Venn diagram composition for OMG this time, as they, for BLG, have stolen away some of those primary pieces.
And now for OMG, I mean, the Aphelios is still there. If you just want to go back to something that is comfortable, and again, I'd say the usual stock and standard answer into this matchup. We also do have now a situation where I wonder what Aki goes in jungle. He's someone who has played a bit of the Lee Sin, which, you know, we've been seeing a bit more of, but I wouldn't say he's like a huge Lee Sin player. Things like Sejuani and Maokai, even if aren't as high priority and prominence, you know, are still played, but I think it depends a lot more on your soul laners like Maokai with Kennen.
True.
I don't know, likely that is with double AP coming out. So looks like we won't get those answers for now, as we do have Thresh coming in just for the safety he provides with that lantern.
Yeah, I actually really love the Aphelios Thresh combo. We do get the Gnar. I know we were talking about this in the off little bit here, and I was like, oh, what about the Gnar? You're like, no, he gets Giga smashed. Well, Ben is saying not today. I will be.
You sir, are spreading fake news right now. With, you know, maybe it's too spicy. But this is a Ben signature, right? This is something that we saw banned consistently against BLG in their last series. It's been his most played champion, something he's very comfortable on. So I guess it's not surprising when it's like, hey, what do we go into this Kennen with? You just default to, you know, your most comfortable champion going into the match. So now going to second phase of bans, they are going to ban out some of the junglers we talked about. So the Sejuani being taken off the table. I guess, you know, highlighting again, the Lee Sin still there, Viego, another thing. If they're looking for like an AD jungle option that maybe Aki would feel comfortable piloting.
I do appreciate the Blitzcrank ban, just getting away some of the maybe engage activity from On, but I think there's still a lot of options available there. We do see the Silas actually ban away from Cream. They're trying to take away one of his mainstays. Still a lot on the board, though, but they did ban away his Akali as well. We'll see what the final ban is for OMG. It is the Lulu.
And we do still have things like, Nautilus and Leona, just the generic engage supports coming through, which into a Thresh would be completely fine. Especially the Nautilus, I think, is something we see quite often. Just hook him in your tankier and be able to go that route. And that's going to be up to OMG and where they want to go with jungle and mid. Jungle, we've kind of already hit on, again, things like the Viego, I guess, are still there if you want to look for that. Having the likes of Lee Sin online. Aki's even someone who's really liked to who's brought out the Xinjiao on a few occasions, funnily enough.
True.
Didn't work out either time he did bring it out, but he was someone who did like it.
I wasn't going to follow it up. I was going to leave you at that one, right? No, I do wonder if they want to opt into something a little bit more niche and that maybe a little bit more comfort here, but I think there's still a lot of options left on the table. And one thing for OMG last game was control around objectives, control around the map was a little bit lacking. This changes that to some extent. We do get the Maokai locked in for
Yone time, Marcel? Is it Yone time coming out from Kareem? It's Yone time. I feel it, Marcel.
Yone time.
You got
Get
Ken and
out your
Maokai
dual
top
swords.
side. Yep, he's gonna lock it in. There's nothing else here.
It's got to be Yone time.
I was gonna say, he's also someone who's played the Tristana, but no, we know it's gonna be this. It's his second most played champion. Actually, it's his most played champion, tied with Silas coming into today. I guess Silas now being one ahead from that game one, but now for Yagao, I feel like it's just gonna be the Annie again. I mean, Annie just feels so solid into most matchups. You're gonna have an easy time being able to just clear minions. Anything that looks to all in you. Again, you have that stun there. You have a shield to be able to get out safely. And you know what? When you pick up an MVP in game one, I feel like you're feeling pretty confident on the pick.
Yeah, I mean, the decisiveness was absolutely key for Yagao and that Annie in game number one. Now we're looking at more threats available for OMG, a little bit more stable of a team fight composition than they had in game number one, but that bar of execution definitely still there. And I think on the side of BLG, you're looking at how you can crack the armor of this team, how you can man mark Shanji first and foremost to make sure you don't get flanked and wombo comboed yourself.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because I think looking at OMG's comp, it's to give a ton of damage coming out, right? Yone, the Aphelios, the Kennen, hell, even the Maokai, something we don't typically see really B2 tanky of a frontliner. But on that, you actually really don't have anything that can absorb damage that well if you aren't able to connect with the engage. To where when you look at the side of BLG, you are going to have a Mega Gnar, you are going to have a Leona, a Wukong, all these things that feel comfortable walking forward. So I feel like the ball is really going to be in OMG's court in terms of, like, can Cream connect with his ultimate, get on top of the Zeri? Are we going to see great TP flanks come out from Shanji's Kennen like we saw in game one from Bin? Because if you connect to the Zeri, I feel like they have enough damage to burst her out. If not, though, the front line from BLG will be able to get the job done.
And this second game is so important in multiple different fashions, right? BLG could win here and stop the kind of win trading combo going through from blue to red side, but it is specifically about the second game for OMG to get back in this series.
Yeah, and again, for OMG, I'm keeping my eyes on Cream and Shanji, what they can do with those ults. For BLG, it's all about AD.
Now we'll see what happens once we get into that mid game. If we get any shenanigans in our early game, but it is BLG versus OMG game number 2 starting now. Look, I see the bin gift. I see it.
I don't know why you're so enamored by the bin gift.
It's the greatest gift I've ever seen. It is literally the best. We do get all the Gyos, very rambunctious crowd tonight. And
just to give credit where credit's
fighting
due.
Spirit.
It is pretty solid when I'd say a majority of the time that LPL players don't really show any personality. So having a GIF of a player, especially a player who is so stoic, is quite nice.
And when we started our split, everybody was doing fun little intros, and it slowly started petering out. It slowly started getting to a
because they all copied IG, and the second IG started losing, IG stopped doing them.
They were
Someone
like,
else was
nope,
like,
we're done.
I mean, I agree.
I think,
you don't do those walkouts when you start losing, because then you're going to get flamed by fans. You don't want to get flamed by fans.
I think Weibo probably had the second best over IG. But anyways, we are into our game number 2. We'll see the same side start, at least for both these junglers. A little bit of difference from that game number 1. But specifically, we do have some of those adaptations for OMG that I think are a very welcome reprieve from game number 1 to game number 2.
Yeah, having, again, so much more access. I'd say being the team who now could put more threat down has been kind of surprised. Going to play so aggressively here up against Shanji. Of course, Shanji going with the electrocutes are going to be way more like burst oriented as compared to being able to put off like consistent DPS. had he gone with a different rune choice. Bin going to be able to sustain up pretty well, though, with that fleet footwork.
I love the trading there. We do see some of the wins and losses for both sides. Obviously, a little bit of strength in that Cream Yone. See the 2v2s going the way of Abel and PP God, at least for the moment here. And I do love this Thresh pick for PP God. I think it enables him a lot more. And I think while we were asking questions of a lot of the main spotlights for OMG, I think one of the crucial undercurrents of these two teams is on and PP God. We'll actually see an early cleanse burn by Elk because of that early proactiveness.
Yeah, I mean, you were just saying it, right? These supports are the pillars of these bot lanes. And PP God right there connecting that death sentence. Already putting so much pressure onto Elk and On. Gonna have, again, a pretty nice time in this lane early before On gets a few levels under his belt and can start looking for some of these engages. I feel like a lot's going to be dependent on junglers getting involved. Soon you have things like the Leona that want to look for all in, so it's a lot more about linking up with jungle and setting up for those 3v2s or 3v3s.
On has done his due diligence, though. He has an exhaust, and I know exactly where that's going, all right? It's going straight onto Shanji every time it's available. We'll actually have to keep an eye on that when we get to a little bit further in. But now we see Aki hovering over this top Scuttle Crab. Looks like both junglers taking a little bit of a relaxive approach here. I thought maybe Shun would go for a bit of a top lane focus since they do have that push from Shanji. But we actually look like we're circling back towards bot.
I'm more curious about what Aki ends up doing, because we can see him on the minimap right now, making his way up to Tribrush. They full-on commit to trying to get a dive, but doesn't look like... Oh, I love this from Aki.
Oh, he didn't see him! No!
It's too late!
He didn't get the vision! He literally was like one step from seeing him there! Oh!
Look, there's going to be a lot of laughs out there. A lot of people like, what's going on? But that's the kind of energy you need to make your way to be an LPL champion. Man. That's what I like to see, Aki.
If he sees him there, that's different. That changes. I feel like he could stop him right there if he has that vision, but he didn't get the angle. And Ben gets away with not murder, because nobody has died, but he gets away with something. We do see it back actually getting completed here from On, so a little bit of pressure relief for OMG, or maybe a little bit of pressure on for OMG on the bot side.
OMG have just done a nice job of being able to keep that up. But look at LCS not really falling too far behind. We see in top lane, Bin is also faring quite well. I think a lot of it being that you're not going against the typical summon Airy that a lot of Kennons would run in this matchup, since you do outrange Jannar early on. And the only place where a bit of a CS lead being built up actually is this mid lane for Cream, doing a nice job just constantly threatening and dashing in, forcing Yagao away.
And I love that they're putting more onus into Cream here. While I think the Silas is obviously a very comfort champion for him, this guy, Cream, has seen some very high highs in his career in the LPL, it feels like, but also some lower lows following his season of a lot of very, very big performances on the Akalis, the Silases, things like that. But this year in particular, it feels like Cream is back to himself.
Look, there's... Oh, I'll pause as Yagao should be fine, but you go through his champions, right? Silas, Yone, Ari, Akali, all 50% plus win rate. Victor, Rise, like these guys all sitting, 25% or less. It's, you always know what to expect from Cream, and you can usually know how well he's going to fare doing it. Shanji, though.
Oh, Shanji getting a lot of damage on the bin. Won't be able to take him out just yet, though. Been able to survive for just a little bit longer, but that means that OMG had pressure from the bot side. They should take this first dragon.
Yeah, OMG doing a nice job of building to the draft. It has so much more pressure this time around to be able to contend with this stuff, but BLG look like they want to look for a fight.
They have the Dark Passage out, and the connection from the Timber is able. Getting go so low. On is going for that exhaust. The Ultra Shock Laser, and the shot from Yagao gets first blood for BLG. We'll see if they can follow it up, though. There is a death sentence waiting for the clone of Shun, and BLG strike first.
I love the patience coming out from BLG to make sure they end up getting one. OMG do still at least get that dragon, so they can start stacking towards that soul and, potentially really get that one rolling. We're going to head straight into the replay here because, again, BLG knowing, hey, dragon's going down, they're the ones taking a lot of this damage early on, sets themselves up to find this. Abel having to flash Zaki going to take the lantern out, and I mean, it's so easy for you got to get that flash down. Yeah. I love On following forward with the exhaust, like you highlight Elk, following up with some damage too. I was a bit surprised by that flash. With how close they were to their turret, but I guess just believing 4 members there, they could potentially find more.
Just trying to get as much as possible, it feels like. But that is a little bit of the same story that BLG had in game number 1. They found an opportunistic moment, and they capitalized on it, and it was about how they built off of that moment. Now, Yagao has 1 kill. We'll see how they utilize that, but we obviously see Shun coming straight down towards bottom side.
Wards just timing out around bot lane, too. Might be the perfect time window if Shun did end up coming down here. Looks like he's just going to focus on his bot side camps for now because they are all up. And Abel at least doing a nice job of being able to pick up those plates, keep up in CS, and really make sure that he gets to that heavy break point first. Because we already know how the game's going to evolve later on, right? It's going to be Cream, Shanji jumping onto the back line. So Abel's really going to be the one man, him and PP God, dealing with the likes of Bin, Shun, and like these heavy frontliners. So him getting to those item break points pretty fast, I think will be pivotal because it means there's some more wiggle room in terms of execution in team fights. You know, if Cream can't connect the ult or Shanji can't find the flank, you at least have this strong backliner to rely on.
Yeah, and I think we had some bright moments from last game as well for Abel. It just was so far behind that it didn't really matter at that point, but you had some really good timings on guns before big moments, and it was an attempt from Abel to try to pilot it out. A lot of leads not going his way, but now we see OMG trying to further a little bit of a lead in bot lane. They hover Aki here, won't get the push down, won't take the bait from BLG.
Not going to fall for it just yet. But Rift Herald's up, and we can already see BLG are posturing towards that side. I'm interested to see if OMG actually commit to a full-on dive. It looks like they will.
They do have the Dark Passage available. The Death Sentence will connect here. They're going to go under tower. Moonlight Vigil has gone through. A lot of damage onto Elk, but they don't get the kill on not having his ulti just yet. Can't really set it down. Zenith Blade does go wide.
I think they just paid a lot of respect to the members of BLG there. I'm surprised we didn't actually get a full-on wraparound from Aki and really commit to a dive being able to come through, especially with On not being level 6, so that same amount of CC not really being there to keep you under turret. Will end up getting a cleanse. You know, On doesn't have flash, but ultimately BLG are the ones who walk away with an objective.
And that's so big because it's so much standing gold on the map. We're seeing Bin actually have a little bit of priority in this top lane matchup as well. It just leads to Shun being able to play so heavy-handedly around this top side of the map itself. He does get that Rift Herald. Will, I'm sure, be rotating towards mid or bot with that one. I guess he could just go right back top too.
Yeah, I mean, just keep enabling Bin to be able to do well. I mean, even coming out ahead in this 1v1, Shanji not able to put up the same level. Again, we hit on the comfort of Bin on Nar. Something he really does.
Yeah. Just
seems so at home on, and it's why it has been banned so consistently up against him. So for BLG, that's always an avenue. I still would like to see if they were able to get any gold onto Elks. He really is going to be their only consistent source of DPS. We even saw with Yagao getting ahead last game. Like, Yagao was putting out damage, but definitely not going to match what the Zeri is able to do. Definitely more about the utility and the CC coming out for that Annie.
No cleanse available, but Elk able to get out. And I want to go back to that top lane point, because isn't this just a commonality at this point for Bin? Is it just the playoff buff? Is it the Spring King buff that Bin has? Because it just feels like he wins matchups no matter what, and it's been such an incredible split, even in the losing moments for BLG for him.
I don't even know if it's a Spring King buff as much as it's like a does well at high pressure. Shanji gonna pop the slicing Maelstrom.
Getting a little bit low. Meganar's coming up here very shortly. Bin going blow to blow with Shanji. Shanji's the one that runs away.
But think about it, Bin in high pressure. In any playoffs, you think back to, ooh, hook comes through.
No cleanse available. They're going to have to fight this one out. Elk getting low, but doesn't go down. Abel, you could have committed to that one, but it won't be able to secure the deal.
Again, I'm really surprised by how OMG are playing on the spots, like going back to the last dive, going back to this all in, not wanting to full-on commit. Sure, Shun's in the area, but it felt like he was low enough to be able to dish that out. Are going to try to turn to get their second dragon on the board.
Shock stacking up a little bit, but OMG feeling the pressure from BLG. Be a move down from the mid laners. Yagao having his ulti, his flash available. Can he get the decisive moment here? We're looking at a flank, maybe a double flank if Shanji can have his way. Here comes BLG to contest this dragon. Let's see if they actually want to commit to it. Cream getting a little bit damaged. OMG should focus down this dragon and get out. As now that Nature's Grasp comes through, they're actually going to Dark Passage back into the lane.
So you bring Shanji down, which you aren't really necessarily saying, hey, he's going to get in the fight.
They just find themselves on the wrong sides of their turrets. They're like, that's not your turret, Ben. It does find a little bit of a trade, though. Yeah.
I mean, right, he's making he's super tanky right now. We've seen consistently healing up with that fleet footwork, able to come through. But I'm just waiting for some action. I'm just waiting for some more action.
You're waiting for more action? Because we've had like every time we've tried to say something, we have action. So I don't know if we need more.
But it's like non-committal action. It's like action start when we posture, we like look at each other.
The water's cold, Lyric. Okay, you dip your toes in at first, and you go a little bit further. I'd say now we're in game 2. This is like your shins in the cold water.
So we're gonna go back here. So we see Death Sentence come out.
I think he got scared. I think he was a little bit worried. Or maybe he had the damage calc on.
I mean, my guess is also just, they didn't know where Shun was. They hadn't gotten those wards placed down in the enemy jungle yet. So maybe like thinking he could be nearby, or, why else is he going to play this far forward?
Could be the case, but as we are circling back now in the very fluid state of game right now on the roam, there's still pressure from OMG on bottom side of the map. It'll be Shun in mid lane getting that Scuttle Crab and catching the ire of Cream. It's twice now that Cream has tried to go in and trade heavily onto Shun. We'll see now in the mid lane, though, with that Divine Sunder completed, if Shun wants to continue to play so aggressively. We saw him say in the chat beforehand, not in the chat rather, but in our little SOT, that it is about upending Aki.
Chat with him?
I wish, man. I wish.
I was going to say, why are you not inviting us?
I need to learn some Kindred gameplay.
Confident. All of BLG now here, so they feel really good about walking up into this. Divine Sunderer going to be on board. The only mythic so far for the side of OMG is that Gale Force on Abel. So, I mean, if a hook comes out right, able to cover more space if you are a bit out of position, or at least be able to chase down and run down the enemy that you do lock up. But won't be the case now, because for now, will just be BLG able to escape with that steal.
Oh, Elk. They do have the Gravitum to lock him down. Cleanse also burned from Elk. So, again, cleanse on repeat for Elk. Every time it comes up, they want to try to punish that, and they have done so successfully. Now we maybe have a little bit of a 3v3 brewing. Looks like both teams backing away.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Elk just constantly getting hit by the CC coming out from OMG. Aki waiting in the wings, but Shun's here too.
We're back to the 3v3, exactly what we wanted. The Zenith Blade connects, there's the Nature's Grasp back. Moonlight Vigil connects on the backline. On flashes away, but he's down to Abel. And now you get the gold where gold is due for OMG.
Just able to shut down the engage. Aki's ult coming out, and then huge damage from Abel. So now they can start whittling down this turret even more. Shun taking half HP. He isn't going to be able to help out. So Elk, you're going to have to be careful.
A little bit zealous there for BLG, but they actually defend the turrets. They're not too shabby. It was definitely a Gale Force difference, though, I think, in that last one. And yeah, there ain't no defense coming. Abel's going to be scooping up all the gold.
Yeah, I mean, that was overzealous. We're going to see here Engage looking to come out. Shouldn't have to show himself like a sapling, but look, I mean, the Maokai ult preventing entry from the ult, but then the Moonlight Vigil there gets so much damage done, and really nice cleanse from Abel to make sure they can just keep throwing out damage that whole time.
The timings of the cleanse. Now we do have our first items being completed pretty much across the board now. It is no longer single points of power here. We do get everybody pretty much on board. But speaking of on board, Abel, you look at that gold graph on the left side of your screen, and my goodness, is he set up for success.
Think about all the plates he got. He's up in CS. Like they really have been delivering everything. And we said the win condition in the series today was who can enable their bot lane better. And in this game so far, it's OMG. And, they don't have the same gold lead that BLG did last time around that they kept throughout the whole game. But it feels like OMG have been the ones squarely in control. 2 dragons up. Next one coming up in 30 seconds. They have their flashes online for their carries. Ults are going to be back online. And I feel like it's really hard to walk into OMG's comp when you have, the Maokai there to really prevent the Wukong from being able to find that access.
True, and now we're getting to the point where top laners will be involved, and that's just yet another threat for both Abel, both Elk to deal with. And I think when you look at what's coming here now, a lot of priority needed for this Infernal Dragon. And Infernal Dragon itself is so big, but already having those 3 stacked up for you for OMG would be huge.
I want to keep my eyes on Ben. I mean, has Flash available. If he can find an angle onto Abel, he can have a huge CC set up. Shanji, though, making his way from base, just picked up the Rocket Belt, so we'll have more backline access himself.
All right, they will maybe need to look for something here while Shanji is coming up. There's no real vision here for BLG to spot out Shanji coming through to the fight. The BLG playing a little bit more hesitant. Elk caught out in transition there, taking a decent chunk of damage. Now going to mid lane. That sentence box connects. Shun needs to get out of there. Did get connected on by Aki. Here comes the lightning crash, and Aki is just wood chips at this point.
Flashes away the W. The twisted advance follows him through. Probably not where he wants to go. And it gives that kill to BLG. Shanji.
Oh, they did
still
spot him out, though.
Around.
Tibbers, the ultimate friend. They spot out Shanji, and we needed man marking here. As they do find out Shanji, they might just commit over the wall there. Flash came through for On. As Ben came over the wall here, Meganar coming into Shanji, into the wall, doesn't get stunned up. The Dragon goes down to BLG. Slicing Maelstrom isn't enough. Stunned down. There's some combos. Ben gets one back, but Abel gets some gold too.
They get the kill, but who won the mental warfare there? I think it was Ben. Runs him down, gets the kill. Now BLG, you know, come out ahead in the fight with that initial kill on Aki, and now able to pick up a Dragon of their own. And we're just going to head right into the replay because OMG are the ones trying to force their way in. That sentence comes online, and here the twisted advance, not where he wanted to go, straight into the CC chain from BLG, and that just led everything astray. You pointed out, Mazel, the marking from BLG was so on point here.
The Tibbers, man, it's your everyday friendly bear just chasing down Shanji. But really good stuff. Decisiveness. Oh my goodness, it just doesn't stop. We said they are chaotic, and they are going face to face here. We got Shun going on to PP God. Should go down. No, actually not going to commit. Cream connects the bait, sealed, and Aki gets the kill. We got Shanji on the side, though, taking another fight against Ben. I don't think he wants that one. We'll be using that Rocket Belt to get away. Yagao was hunting on the side, but BLG will lose one and trying to grasp back something else.
And BLG looked so not on the same page when they were, you know, trying to find that initial kill. Some members going in, some members going out, been nowhere nearby, and they're going to pay for it. Look now, Abel picks up the IE.
Cream does so
at
much
that strong two items. Yeah, Cream, incredibly strong. Abel now going to be hitting the truck.
He was like, you know, if I connect that, there's a chance I just outright kill him. If I don't, maybe not. I'm going to flash out. We will see that burn from Cream.
We're taking big gambles today. Aki flashing over that wall earlier on leads to nothing. Cream trying to all in there.
Nobody talks about the on flash into the pit.
Yeah, Ben running down. I love it. I love what we're seeing come through here. Both teams, you know, maybe a bit jittery, but you know, trying to find even the smallest of wins to try to guarantee that they can move on.
Because both these two teams have been so scrappy. And yes, that's lost them games, right? We've seen the train derailed for both these two teams so many times because of their own decisions. But it is exactly what I would expect from this slobber knocker of a game. And Abel gets caught there. That will be the solar flare. You got him, catches him again. He just stepped up. Abel just decided he wanted to die today. And he goes down to BLG.
Yagao living in Abel's head rent-free so far on this Annie. Pick comes through. They're going to start making their way up towards this Baron. Ben is moving over here, which I think is crucial since he doesn't have TP. And this means that they can actually start looking for this play. And if they can start stacking up that Rage Bar, he will have Mega online, which will give BLG good turn potential.
See him bounce over the wall. They know exactly where OMG are approaching from. Ben has the Meganar said. That Baron's doing a lot of work over on BLG's side. They need to turn or they need to burn, and it's got to be one or the other. It can't be both. They try to turn now onto OMG. Shanji has come up on the flank. He has the blast. He has the slicing maelstrom. Aki! He can't get the spike, but Shanji gets the slicing maelstrom. Everybody separates away, and there is no hope in that fight for OMG. As 4 members of BLG walk away, OMG just have to stand there and stare.
OMG were just so separated in that fight. I mean, so many different like goals going on. The steal trying to happen from Aki. We've seen all-in trying to happen from Shanji. But BLG ultimately get the Baron, will lose the mid lane turret. But I feel like BLG, after a bit of the heat they were feeling earlier on from OMG, are feeling incredibly happy. We're going to see here, I was scared that Ben had used his hop because it actually means it's quite hard to find an engage angle. We're going to see in the pit, Aki not able to win out in the smite battle. And Shanji going in, I'm more surprised that Cream, Cream gets stunned up.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, why is Cream not able to follow in and try and get damage on Elk? But yeah, that really being a decider there.
And it might have given On's life away, but it was a huge momentum swing in the fight as well. And I think that's just, again, the undercurrent of a lot of these fights is On and PP God supporting the rest of their teams. And we'll need to see a little bit more gumption from PP God here. We have a Dragon spawning in 33 seconds, and it could be a third for OMG.
Look, PP God just needs the hype. PP God, you are going up against your former organization. You did not win when you were with them. You should want to crush them for bringing down your best years. You got this. You're going up against On. On's had a good season, but you have had many good seasons too, PP God. You got this.
He's got a whole backing there as well. We got the motivational speech from Lyric, and OMG locked in, ready to go again. They go down here. They will be one game away from ending their spring split and ending on a disappointing streak here as well. But BLG moving around this Dragon to set it up. It should be second Dragon for Billy.
Yeah, it looks like it will be. No access into River coming from OMG, and a lot of it being disbanded. We can see now observers highlighting Bin pushing in bot side. They need to respect that. There was some pressure. They'd already pushed in mid, and really just no ways to try and come contest. So now BLG going to keep just trying to barrel down these lanes. Bin incredibly strong in the soul lane with that Triforce. He's getting tanky, and then this four-man core of BLG have so much engaged. Abel, we saw what happened when he just slightly overstepped last time around.
And we see a lot of pressure now in mid, in bot from BLG. It will be Cream trying to take down a side lane tower up there, get something back in terms of global gold. But Shanji in a little bit of trouble here. You've been in this fight before. TP's coming in from Cream, but Shanji's already gone. Here comes Cream. Can he make a difference? Can he get something back for OMG? Abel wants to be the one to get it. And there's the flash death sentence from PP God. And he steps up right to the bat and smacks BLG in the face. Yeah, three members of Billy running away now towards mid lane, but OMG are alive and kicking.
All they needed was the pep talk to come through, death sentences to land, and maybe a bit of overzealousness from the side of BLG that they're able to punish. But I mean, we're at a point we're hitting on it. Abel being strong, Cream now wasn't when we talked about it maybe 2-3 minutes ago, but being on the 2-item point. They're at a point where they really can pose a threat. I feel like a lot of it's just been how disjointed they've gotten in these fights from BLG, why they haven't been able to come out ahead. We haven't seen any coordinated engages of a Yone and a Kennen jumping together, but here, with BLG wanting to go for this dive, it just gives them an easy access to find some return kills. Sure, BLG start off with one, but look, buying time, Malkyle coming out, and then Abel committing with both Gale Force and Blast to land it, and that's the hooks we need from PP.
Yeah. The flash hook connection is the biggest part there in the end, and getting Abel some of that gold as well. Sitting at 4-2. He's working on his third item now. Same can be said for Elk. And again, we've put a lot of priority on the rest of the map right now. We've seen a lot of flashy plays, but in the end, the brass tacks of this series is Elk versus Abel and who can actually execute in these team fights.
Abel now having the Bloodthirst, you're going to have that shield there to try and enable him to survive some of the initial bursts coming out from someone like Yagao, which hopefully means it gives him time to reposition, try to sustain back up, and actually contribute in these team fights, because BLG right now, they are hunting. Nice
like
triple control wards.
Yeah,
I mean, denying all the vision. So, I mean, OMG know they're here, right? They're pushing mid, they're pushing bot. But they really need to be careful. One overstep. So much CC on the side of BLG.
There is a control ward over on the other side of the wall there for Shanji's TP2, but it should just be another tower going over to BLG.
Yeah, so Shanji gonna elect to keep pushing for now. Just get something going on top side and hopefully pull a recall from Bin. Or it looks like maybe even Gawa. Oh no, pulling a whole TP. It's actually pretty good. If Shanji can escape, which isn't, is gonna happen.
Might have to burn the
TP. He
has
has flash.
I don't know if he knows. They don't have any vision up this way. I don't know if he knows that Yagao is here. We'll see Tibbers utilized, and there's the CC stun and 2.5 item. That'll be Yagao with a solo bolo.
Kill! Sorry, I've always wanted to do that. That was great coming out from Yagao. The amount of damage that he had there. Just able to burst him. I mean, now for BLG, I don't even know, Mizel. This has been a weird one. I feel like OMG in these two games have given over like so many unnecessary opportunities. I get the thought process there from Shanji, like, hey, we really can't contest in a 5v5 right now, so let's try and do something. But I guess just not expecting the rotate to be able to come from halfway across the map. But a lot of these like small isolated picks are what have snowballed into a 4K gold lead for BLG.
Yeah, and they've got 3 item spikes now coming across for everybody that matters, at least at this point, in Yagal, Elk, and Ben. We'll see if that response comes out.
Are you saying that Shun doesn't matter?
You know, I mean, is a 3 item spike really that important for them and less than the others? I don't know about that one, but I think OMG
I'm just asking who matters to you, Mazel. To you.
You know, if I had to be biased, it'd be Shun. But, you know, that's me being biased, and I am, you know, not biased. Why would we ever be biased as casters?
I gave PP God a pep talk. We do as we please here.
We get a little biased. We get a little, you know, we dabble.
But Baron time, it's Baron time. I love Baron time.
They are jumping straight into that cold pool, and they want to pull the trigger on BLG. Oh, there's the solar flare right onto Abel. You got the re-engage now from OMG. Cream needs to get something, but it goes right back, and now they're separated. BLG could take advantage of this. Cream taking up, but a death sentence connects on. That's not who you need. Ben's actual Meganar is going down. Shun was looking for something on the side, but he has no more Cyclone, and we have a stalemate from hell here. That OMG are kind of partaking and taking down the Baron.
And I'm scared because BLG really don't have many engage tools left. No Meganar, Cyclone, Solar Flare burn. It would be on E-ing in, or
they get a big flash. Oh, that's huge! The slicing maelstrom is non-existent, and Abel falls. The decisiveness of BLG comes to task once again.
BLG just know that they can win these fights, waiting for the perfect moment. They don't care about those ults being on cooldown. Gonna find themselves a Baron, gonna find themselves another kill on Bin potentially, but Aki is being quite the nuisance. He's making them work for it.
Oh, he's got the speed up. Let's see if he can get him. He got the hop, skip, and the jump. He gets over. He gets one more kill for BLG. And an ace over OMG. A huge, huge pressure that BLG has all of a sudden put on OMG in the second game.
I have to be honest with you. I blinked and I'm like, wait, how did this fight start? But BLG rolled over them.
10,000 gold in the lead now.
And more turrets down. They're going to get themselves on Soul Point. Triple Infernal, which, you know, stacking one of a Drake is always just so nice to get all of that amplification coming through.
We have to see
We're going to see here what comes in.
Oh my God, it's him again! It's him every time!
Man, you cannot give this guy anymore. He is too clutch. He finds all the angles. He gets the engage done. And like I said, he was one of the members that coming into the team, there wasn't a ton of hype around this guy. He's the most recent, you know, LPL champion, and he's showing here why. Great engages, great performances on the Annie. And remember, there was no Timbers up, no Cyclone up, no Solar Flare. Bin wasn't Meganar yet. That was your only way to get some kind of like large multi-man CC into starting a fight. It was the only way.
And we said it in game number 1, and we've repeated it since then. The decisiveness is what makes this pick so deadly, and Yagal has been everything that BLG needed on this pick so far. Catching out crucial members, but also just changing the mind state, it feels like, of OMG. Always being that sense of pressure here. Now they're pushing in an inhib in bottom lane and using Bin to pressure mid.
We're going to see what they're able to do. Keeping up a lot of pressure right now. Bin is so incredibly tanky. It's been a while since the last video on him, but Randuin's Force of Nature picked up now. No one's going to be hitting him. They're just going to be able to keep barreling down this bot lane.
You see, Deathsentence did not connect. Cream was trying to push Bin off of mid lane. There's still the siege coming down with the Baron minions. And we actually see Shun hovering over this mid inhib. They take this down. They can collapse onto the bot side. And we'll be looking at how they want to engage this one. Waiting on this minion wave now, Lyric.
Still, though, putting a ton of pressure up with Bin and Shun in mid lane. That's, I feel like, the key thing. You're pulling the members apart, which is going to allow for Yagal, Elk, and On to you know, eventually break this one down. And really force OMG in a position where they need to find an engage, where they need to get on Elk and take him down.
It seems like the inevitable has come to the doorstep of OMG. And that is an inevitable 2-0 series advantage for BLG. If they have one last gasp effort, it has to come soon. Or there will not be anything, and they will be backs against the walls in an elimination match next game.
Yeah, I mean, for BLG, right, if they win this, be on series point. They can take that, and then highest placement for the organization ever, at least at third, can then try and make their way. And in what isn't an impossible task to try and get to a final, right? They took JDG to 5 games. They honestly should have 3-0'd them. They honestly should have 4-1 them, I guess, because they should have won game 5, and only game 4 was the decisive game that JDG won.
See, Abel and PB Guy chasing down Shun, but he has an easy escape there. As we have the rest of BLG coming to back them up. They know where priorities lie. It is in this last top side tower. Going to take down the inhib and then rotate to that dragon.
If they're just going to be able to keep pushing, they have so much threat online right now. I feel like the one thing you're slightly worried about, like it's on your mind, is Elk's Flash still not being up. Could be a window that if OMG find and engage here.
They catch Shun. They got a red-white for Abel. That is golden for Shun. They have Yagao over the wall, but they're going to sacrifice him. Nature's Wrath has come out. The rest of OMG still looking for some more. Not going to find any more, as well as Ben over on the side trying to stack up Meganar here.
You highlighted it. Elk and Yagao being over the wall was the difference there. Why BLG really weren't able to fight back. No damage. Able to come out. Still feeling very confident about playing this far forward and just not allowing OMG to leave their base, keep these waves pushed in. But I'd assume reset should be coming out soon. Maybe clear the camps in your jungle because, you know, the non-buffs are up. Get some more gold under your belts and really just start making your way towards finishing off your builds.
And I think when we came into this second game, we were looking at a lot of the adaptations for OMG and very appreciative of them. I think we've seen Maokai not be as much of a stalwart presence as we had before in the season, but still very strong in trying to control the jungle. And I think I like that adaptation from OMG because they were lacking a lot of control. But the thing is, they haven't gotten as much as maybe they needed in that control around the map. The vision game has been, feels like, holistically in favor of BLG, and they haven't been able to get Cream online. They haven't been able to get Shanji in these big flanks to set up any of their damage dealers.
I feel like, again, it just came down to small moments. Like, you freaked out so well. The Abel overstep in mid lane. Like, things like this, just constantly giving BLG the freedom to find what they want. BLG, again, kudos to them, finding those. Yagao finding those windows and creating those opportunities. But now BLG going to try and just set up control towards this top side. Now Shun does have Guardian Angel, so if he does get picked off like last time around, we'll at least get a second chance to either start off the fight or try to get away. Buy time for his team to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, OMG are struggling to find a decision here because they have to make a decision. They have lanes pushing into their base, into their inhib, into their last inhib. Ben is going on to now. They will take the dragon. They'll lose the Baron, though. And it's just a conversation of how you choose your fate at this point for OMG.
They will get the bounty at least, so a bit more gold. They're going to be on soul points themselves. So if by any chance that BLG can't end with this Baron and we get to the next dragon, we get to a point where it comes down to a flip over soul, I mean, hell, OMG have found themselves a win condition, and we're at a point now where Abel, only one item off, has kept pace in terms of items with Elk this whole time. Things should be good, but I want to point out, Elk does have stopwatch. So having some tools that if, you know, Cream or Shanti find they're in the back line, he has even more ways to survive.
And we see the pressure mounting on OMG. That sentence does go wide. Ben pushing in mid lane. Does have his Meganar popped. At the wait there from Shanji down pot lane. He should be able to come join now as the siege continues for BLG.
And BLG just going to play out through a two-lane setup. They have supers and bot. They're feeling comfortable. It's just once again about what kind of pressure can Ben put on them. It's going to be a bit rough now that he's fallen to mini. He really has to pay a lot of attention to Cream, especially Cream.
All of a sudden, they found the engage. Big slicing Maelstrom there, but he's exhausted. So it doesn't do a lot, but they get the triple knock up there. And OMG, they found it. They've got Abel shooting forward, but no. Is he still alive? No! OMG, they still take the fight. The gold goes to the right direction, but can they get the damage down? All that's left is Cream, and Cream of the crop picks up the kill.
The difference maker being OMG having not only Abel Neophelios, but also having the Yone that you have to worry about. Having another consistent source of DPS that's online. So for BLG, I mean, once Elk goes down, Banny's putting out some damage. Yagao's completely burst-oriented, right? So you're waiting on cooldowns. You have to come back up before you're getting things done, and it gives OMG the ability to win another fight. So we were saying for OMG, it's... You just got yourselves on soul point. If you can survive until that next dragon, that's going to be soul for you. And now Abel and Cream really going to be dishing out the damage.
They are indeed, and I think that's such a huge step in the right direction for OMG. Even through the exhaust, able to get the Wombo combo down, something we haven't necessarily seen them be able to pull off just yet.
And just look at all the CC coming out. Elk got played initially, then Slicing Maelstrom. Like, Cleanse has to come out onto that. Death Sentence comes out once again. Like, so many things they have to worry about. Yigao does eventually go down, and then, you know, the Aphelios follow suit, but the difference being Yone, still full HP, healing so much through the Bloodthirster Immortal Shield Bow, even having the GA, which, you know, that's still up, so if he goes down, it's just looking very doable.
It is.
For OMG.
You did get Guardian Angel at least completed for Ben there, so he is full items stacked up. You also have full items for Elk and Abel, who has now completed that Mercurial Scimitar. So a lot of guns online for both sides, and we're getting to the point where doesn't matter what else happened before this moment. You got 2 minutes for the Dragon Soul, and both teams are raring to go.
Vision control coming out for the side of BLG so far. Even getting their waves in order. You can see pushing out mid and bot, and you can look up towards top lane with that one going towards OMG's side. So doing a nice job to keep some control for now. But Dragon not coming up anytime soon, so it feels like right now the best you're hoping for is a bit of a pick to come through if any member of OMG walks a bit too far forward, because there's a look at flashes on both sides. Flashes are pretty much down everywhere. Cream and Shun are the only ones with those up, and I guess support's having Hex Flash, something we need to be conscious of.
Indeed, and I think, again, it all comes down to who gets caught first with both these compositions, and it feels a little bit of essence of what we got in game number 1, but it truly is about where you bend and break in a lot of these, and keeping an eye on Elk and Abel, but particularly who is being taken down first in the solo lanes, because you do have a lot of strength in the solo lanes for both sides in this one. I think it's coming to bear more and more.
I think the scary thing for BLG now is OMG just have so much AoE, right? The Maokai coming through, Slicing Maelstrom, Moonlight Vigil, Yone just jumping on top of multiple people to catch through with the ult. So for BLG, a lot of it is going to have to come down to Yigao, and you guys being able to catch a priority target right at the start of a fight. But when there's multiple priority targets, if OMG just play out through different angles, it's going to be incredibly hard to do that.
It will, and you see BLG are actually just trying to pick and poke at OMG as much as they can, try to set up some more of this vision, which they have been so strong at so far. See the continued attempted advancement from OMG here, just try to get a little bit of vision themselves, because it's so hard to make decisions when you're so locked into your base. Of all 5 members, though, representing in the mid lane.
OMG is staying as a 5-man unit. Not a lot of vision to play with, but they know exactly where BLG are.
The night is dark and full of terrors. We'll see BLG. Oh, trigger pulled by OMG. Nature's Grass down, Solar Flare back, though. Abel trying to look for something. Cream finds a soul. Seal Fade on the back, but it's the return into the fight, though. On getting so low. Slicing Maelstrom from Shanji, and it separates them now. That's it. It connects on the Timbers, but he's still got so much damage coming out from Elk. Abel is firing away, and he's got red, white, so you know it's about to be a fight. And they're going for it. That's it. It doesn't connect. And Elk, Abel firing guns, but not going down.
Yigao finding the stun onto Cream, making sure so that more damage doesn't come on through. Yigao, now the stun comes out.
There's the cleanse down, though. Red, white, it's healing so much. That's cooldown's down, though. BLG TPing back. That will be an addition. The Dragon has gone over to Elk, and that's Infernal Soul claimed. That's it. It doesn't hit. Oh, no. What? PB got delivered straight to the waiting arms of BLG, but Abel shuts them down. 2 quick kills, and OMG, it's an ADC versus ADC fight, but Abel, he should be able to shut this one down. Flash, oh my god, wait. It's Elk is the one, the only, the carry of BLG.
This is so tense, Mazzella. It's going back and forth. Shanji even still trying to angle to find something, but Elk, he's going. Just the big laser, the big laser of doom.
He just needs 1 Q. He's healing up from the minions. He's going in. Now lightning crashes all around OMG, and there ain't no cover as electricity has sparked.
And now BLG, I mean, having death timers to work with. Look, On's here. Shun is making his way over. They're gonna look to break down the base. I wonder if death timers are long enough for them to do anything more.
No freaking way, my man. This is insanity. The last 5 minutes have been nothing but absolute chaos. And BLG want to hone that chaos into a palpable sword. Get the solar flame back in, Zenith Blaze. It's still Elk tanking up so much and healing so much. Oh no, the Death Sentence doesn't connect. Yagao has joined, and BLG should run away from this absolute insanity.
What is going on? How did the game get this far? Fights, Mizzou, who wins fights? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to break down this next replay because everything is on such a knife's edge right now. I mean, we have full builds coming out like across the board. You can see both Abel and Elk so incredibly strong. Both Cream and Gal so close. Bin's there now, but okay, we got to refocus because Baron being online. Abel has his flash up. I feel like that is a key distinction to make. And all these huge AoE ultimates are here. But last time, Bin was not... Bin wasn't in Mega Narc the last fight. That could have been something that really would have pushed the fight in BLG's favor even further.
Not going to find anything. Baron escaped by OMG. They get the trigger pull there, and huge stuff. We have officially crested into our longest game of playoffs here in the LPL Spring Split, and what a way to do so with the absolute nuttiness that was this fight.
PB God getting sent over the wall. He goes down instantly, but Abel, I mean, still being so strong. Again, neither of these two being that consistent source of DPS, but this...
Elk is a monster.
Do you even break? I was gonna say, do you even break this down? Just constantly throwing, dishing out the damage.
Just watch it,
but
enjoy.
Then flashing, you know, reposition to get this down, then able to run them down.
Just really heads-up play from Elk there, trying to keep the distance, but also just using the beautiful kiting skills, healing up a little bit, and then the lightning crash to finish it off.
Yeah, I don't know if that one was completely needed, but it definitely ended the brawl in style. As I guess something has gone down in the meantime to where we are now. We get a chance. We all get a chance to catch our breath. I just lied. Whew. The game is starting up
we're going right
away.
Back in. Well, OMG do have the Baron buff still available for them for 2.5 minutes. It will bring some reprieve in the fights, or at least in the base. Now, we do have everything sold from Abel. He has completed his 6th item. He just picked up the GA to make sure it is re-available, or at least available. And we're getting to the nitty-gritty here. We're getting to where every little inch matters, and every engage is a game-winning possibility.
And we're still not even at like maximum damage for the side of OMG. I want to point out that the death cap, you know, still hasn't been finished for Shanji. That'll be a huge spike for him getting in these team fights. And sure, exhaust isn't a lot to like keep him down a lot of times, but you know, Cream jumps in. You have to like blow that early or something like that. Really, he's just going to be coming out across the board. So now for OMG, want to see them group up a little bit, start barreling down this mid lane and getting some things done. They do have supers and bot to worry about, which is why they have Cream there, since Cream is the member with TP. But so far, not able to do too much with this Baron. And honestly, might be hard, considering that they have to keep worrying about the supers and bot.
I mean, they have to find a response there. I think just getting one of those inhibs open for BLG does so much. There will be some vision, though, completed from OMG to really spot them out in their movements around this mid lane. Could be responses in the side lanes coming through, and that siege able to be continued here. The OMG's Baron buff about 1:15 from expiring.
And for OMG to be able to bring this back, to be able to tie up this series, it has been very long since the glory days of OMG. I remember back in, I think it was 2017 Rift Rivals, competing against them. I think they were the 4th seed at the time. And again, kind of being a team that was a bit respected around then. And then, hell, having to go all the way back to the Season 3s and the Season 4s of the world. Back when this was an actual top team coming out and representing the LPL. Great run to be able to make it here. And great bounce back in this game to actually keep it really tense. Because we're at a point where the gold lead doesn't even matter.
No, it's literally one engage, one couch out, one big moment that will make the difference here. And like you were saying, a lot of that history coming to play for OMG. Don't want to go down to a place where you have to reverse sweep, but also want to make a mark on the OMG legacy. Since farthest they would make it if they win here since 2014 summer. And I think that's huge for these players, not alone because OMG has committed to this squad, right? It has been a long time building for them to find success, and we are on the precipice of a potential comeback for them in a monumental game.
Death Cap now finished for Shanji, so going to try and make his way over. Doesn't even need to burn the TP because... Oh, this is actually going to be a bit of a rough one. Because with both neutrals... I mean, I guess it's only Dragon coming up soon, but You know, not too long after they have to worry about Baron. A lot's going to go on. We probably won't get there. It's probably just going to be this one fight about to come to fruition.
Literally one fight from winning. Especially at least for
We've
BLG,
seen a lot of
right?
tense stare downs, huh? We've seen a lot of intense posturing that goes
It's like
in
we're in the
result.
wild, wild west over here. A little bit of shootouts. Maybe a little bit of something. As Abel and Elk stare each other down. The wild, wild west gunslingers of BLG and OMG. Got the split lane focus here from Ben, who does have TP available for a flank for a play.
Yeah, just trying to pull the members apart. Cream is going to be the one to go and respond to them. He's really tanky right now.
Do they
Still,
take it?
you don't want to get anywhere close.
Ooh, that's cleanse used. Elk wants to go forward with the lightning craft. We got a couple ultis burned from both sides. A lot of engage available, but there is Abel starting up the Elder Dragon here for OMG.
Ben keeping Cream separated. Cream doesn't have TP.
On flash, trying to get over the wall. Shun is in the pit. Zenith Blade does not connect on anybody. Shun is all by himself. They get the Cyclone over the wall. He goes, though, and they're trying to get the Elder. It's secured by OMG! And here goes the Elder Dragon Wings! Oh, my God!
OMG able to take the fight. Huge from them. They get the executes online, and now hopefully they can start barreling down the base of BLG and make it a tied series.
You wanted an LPL gold grab. OMG has delivered. They will push down this mid lane. They should be able to put the finishing touches on this base. 40+ seconds for most of the majority members. And OMG have done what a miracle has wrought, because they bring us to 1-1.
Great victory, great comeback coming out from OMG and really showing us that scrappiness that we talked about, showing that team fighting ability that we were hitting on, falling behind earlier. BLG having complete control. After OMG, realistically, we're the ones getting caught out and giving picks over. But they got to a point where, again, there's just so many different things you have to worry about, so much different AoE damage coming on through, slicing Maelstrom, Moonlight Vigil, like Yona getting on the back line, all the roots that are like that bringing you down with the Maokai. And there was just no real answers, right? Because you get to a point where, I mean, anti-flash Tippersing isn't enough. And you also get to a point where with all that damage and the scaling coming online for things like the Yone specifically, and you now have these like 2 hyper carry threats, it's OMG who are the ones who are constantly starting fights.
Yeah, and it was such a momentum swing in that game when, you know, base was busted for OMG, and they were just circled back and turtling as much as they could, and you started feeling like the fights didn't go BLG's way. They weren't able to crack the armor. When it came to those 5-on-5s, it was so difficult for them to find anybody, let alone Abel. And while we saw a huge kind of come up from BLG in the strength of the early part of the game, a lot of control from them, the lead that they had for the longest time, it is that scrappiness that come to fruition for OMG, and exactly in the way that we kind of expect, in the fact that they will just make you shake your head a couple times, make you wonder what is exactly going on, and it works.
I still want to take a bit of credit. I did give PP God the pep talk. I don't know if anyone else gave PP God the pep talk.
After, I'm just saying.
You know, so I'm just exactly. I'm going to throw that out there. I just, I feel like if OMG, which is kind of funny because I did predict BLG to win the series, but that's besides the point. OMG,
a little bit third coding here. A little bit. You just wanted a good series, right?
Exactly. I'm a man of the people. I'm for both sides today. We're going to see. Abel putting up the numbers.
You might think the red team won. You might, because if you don't look at that last little bit of the graph, you're like, oh, yeah, I've seen this graph 1,000 times. They won. No, there is a criminal. Heck of a drop-off there at the very end, and it is OMG who win at a deficit in our longest game of the LPL Spring Playoffs.
If you missed it during the game, these two teams are ranked 9th and 10th place in terms of being able to close out a game when they've eluded the 15-minute marks. Both of these teams have shown that they are serial throwers. And cereal's delicious. So, don't do that. But point is this time around, nope. Point is this time around, it was BLG. And you know what? OMG fans out there, they're rising up. Feeling good.
They're rising up. And it was those fights, man. Those team fights were actually insane. I love that PP God has such an important role in this in terms of his kill participation, but you have to look at Abel. Again, the main stars coming to this one in this series were Abel and Elk, and we've had respective games where both of them have dominated for their teams.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a series of 80 carries. It's going to be all we talk about in terms of who's able to step up. And again, it's how the pieces work around them that is equally as important. But
yeah,
that's it. How they enable their 80 carries, how they peel for them, set them up, find these engages, and make sure things go all right. I'll give a shout out to Yigao because Yigao did have some splendid moments on the side of BLG that game to really bring it back, because OMG were the ones in the lead early. But after, BLG got online, they were winning the game until they didn't.
You're winning until you're not, and then you're losing. We'll see, though, as we have been delivered a series onto our caster hands. We are going to be taking away a little break here. We'll be getting into game 3 very shortly, so make sure you go rest up and be right back here.
도란도 계속 봐요. 도란도 계속 봐요. 도란이 제일 컸는데 이거 잡아야 되는데 근데 도란이 없어지는데요. 아펠이 프리딜이에요. 아펠이 한번 나가리까지 그러면 달려들어가 누굴 때려요. 때릴 사람이 없습니다. 젠지에게 힘이 조금씩 빠지고 있습니다. 와 그런데 페이지가 내려서 남아있으니까 구마이스가 너무 세요. 그리고 남아있는 선수가 없습니다. 이렇게 에이스 마요시를 해줍니다. 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다. 시대.
Tell me what I gotta be to make you believe everything that's inside of me. Inside of me is inside of me you don't wanna meet. And I can promise I'm a pride on my enemies.
现在先找这个了，大招已经被打出来的情况下，已经撒出来，撒的效果还不错。猴子直接一波反进场找佩佩高，但是自己身上立刻被套了一手虚弱。小田二郎天空，先找一下佩佩高的离仓装，二度进场嘛，但是被打到太难。万雷天狼眼，天手杀机再次站了出来，入 K 要被二段踢给踢死。
爆炸了，
正面已经成溃败之势。虽然说猴子换掉了一个，但是又是个回旋踢，再接上稳稳的垂直钩子和恶意钟摆，由武力收获 triple kill。
这波完美的一个开团，直接。
Okay, folks, I'm back and reloaded. If this one doesn't blow, well, I'm coming back with explosives.
Boogie ready, River ultimate on the Maokai.
He's looking for the angles.
They know he has no vision. They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for AG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan, and JoJo zoned out. Golden Guardians clean.
Every amp on the planet still isn't matching my voltage. Yo, this cat is the coldest. I need a plaque that was golden. I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show.
아니면서 상대방이 못 참게끔 거를 하는 소리예요. 스킬 하나 뺐죠. 이런 스킬 하나 뺀 거고. 안 빼요. 들어갔죠. 뺀거가. 그다음요. 그다음 번도 돼요. 페리 때립니다. 페리. 구마유 씨가. 그런데 구마유 씨가 지금 도망갔는데요. 그리고 살았어요. 구마유 씨가. 와. 그래서 이건 구마유 씨.
Seriously, no, I'm kidding. Practically joking. It's totally random. Like this man doesn't have any motive.
这边骚扰，那就像刚讲的，他不能被飞爱锁到头，而且这一波是被锁到头之后呢，旁边是完全没有队友。
来看一下勾到一个救急电话，给到的是塞恩一个举到，但是侧面的位置均家直接绕后把艾特给秒杀，再一个巨幅毁灭大bomb给到他，再举到一个triple kill给到均家，再一棒，大家夸张 ，Panda 就在眼前，均家还在追，
帮忙缓一下，
过来想缓到 Penta kill。
And I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show. I need you to prepare yourself for what's about to happen.
Não vai ter como, Gucci não tem flash, não tem ult, não tem nada. É dragão na mão do time da Red. FNB! Pega que é ladrão!
I don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down, so I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down, not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it. No time you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down, not gonna just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want.
我觉得牙膏发挥的挺好的吧，应对他的话就多应对一下他们的中野联动吧，在中后期打资源团方面需要调整吧，就后面会更加注意这些方面。败斗决赛的话就尽力打就行，不留遗憾。我想对牙膏说，等着我来干你吧。
No regrets left on the table and all of the willpower you can possibly muster. OMG, bring us to a 1-1 scoreline in our best of 5 lower bracket matchup between BLG and OMG. And we get Abel, who gets the rightful MVP for game number 2, Lyric.
Yeah, brings it back on the Ophelia. So I'll give a quick shout out to BB God as well, because my God, that man was landing hook after hook. But this guy, the big damage dealer, putting it out. We saw. I mean, we had
Big
too many.
Papa carry.
We had too many crazy team fights with Zell. Let's be honest, there were so many, and all of them, it was this
I'm
man.
getting my popcorn ready for this highlight reel. Like I'm ready to watch. Honestly,
he was like this, flashing forward, Gale forcing in so many fights where he falls to like 5-10% HP, able to heal back up with the Severum, and just, I mean, we saw, right?
This was the start of the end right here.
It was like the big AoE death trap that OMG had to offer. This was a great fight of example of other members, because that was actually PP God's Flay into the Slicing Maelstrom and like the CC from Kennen into the death sentence. It was just a CC chain after CC chain.
And you just see how much damage he was putting out, this potential that he had as well. And in the end, it was just a solid team fight right here as well. Being able to get away from that re-engage, the Elder Dragon going down at the right moment and damage down specifically. It was a great end game for OMG and a lot of question marks for BLG themselves.
Yeah, and you know, I'm like a secondary user of this word. Munch is the mayor of Mojoville, but OMG coming out with some really strong mojo. Whatever that is, just clutch factor. We saw
Is mojo just clutch factor?
Yeah, that's what it is. Mojo's just clutch factor. We saw there, right? Cream talking about we're gonna just put a big focus on like team fights, and I feel like that's what OMG have been doing. I feel like OMG, whether they fall behind or not, have shown that they have the ability to come back in games. That was a great example. Now we're flipping sides once again. So I'm interested to see now, right? Because we've had these Kennen first picks both times around and how that's going to change up. Because OMG in game one showed they really didn't have a way to deal with it. BLG, Ben did a much better job at dealing with that matchup. Felt comfortable going out of the Gnar and being able to deal with it. So maybe not as big of a threat in their mind, but I think OMG are definitely going to maybe need to change bans around a little bit. The LeBlanc ban we saw in game one when OMG are on red side, maybe that's something you could look to, leave open and see if Yagao would go to it when... I know historically, Yagao's LeBlanc is like what comes to my mind, especially 2020 was like his huge year in my mind on that champion. But this year hasn't gravitated to it all too much. Only 3 games on it this split.
That's the thing about game 3s, though, is it kind of, at this point, opens the floodgates. And I'm really, really interested to see what OMG do to adapt on the red side this time around. Obviously, the Kennen ban is a very, very big question mark itself. We've also seen a lot of consistent bans. The Rumble, the Kindred, they have to be there. We've also seen a lot of focus towards the Vi as well. So, again, things could open up a little bit in terms of those comfort picks that you were talking about.
I also feel like the Aphelios is now something that's going to be a bit of a question mark when we've seen that Abel prefers it. I mean, it's something that I don't feel like is new. I feel like BLG should know this, right? It's like, is that something that comes in as a higher priority going into this game? Like, if we're in a world where Kennen is banned away as BLG, do you just first pick Aphelios and you give over the Zera and you're like, hey, it's fine. Like, we feel comfortable in both. We're at least putting Abel, I won't say a whole like tier down, but like, you're not giving him that same luxury that he's gotten in these first 2 games.
Yeah, and I think the luxuries are going to need to be a focus, especially when we already have put so much importance on Elk and Abel and a lot of the late game carries, what we see before that time. And both games so far, we've gotten to the moment where it matters, right? Where Abel versus Elk really comes to task, and you have a lot of these fights going either way. And that last game, I feel like represented the most out of the 2 so far, that kind of crazy scrappiness that we get out of these teams, and why a lot of times it is a little bit boom or bust, a little bit 50-50, a little bit of that throw factor you were talking about earlier coming into effect. But that's what makes these chaotic moments so important for both sides.
It really is. Kind of looking at how they're able to do later on, but also the top lane matchup, something we knew would be exciting today. Hasn't been too much in terms of the laning phase, but we've seen Bin ultimately once again kind of come out as the better performer in both games so far. Really has just looked like the best top laner in playoffs thus far. Doesn't really seem like something BLG know how to play around all too well, but at least it gives them some leeway, and again, not having to care too much about what's going to happen in top lane and being able to have confidence that Bin's going to be able to eke it out no matter what.
I'm just happy that we get a 1-1 scoreline. We get to continue this best of 5 in a very tough side, as BLG will be on the blue side, have OMG on the red side. It is that Rumble ban, that Xayah ban, and at least for OMG, the Gnar ban and the Kindred ban.
It's been a collie for BLG in both games when it's come to this 3rd ban, so actually going to change it up, leave it open. And like you're saying, game 3, I feel like usually the floodgates of being more willing to be able to test something out, but that's what we wanted to see. Get the Kennen off the board and let other things come to fruition. So now I'm curious again, do you maybe look at an Aphelios, take that one away? He's still going to get his hands on the Zeri. Enable's very good, but that might be a bit of a jump up. Rakan was something we went into game 1. If you missed game 1, in game 1 draft, we were talking a lot about the Rakan because it's PPGot's most played champion, and historically, it's the champion you would associate with On. But there wasn't a heavy presence or priority put towards it. But this time around, BLG are going to go back to what they're comfortable on.
And it enables the playstyle, I feel like, of On really well. A lot of that mobility, but a lot of the give and take of engage and peel. And we'll see, obviously, it is a high priority for them in this one, and maybe foreshadowing to how they want to set up the composition. But we do get the Wukong and Zeri taken by OMG this time around.
Yeah, so far, OMG in game 1 when they were on red, they did pick Aphelios over the Zeri, despite it being reversed last time. but this time going to want to get their hands on this, so we are just going to get the natural swap over. So for OMG, clearly saying, hey, we don't really care too much about that Aphelios pick itself. They will get their hands on the highest priority jungler open since the Vi is taken off the board. But Shun is someone who I think has been more willing to like lean on something like a Lee Sin and like play more aggressively early on. Also has been another jungler who's played the Viego to where like Aki wasn't someone who's playing that. Or I'm not going to get my hopes up. We always could have the other Shun special, which hasn't been meta for a while.
I would really like for them to go into an aggressive stance for Shun. I think that's where he thrives if you can back him up, and it looks like we do. We get the Viego for BLG.
And now for OMG, I was going to say you can either look to just match support here if you so want. You know, they always could just go for like a Lulu and have that enchant their presence there. But it looks like valuing not wanting Shanji's Cassante to get banned out. So last game, it was Bin getting his hands on his comfort champion. This time around, Shanji, I mean, he has double the games on Cassante than he does the second most played. 23 now, going to be on the Cassante, is 11 on the Scion. So you know you're going to have that safe pillar up in top side. And OMG are once again just setting themselves up for like really solid front-to-back team fighting with the comp they've put up to where for BLG, right, you're going to be relying a lot on the resets to be able to come out from Viego. I feel like when you have the Rakan, also sets you up more to potentially be able to fish for picks, since he can be a little bit more aggressive in terms of trying to like walk into the enemy jungle because you have a lot of escape tools to be able to get away and not get picked off yourself.
I'm wondering if we do get the Gnar run back here, or if we do get maybe something else a little bit comfort for Bin. We'll see the focus from OMG be towards those solo lanes, absolutely. Is this something where you ban the Annie, maybe change things up like that? But it is an aspect where you get the Gwen ban here, so still that top lane focus for OMG. And yeah, I'm sure some more bot lane focus, maybe even a little bit of mid lane. No, it will be the Nautilus for BLG.
And Gnar, Kennen, Fiora, Gwen all off the table. And now, ooh, we're actually going to get the Annie coming out. I would more expect this to be down towards the bot lane. PP God's played it 4 times. Cream has not played it a single time just yet. But I guess this is the response to what you were just saying. Don't ban out the Annie, but take it away. So it does give you that freedom to at least have another ban up towards that top lane. So now it's going to be about Bin. I mean, you always do have the Jax up, but, you know, Jax is something you run into Cassante quite traditionally, so I wouldn't be surprised that one is locked in. And now it's going to be about where Yagao defaults to with so much taken away. I mean, you have things. Yeah, I was going to say Veigar was another one he was like quite big on during the split. Right now they have a composition that looks like it's going to lean a lot in terms of the Jax being able to put up side lane pressure. So this would go. That would have been fun.
I want the LeBlanc so bad, but a little bit of stability, a little bit of a setup and spacing in team fights actually going to be pretty big here. So an opt-in to give Yagao some resources, give Shun some resources, and have Elk at that late game carry potential there still on the Aphelios. Very, very tried and true composition from BLG. And we get the adaptation. We get Cream's Akali, and we're going to have a slugfest in this one.
And I like what OMG have put together. I think OMG's comp looks, again, it looks both comfortable, very standard, very strong. Like, great team fighting, strong front line. You have the CC setup coming in from the Wukong, the Annie. You're going to have flanks that BLG need to worry about with the Akali and potentially be able to get on that Aphelios, to where for BLG, not a great front line, right? Rakan, not someone who gets all too tanky. Same with Viego and the Jax. You do have a lot of zone control coming out from Yagao in the mid lane to potentially like shut down those engages. But I think it's going to be pretty hard to start setting up your Viego for those resets when you do have both slippery champions on the side of OMG with things like the Akali, but then also like very tanky champions coming out in Cassante and Wukong.
And I do feel like there is always the conversation to say that if there is a Viego and especially Shun's Viego, you always have to expect a little bit of presence in team fights when you're looking at resets and things like that, right? And I think there is a lot of potential for some of that chaoticness that we got last game, but I am kind of all eyes and pressure on to BLG for this third game.
BLG going to need to really get things going, especially on Shun's Viego, to be able to bounce back after what should have been a Game 2 win for them.
They were so far in the lead, a disheartening loss, but a moment for triumph as we get into our third game of the day. It's BLG versus OMG in our lower bracket round 4 of the LPL Spring Playoff.
this time around. I feel like bot lane, also more potential for some excitement, right? Having PP God on the Annie, having On back on the Rakan. So definitely right. The chances to engage going to be there for On. PP God going to use that range advantage, try to whittle them down. So hopefully some more fighting able to come out this time around. We hit on it for OMG when they were going up against CDG. It felt like a lot of times Abel and PP God were getting the better of some of those trades down there in that 2v2.
And that's going to need to be the case, at least to some point in this one. We have seen two respective games where both Elk and Abel really shine through for their teams. Obviously, Yagao getting the first MVP, but Elk having a big say in how they won that game. And I think, obviously, the trade-up of ADCs, things changing up not that much. I feel like both ADCs are really comfortable in these two, but it is about how they execute in team fights and a little bit of that comfort in the series itself. We'll see PP God and Abel playing pretty aggressively down here with the Annie as well.
Waiting in the brush, going to try and find themselves a pretty solid trade to come on out. Shouldn't be anything too bad. Thus far, we can see junglers, right? Pathing to opposite sides. Aki going to make his way down towards his bot lane to where Shun, I'm interested to see if he's going to do anything cheeky. You can see now, walking towards that tri-brush.
PP got to save that stun here. He hasn't used it just yet. We'll have the wraparound from Shun, and this would be so big. PP God going to go for a little bit of vision, but there's the engage! And first blood for BLG, right to Elk.
Ward comes out like 5 seconds too late. Shun already making his way down to the brush. And great start from BLG. I mean, we saw the gold lead last game, right? BLG have mostly been the ones who've had a nice handle on the early game. They're going to keep it up so far in this game 3.
That's so big, and the huge gameplay from Shun to wrap around that quickly. Just the two camp into the gank there, and it sets up BLG's bot side really well. I'm sure they'll revisit that, but now it is kind of eyes on Aki, what he wants to do after this first clear.
Yeah, Aki gonna hopefully be able to find something for himself, but now with Abel and PP God pushing in, should be hard to find anything on bot lane right now. You can see mid in a bit of a fine position too. Yagao should be pretty safe now that he's level 3 and has the cage to really be able to prevent any ganks from being all too lethal.
Let's see, maybe a little bit of opt-in to the late game here from OMG. I still think Cream needs to find some resources on the Akali. I love the Akali later on as well, but I definitely want to see a little bit of priority given over to resources to Cream, because right now Yagao's just going to be stacking up a storm, right? He is literally the definition of late game infinite scaling, and I'm wondering how OMG kind of deal with that to some extent.
I think you're waiting to, like see bounce backs come off tower, Yagao pushing in, and then maybe especially if Yagao sets up for an aggressive cage, that is your window. But for now, it seems like BLG is still the ones to get a lot of good vision control set up towards his top side. But I guess it's a match, right? Looking at the minimap, OMG did get a ward of their own on Raptors. For OMG, it feels like it might just have to be placed though, right? Not too many opportunities going to show themselves in mid. Maybe top side will be an angle. You have a lot of CCs set up there with both Shanji and Aki, and Bin has been playing very far forward in lane every game so far. Not even just a series, actually. Every game of playoffs.
Yeah. Very true. You're right, actually.
We don't, Mazel, I'm not a huge stats guy, and we sadly don't have forward percentage in LPL. But if we did, I would be interested to look at it to see what Bins would be.
I always want the jungle percentage, or presence percentage at least. But we did get a lot of pings from Shun back down towards bottom lane. You know where his eyes are. There's a nice roasted turkey down here for him to eat. As we will see actually a response from Aki to try to get this 3v3 going.
And remember that Abel and PP God both have their summoners up. PP God didn't use anything last time around. He did just get blown up before he was even able to react to her on not having that flash available. Would potentially mean if a 3v3 broke out, would be able to pin him down and try and find that easier kill coming on through.
There's a ping back on a dragon from Shun, I think, but Aki actually getting a little zealous here. We'll start it up with the priority from bot lane. Nope, actually not going to start.
Actively start it up. Just going to make sure the blast plant isn't there for Shun to find any like cheeky ways over the wall. Maybe find his way into bot lane once if those control wards do get cleaned up around the bottom side.
So we do see kind of back to farming for both junglers. I'm still looking for Shun to continue to be active. Cream looking to take some heavy trades on the Yagao here, as they have hit those level 6s. They're wondering when Cream can get those perfect executions off. We're seeing pretty heavy stalemates in the 2 solo lanes, actually in every single lane. And a bit of a far cry from, I feel like, what we've seen so far in both other games.
I think it makes sense, too, coming on through, right? You don't have as much setup online, especially with the Annie, but Shun is going to look down Cream.
Cream took the wrong time to do it, but he does have the Shroud, and he is a ninja. We'll see if he can get out of there. Does have the perfect execution activation to get out.
Still ult blown, just to escape from a gank where Shun didn't have to commit anything. So now they're going to keep up presence in mid. Yagao's going to be able to push out that wave, and Shun just going to be able to start making his way over to bot side river. Going to start this one up, and it looks like OMG not going to be able to do anything about it. Going to have to back off, and going to be some early stacking once again. I feel like the Dragon started very early in all 3 games so far.
From blue side. And specifically, OMG got the first 2 last game, but then weren't able to really have a hold on the rest of them. Obviously, still ended up winning the game. But it was that presence early on from blue side that we've seen every time from the objectives, and that will be first Dragon of BLG. Elk pointing some pressure down the way of PP gotten able down on bot side, but not able to get that turret plate just yet.
You know what I want, Mazel? Because we have a slow game. I'm just going to tell you what I want. I want Belveth back. You know, that like short stint where we had people like Kanavi playing Belveth? Really fun.
Yes.
Really interesting time. You know, it's been a long time.
I actually really like Belveth because it's a different way of approaching the game, I feel like, when you are able to use a mechanic like that. I agree. You know, I agree. I would like to see going back to Shun's Hecarim, you know, one day. That would be really cool. But, you know, we do have a Rift Herald coming up, Lyric, so maybe a little bit of an importance here for BLG has been already setting the stage here, rolling out the red carpet. We'll have the Scuttle Crab. I guess
I was going to say, we're going to see, because Bin has pressure on top side. So BLG would have a more natural lean into the Herald. But look at the minimap. PP God has started to move towards mid, so you're right. We actually might be set up for a scrap to happen on the top side of the map.
We actually get the movements.
Yeah, OMG going to be the ones to start it off
taking
first.
Advantage. Yeah, it should be. The other times we've seen Rift Herald, it's really been just about taking advantage of map presence and knowing where the enemy is. But this time we might actually... Nope, we're not going to get any tests. Shun is nowhere nearby. And OMG,
but look at the minimap.
They could. There's a long way to run.
It's going to be, I think, buy time, but we've seen BLG, even when they don't get the objective, can posture for the fight afterwards and be able to take something.
Finn might get baited, though, in the top side. You got to watch a couple side. Do you have your chameleon eyes? Because we're watching 2 different fights. As now Cream is caught out, and there's a reset city waiting for BLG. Can't connect that shuriken toss, though, as he's going in. Aki is hitting that, but PP God can't get the CC down. Now you got Bid in the fight as well. There's the Event Horizon. Shanji goes all out, but BLG had pounced on the Aki, and everything snowballing the way of BLG. One more CC down, and Shanji gets locked down, and 2 kills to Yagao.
Once again, BLG might not get the objective, but they understand when you're using that right, you're taking damage from the objective. You're kind of put in an awkward position, and they're able to angle for the fight. Cream going in incredibly early, getting caught out. I guess not expecting Shun to be there in time. And gonna be a ton of kills. Elk.
This is something we saw so many times in the regular season. Elk playing so aggressively. Abel on the other side as well. But we'll take a look back at that replay. And again, that snowball that started for BLG.
And just look at the split focus from OMG, right? 1 committing to Herald, 2 people trying to take down the Jax. Cream 1v2ing right now because he knows he could buy time with the Shuriken. But still not expecting a huge knockup from On. Straight into the stun from Diego. Reset comes out. And even though his numbers advantage, I was scared when Shun started missing everything. This is the Shuriken flip. He's actually going to miss his ulti as well. You know,
doesn't get to play Kali very often, all right?
But true. But we're going to see here Yagao buying a lot of space, the cage as well to trap Aki in. And then they're able to turn back around on Shanji with the stun coming through from Shun.
Yeah, the Annie take and the CC down. Really good stuff. And
I feel bad. Why am I calling him out on missing things on a champion that he doesn't have to play?
He doesn't ever get to play a Kali. I want to go look at his solo queue record. See, maybe does he just play since he knows he's going to play Viego? He just like single-handedly plays all the champions. Like, maybe I'll take their soul one of these days.
Probably doesn't. I think it'd be a nice bet to assume he doesn't. But look, components now.
It's a waste of time. Tell me that, dude.
Mythics across the board. BLG are really close. Just a little bit of gold. I assume we'll start seeing some backs and bases come out, potentially before Dragon if they can hit those breakpoints, and then try and feel really strong to be able to get on their way to that second Dragon, because 3K gold lead at 11 minutes is pretty impressive. And I think it's BLG's best gold lead so far of this series.
Yeah, and I think in game one we definitely saw a lot of strength from them, a lot of pressure. Obviously, we had
I think there's a lot of control,
yeah,
but not
exactly.
gold.
Exactly, and now we're seeing that gold, right? You already got the Divine Thunder completed for Shun. They'll be back out of the map playing aggressively. You got a Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. The timings are just working out so well for Billy.
And even matching the swaps coming through with Bin facing off against Shanji in mid, and Yagao moving up to that top lane. Which, I mean, theoretically would be more favorable from Cream, right? Because it's a longer lane to play through, which means if the wave would get pushed out, Cream has more chance with his mobility to try to run you down.
Ooh. Okay, knowing they need to get a reset off, they're just going to use the Rift Herald mid. A little bit of pressure there, and trying to get back to down to this Dragon, potentially. We do have pressure from BLG at bot side, but nothing going to come of it.
Just trying to get control for now, make their way into River. They already have vision control. Tons of wards littered in OMG's blue side jungle, so it looks like they're wanting to start off this one. Weird. Yeah, I mean, OMG wanted to commit all 5 members down to the side so they can try and prevent this Dragon from happening and potentially force a fight, because they still see Yagao pushing in waves top.
We'll actually get it back from Yagao. He's going to TP mid lane, I'm sure. Try to enjoy this fight. I just love that we're getting the clap of the boxing gloves, and we are getting a 5-on-5 here for a second Dragon. We'll see if Abel can get around the corner. He's got to get back to his teammates. We got Ben going in now on. Pop that quickness. Abel is all by himself, but BLG might not be able to turn around. Do they know he's there? Now they turn around on him. He has to use the cleanse. Cream comes in. Abel gets a kill. The whole time you had a secret agent behind you. Now the Dragon is the focus for OMG. Abel still by himself. He will flash out of that Inferno, but OMG take down Ben and take down the Dragon.
OMG.
Oh, wait. What?
No,
the toothpaste himself has struck again.
My God. The fact that he steals the Dragon, that's so heartbreaking for OMG. And I got to say, hopefully we jump into that replay fast. Because that looked like that was one of the most half-hearted engages I have ever seen. Just kind of walks up. I think he tagged Shanji with the quickness. They walked back, and I'm with you. I don't know if they knew Abel was there, but even then, even if they were going to commit onto these 4 members, they should have though, because I would assume they would have seen him walking when minions were there. But the wave did just crash. So they clearly don't know he's here, but we don't see the part where On kind of half-heartedly tries to engage and nothing happens. Yeah. And it just left BLG in such an awkward place, in my opinion. Even had the wraparound from Abel not come through, so a lot of weird spells used. Flash able to come out, Bin gets separated. And yeah, I feel like the Observer did them a solid there by not starting at the actual start of the fight.
Oh! My goodness, there you go. A little bit of hype from the crowd, but a steal from Yagao evens things up there. You got those Abel 1v4 moments in the end, but it wasn't enough. And that is 2 Dragons to BLG now. Oh, Elf, a little bit by himself. Needs to be a little careful. We do have a Rift Herald spawning about 20 seconds.
I'm interested to see how this will go. Cream doesn't have TP, but he can start making his way over. Yagao would have to do the same. And I think we could start to see problems from BLG, like in the last fight. Maybe it's why On was so hesitant, why they weren't able to really commit. Is Rakan, I mean, you don't really have anyone who's jumping, any big beefy frontliner jumping in with you, setting you up, kind of being another kind of threat distraction to pull attention and make them focus on. You're just a squishy little Rakan, having to do things all by yourself in this big, scary world.
Unless you got Ben there. Ben's a pretty good superhero. Everybody gets one, and Ben is the one. I think his Jax will actually be really, really big in the end. I think Shanji will have a lot of setup for OMG as well, but speaking of setup, Aki, he's caught in a little bit of trouble. Does have his clone, though. Takes a lot of the brunt of damage, though, in the end. A little bit of finickiness in the mid lane.
Just trying to set up, find these picks. We can see Yagao moving over now as he pushed in bot wave, so BLG should be angling to start this one up. Now no flash on, but also no flash on Aki. So a bit less threat going to be coming their way. I think Yagao with the cage, if he can, really get towards topside river or zone them off, it would just give them a free objective over to the side of BLG.
OMG are coming to pressure mid. You have Aki, who has sensed out. They're doing Rip Throw, wants to get around the corner here. Shun, he will be able to get it. Won't be able to get the eye, though, as now he might just sacrifice his life. No, he does get out with his flash, so that'll be a big Summoner Spell burn. Ben wants to collapse. Does OMG try to deny him here? I don't think they can. There's a wrap around. The Event Horizon is trapped up. PP God and Aki is escaping, but no, he doesn't. Is there a reset available? Shanji, he can't kill Shun, but he finally gets him. Ben gets another one. Shanji flashes for a second kill, and now Abel finds himself in a precarious predicament as the Grand Entrance knockup comes through and On gets the kill.
And I'm honestly surprised that went so sideways for OMG with the fact that Shun not able to find a reset, like Shanji bringing people out of fights, but still Cage locking people up, On with the CC. It was enough in the end. I sadly wasn't able to keep my eyes on Ben that whole time, but looked like he had a pretty nice counter-strike as well. And he's actually the one that picked up the Herald if we do go back. So we know where that was going to be placed. Should be placed in top lane wherever he is, but we're going to full replay of the fight here. Ben doing a nice job of at least zoning off Aki and Shanji, just running down the OMG jungler. Should sadly not able to get in there, get a reset for things to go off. But then Abel left on his lonesome. Where's all the homies?
Hey, I mean, he feels like he's been against it the whole time. The last fight, he was literally 1v4, secret agent behind enemy lines. Maybe that's just the feel for this game 3.
Yeah, sad for him. He just looks over both shoulders, sees it both Cream. I guess Shanji didn't really peace out. Shanji did just ult over the wall and tried to run his way back around. Just
Cream held up the deuces.
You were too far. Yeah. Cream knew there was things more important, like also not going down. But Dragon is going to be up in 30 seconds. We're at a point now where Mythics have been online pretty much across the board, even in the last fight, but now starting to make our way towards second items, especially for people like Elk and Yagao. Elk's Flash, important cooldown, going to be back up just in time for this fight to come on through. And look, BLG have already been the team who have managed group up mid first, pushing that wave, and start really getting vision control down towards this bottom side. I feel like it is
now. It is all about mid lane.
I feel like it's always a bit worse when you don't have your Veigar here, because his Cage can only do a lot to make it awkward and dissuade OMG from just being able to walk in, though.
Very true. It is that spacing. We were kind of talking about it in the draft. It does allow you to do a lot of things. We'll see if BLG can utilize that to some extent. Shoot, in some trouble against Cream here. Cream could opt in to go all out himself. Maybe not the ult from Shanji, but a little bit of presence from OMG now around this Dragon, and we are putting up the Dukes yet again. It'll be another item completion to Seraph's Embrace. Locked up for Yagao.
Good job by them, making sure they get more power online before they opt for this fight. This time, Ben not even going to try and angle for the flank. I think they have an idea of where Cream is, so it looks like he's going to try and be the one to mark the Akali and make sure that Cream finds no value and no access to the
reset. Uh-oh, now the Dragon at 5,000 health. Cream still waiting over the wall here. 3,000 on the Dragon. Can they get into pit? Moonlight Vigil goes through, Dragon over, but now BLG trying to take the fight after. They got Cream on the flank. Cream, can they catch him out though? He's got the Shroud, he's resetting the fight, and he gets back to the rest of his team. Looks like BLG want more though. They want to get another pick off here. They got Ben going forward. They are split though. OMG get out of the event horizon. And BLG can't find anything. They will now push this outer tower.
BLG were just so cautious. It seems like they were so afraid and so aware that Cream was looking for the opportunity to flank that they didn't want to overcommit going forward, which kind of just gave OMG that Dragon, allowed them to slip away. And I get it, right? You got to put respect on Cream's Akali. Never knowing where it could come from. But nice reprieve for OMG, buying themselves some more time, because we haven't really hit on the gold lead because a lot's been happening the past few minutes. But the gold lead ain't looking too good for OMG. Almost 5K in favor of BLG, but here, I mean, Chicken already goes over. They're able to get away. Shanji having the mobility online, and then everyone instantly when they see the Akali, they're like, you know, you turn on the Akali, try and get him down. The 23-14 from the Monsters Inc. They gotta, you know, take care of this ninja. But sadly for them, like, it just buys time for the rest of the squad to go away. I also feel bad because I thought of that 23-14 thing or 19, whatever it is for Monsters Inc. because Munch actually referenced it a while ago. We were reminiscing about that. Great movie.
Shout out to Munchables.
Monsters University not as good.
True King.
Still all right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's nostalgic. It's nostalgic.
Yeah.
Just like this game is nostalgic of both these two teams, it feels like chaos across the way. Now we do have that strong strength for BLG so far, but there's been some give. Everything's creaking just a little bit more, Lyric.
It is. Now we're going to see if anything pans out around this mid lane, because BLG really just trying to choke OMG out. But PP God has Tibbers online, stun ready to go if he sees an avenue onto Elk, because Elk is playing so far forward. I'm actually surprised that PP God
that is Elk though
isn't more bloodthirsty. I guess he does have cleanse and flash up.
Play with a little bit of confidence, it can lean to a lot. Now we do have second item completion there for Abel as well. Runan's Hurricane, second piece for the damage puzzle of Abel. We'll see the final outer tower finally fall for BLG.
Yeah, makes sense now why OMG were hesitant, waiting for those items to come online now. Thornmail also picked up by Shanji in that top side, but it is really telling of BLG and their problems, of how consistently they've been able to get a gold lead like throughout playoffs. Again, even going back to their J2G series. But the fact that they've ended up here in lower bracket and, you know, sitting at 1-1 against OMG, we need to see them be able to convert this time around. Especially when OMG having that Akali who's going to constantly pull Yagao to a side lane and not allow him to be consistently grouped up with the team and kind of utilize that zone control that we were hitting on.
Yeah. I think there is a very menacing Titan on the side of BLG, though. We had mentioned him earlier, and we got the infinite stacking event horizon of a champion slash player in mid lane for BLG, Yagao, who is 3-0-3. Will be working his way to his third item, has 9 stacks on his Dark Seal. And while we put so much presence on Elk and Abel, I think Yagao now will have a lot to say as we move forward.
Elk and Abel, the ones we've been looking at all day. I don't know how long all day is, because, you know, it's overnight for us, since, you know, we are
it is night.
we are this side of the world. But so far, this series is already going further than I predicted, though that is only because I'm only predicting 3-0s in my predictions. For no real
Boomer
reason
bust,
other than
baby.
Exactly. In my mind, it was like, yeah, you know,
You
I
gotta
want
get on
predictions
my
last
train,
split.
all right? The prediction king over here.
Hey,
all right, well,
you know,
not,
in my
not
mind,
yet, not yet.
In my mind, I was like, you know, I got it last split, so this split, let's just have a lot of faith in the teams we think are gonna win. And now, I believe it was Shun who just picked up his Black Cleaver, so now an even stronger point of power. And both teams this time around have been way more patient and in terms of like waiting for some of these neutral objectives to spawn before heavily committing into looking for picks. BLG have been fine with just being like, okay, we are just going to match, you know, your Akali insights. We're going to use bin to pressure and just wait it out. And OMG, they feel happy with that, because when you're the team behind and you're the team just trying to snowball and trying to like slowly inch your way back into a game, the longer you don't have to fight, you could just wait to get more gold onto Abel, you're going to take that.
It's huge, and I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of that reservation play here. BLG maybe on the first to try to start up these double objectives. Pull the trigger here, and I really like this.
Yeah, we can see them now. And I mean, if they go and spot out bin, they're never going to know. They're never going to know.
They literally, they think that they're just doing Dragon. This is a two-man.
Oh, no, they know.
They're on their way.
They realize not everyone is here. Kareem, he's going to get him here.
They get into the pit. They don't have it, though. No, the damager isn't there. The Baron goes over to BLG. Cream, he needs to make the difference, but he doesn't! As the primordial burst surges forward, so do BLG! And that's Elk with the red and blue, ready to go for the AoE fight. It could just turn it back onto the dragon, should be what BLG do.
I like how the light bulb slowly flickers. OMG are like, okay, 2 members of BLG mid. You know, Cassante walks into Dragon. Okay, 1 member here. Okay, 1 member here. Like, where are the rest of these guys? Yeah.
3. Wait, there's 2 more people on the map.
Exactly, and it was so great. Nice heads-up play by BLG to make sure they end up getting both objectives. They could have been heavily punished, right? It was a gamble, but it was a gamble that paid off. And now we're going to even take some more structures.
I don't think I've ever seen that call made, but I absolutely love it. You force the hand of the team on the other side of it, and I think that's such a big moment. Already a lot in the lead, so it makes the decision easier, but I think still in the moment that's actually so decisive. And now we get that 3rd item completed for Yagao, and we'll see a little bit of a replay of those shenanigans.
I mean, there isn't much of a replay here. We're seeing right at the end when OMG figured it out. Shun was low, but sadly for Cream, the cage gets put down. So you can't go and try and finish him off before the smite can come through. And then there it is, the cool animation of the big burst of evil energy coming out from Yagao. And Kareem, he stood no chance. Gets his signature pick, gets his hands on the Akali, and not able to bring anything, not able to get anything from it this time around.
Because across the table, you have Yagao, a man who is not alone known internationally, but also literally just coming off of a JDG Summer Championship. And it was a lot about how he came into his own, not alone that last year, but this year specifically so far for BLG. It's been incredible, and he has stepped up in the right moments every time.
I mean, he really has been like the big performer for BLG across all 3 games so far, right? 1 MVP in game 1. Game 2, he was also the one who started catching Abel out in mid-game. In this game, having another solid performance has kept his pool pretty small and steady in terms of like what his defaults have been, but it just shows he knows what's strong and he knows how to deliver on these champions now with the Siege here. Even the perfect guns from it for Elf to be able to get off, you know, consistent damage from the maximum range.
See if they can get some more poke onto the turret itself. Maybe OMG want to pull the trigger. The event horizon has been used, so there's a little bit of that spacing gone. One more shot from the Calvin. They're not going to overstay, though. They don't want to overextend. They still have mid pushing as well. If they do get a catch out, that is huge, and that tower falls.
And that Bin the whole time pressuring in mid as well. Shanji not going to be able to do any damage to him. This is why a lot of teams have put respect on Bin's Jax. We've seen that banned out in first rotation in some of their series so far in playoffs. Another reason why I thought Shanji wouldn't be so confident is just blindly go towards Cassante.
Yeah.
And right, again, top lane, we haven't hit it all too much because it hasn't been that interesting. It's really just been that Bin coming out with pressure, and that just gives BLG like another avenue that they can count on, like another person who is gonna be able to make sure that the enemy top laner can't go over, another avenue to be able to walk first and like have another laner power to potentially create numbers advantage. It's one of those like silent benefits that they've had in this series, and what on paper should have been a slugfest in my mind. Shanji versus Bin. Yeah. On paper, it sounds a bit feisty. Sounds a bit, you know, a bit spicy.
It's the most exciting thing coming into this, right on paper. Like that literally is like, oh my goodness, what is gonna happen? And all I had running through my head was the gift from Bin, honestly, of just and now just copy paste Shanji's face on it. But speaking of those kind of fisticuffs, we are approaching a moment where BLG are trying to push forward a lot of their vision. They are on 3 items there for their big carries in Yagao and Elk. And it's something that they can absolutely continue pressing forward against OMG.
Yeah, I mean, now Void Staff going to be there. So the front line of OMG not going to matter even one bit. 3 items, and I love the prioritization of like the stopwatches coming on through, making sure that you're going to be able to survive the initial burst. When every time around it does feel like we have a bit of a disparity of like, okay, this comp's more indexed into like having solid DPS, and this comp is more burst heavy. OMG definitely the Akali, the Annie there, going more of that route. So the stopwatch can be able to pay dividends if Elk even ever does get engaged on. But that hasn't been the case so far.
As the siege continues, they don't have the wave, they don't have the Baron buff anymore. There's about a minute for their soul, and it feels like we're getting deja vu, but I don't want to say so just yet. OMG have a lot more executing needed if they want to try to find some reprieve like they did last game, but it is now a continued siege even without those minions under the tower. Elk's not going to get caught out. That event horizon does connect a little bit of chip damage onto OMG.
And they just feel confident to keep going redemption. Being picked up by
so
On
big
to make sure that
so
they
much.
stay healthy and that they can just keep up this siege. Dragon about 20 seconds away. It's gonna be really easy for BLG to default and just pick this one up. So it's one of those things where great job by BLG, but at the same time, it's
They're going in. They're trying to catch out Elk. He flashes out. He goes golden. You got the lightning crash from Abel front to back. Elk's
He's
down.
down.
And OMG, they've got a front to back now themselves. Abel's gunning him down, and Event Horizon comes out and separates. That's some of that spacing that works so well for BLG. And it means that OMG can't capitalize any further, but you see what happens when you get a little bit too close to the snake.
And I think BLG didn't expect that engage just as much as I didn't expect that engage. It just looked like OMG were going to stand there twiddling their thumbs, slowly wait until BLG were going to back off for Dragon, finding the opportunity to be able to go in, buying themselves some space. Going to TP in and try and make sure that Soul just go over.
It's tempo gaming, baby. They're going straight for this dragon. There's no response
Does Bin
from
FTP?
BLG. They're going to TP into the base.
TP
This is a decisive moment. This could be a stop of backs. They could try to get in here, but it is a base race right now for Bin.
Oh,
they
he
do
stops
stop Cream. That's so big. He's on to the Nexus, I believe. There's another kill. Solo bolo for Yagao. And Bin has opened up the gates for BLG as OMG are frantically running back, but there's nothing you can do as Bin has equipped a real weapon. And BLG are 2-1 in the series.
What a way to end the game. Like, I don't know how they didn't see that coming. Just Bin having TP up, no one being able to respond. I love the weight that came from On. You know, use the scrying plan, don't go right away, but still eventually end up finding the timing to be able to cancel that. And BLG should have won this game, right? They had the gold lead. Like, the result shouldn't be a surprise, and it doesn't feel any less deserved the way it happened. But the way it happened was still a bit, I don't know.
There was that
silly?
last minute. Literally, I was getting deja vu because I'm like, oh my God, do they actually start fighting back in this one yet again? I think we were set up in different ways, though, than that last game, specifically how they approached late game fights. And OMG will definitely be reeling after this one. They go down to a match point to BLG. And I think the way that the draft planned out, BLG are in absolute prime position here. And OMG are going to have to find a way to kind of meld through what BLG are bringing to the table.
Well, no, they won't, Mizzell, because you know what's gonna. We both know what's gonna happen. There's no way these teams don't swap sides. So now we're gonna get to see, like, hey, what is the blue side plan from OMG? And I feel like it's gonna be very different than the blue side plan we saw here. And yeah, you know, it's gonna be interesting if we just get into a situation of just blue sides trading games. Because I feel like so far in playoffs we've gotten away from that. I feel like we have had, like, again, like EDG, OMG the other day, red side winning 3 of the games. But yeah, so far I think one takeaway we have from the series is that early game, BLG is just better. Like, game 2 was a little bit closer, and, you know, it was like a little bit back and forth. I believe BLG still had the gold lead, but OMG had map control. But in terms of just, like, laning and being able to link up together, Shun being the more proactive jungler, which is something we hit on at the top of the day. Bin, so far, like, having control of every matchup in top side. Bot lane really not going too astray for either side. It's just leading it to where, once again, BLG just need to not have, you know, the gold graph dip at like 40 minutes in the game. And
you know, just don't make it to 40 minutes. You don't have to worry about it. It all started off that first fight, though, especially that reset coming up for Shun and the decisiveness the entire game from BLG. And I think when we've seen them in those positions to make those quick decisions, it has been pretty much all in their favor, right? And we've seen that scrappiness really come out from OMG. But this game felt a little bit different. And Yagao was on full display, Elk was on full display, and there was not much for Cream and the rest of OMG.
No, just not able to find those timings. And just great setup coming up from BLG. A lot of times I was skeptical, especially not having Yagao there at the start of the fight to really provide any zoning for them. And I feel like again, there were some missteps on BLG, which is what makes this win all the stranger. I don't mean missteps in terms of like that fight that happened on bot side. I mean, a lot of the fights were a little bit messy, right? Like Shun missing some abilities, not even only when he was taking over enemy champions, but just outright not able to find like resets and find opportunities. We saw some like discoordination, but at the end of the day, Yagao just having such a great day today for them to be able to win.
It really is. Right when he needs to. Well, OMG are backs against the wall. One game, they lose, and they are done for Spring Split. We'll see what happens on the other side of this short little break. We'll be right back.
"35 seconds till the dragon spawns, and that could be key here. If he's able to get onto carries and stop them from getting that extra attack speed, reduce them down, that could be very key in the next few fights. The PP God
Scout.
looking for something. They get the double knockoff, and Abel is dead. They went in full 5-man here and get themselves the tower. 3 kills. The solo laners of OMG nowhere to be seen.
Bin thinking about it. He's got a blast cone to take. There's good aqua prison from JDG, but Lyric, they're on the wrong side of the map. They've got to run away. Brawler tried backing away, but BLG just pinched massive. Bin has flash. He's got slicing Maelstrom waiting for his time to go in. 369 zones him away, and maybe it gives help to the other members of JDG, but as he flashes, as Cullen comes through, Jing Dong, this is not where you want to be. Konami goes in for the kick. Ain't it as Elk goes in and takes down a world champion. He was known as Joe Among, but now we ride him like a stallion. As Elf.
They're going 5 people towards the Gnar. All 5 of them.
Breaker, baby. There's a twisted advance to stun up. There's no damage just yet as everyone's on Bin. The Shy will pop the ulti. Bin's got the other 2 members of the family coming through. A Gnar ulti there. He's still alive. Dodges shock blast. Flashes past. Rocket doesn't kill him. Mini Gnar gets out. Gigabin! Hook not going to land, of course. Halloween Miss just does the job. Crisp unable to penetrate as Xiao waits in dodge. That W's not available. Everyone on top of Bin giving them the Shy treatment. What?
That's certainly a positive sign for them. Jagulov wants the tower on the bottom side. Tien behind enemy lines as Shanji has arrived. Slicing Maelstrom comes out immediately. It's only a stun onto Mark though, and now finally turned around. Rookie tanking the tower, gets the shield and will walk away. A kill for Top Esports. Can they get away with it? Shanji no ult, Crescendum does land onto Jagulov. There's a grab from as well. A great route from Rookie, but it's not enough to deny the Gale Force. Abel jumps on forwards for more.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo, Fring can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
In the old school, surfing on a
下一场比赛要面对 OMG 的山鸡，我觉得山鸡季后赛打得挺好的，但是我只要正常玩，我就仍是优势。我觉得 BO5 跟 BO3 比的话，可能需要更多的英雄池，然后心态要放得更好。接下来进入败者组的话，我觉得我们要打得比之前更好一些，然后失误再少一点。
Need to perform better. Well, they did just that in our game number 3.
Wait, Mazel. This man saying you need a larger champion pool in best of 5s. This guy don't have a larger champion pool. He's playing the same things every single time.
Execute better.
But he's right.
But it's all that matters.
He did say all he needs to do is play better than the enemy top laner. He said Shanji's good, but I'm going to be better. And he's been right. So you know what? Even one is true.
What are you going to do
one
with
is
results-based analysis?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we take it.
Now, we do have our MVP to give out as myself, Azelle, and Lyric are joining you here for our would-be 4th game. Yagao gets the MVP, rightfully so. 2nd of our series so far.
Again, I'm so happy to see Yagao really perform in playoffs. Like, this man just been incredible to watch. Really links up with Shun well. His team fighting's been insane. He did more damage than his hyper carry, 80 carry this time around. And in like every clip of any action going on, he is front and center. So I think very well-deserved MVP coming out from Yagao. I think, again, he's just, we'll say he's a player that doesn't have clout. So, you know, he goes under the radar, but I feel like the Yagao clout stocks should be going through the roof right now. I feel like, you know, going into next game, next series, next whatever it is, if you don't have Yagao up there as one of the top Gs, then I just don't know. I don't know.
And again, he just came off a winning split with JDG in summer. And there is a reason why he was such a pillar in that series, let alone that run for JDG as a whole. And I think you're getting to see a lot of the best strengths be put on, and it just melds so well. That's why, like, I've been so excited about this BLG roster since the beginning of the split, because I just feel like the pieces meld so well together in their play styles. And that game number 3 is an exact representation of what happens when they get a lead, they run away with it, and you have no say on the map to some extent.
And I still remember the days when he was like he was like a Zoe one trick, and then he could maybe play LeBlanc too, and then, you know, then he could play Azir, and he had like these like very, very small limited champion pool back in the day. But now he's even at a point where, I mean, he's just pulling out different champions left and right. Hasn't had to do it here just yet, but I guess that's just another testament to how well BLG have done in terms of like the first 20, 25 minutes of the game, is that they don't need to show too much. And this is another series, just like their series against JDG, that very well could have been a 3-0 had some things gone differently.
It absolutely could have. That second game was a wonky one, let me tell you that one. But we're coming into our 4th game. Obviously, OMG backs against the wall. It is 2-1 for BLG right now. But I think for OMG, it is a conversation about how they turn this around in the draft, but how they find pieces, right? We saw an unlocking, it felt like, a BLG once a lot of the picks were sneaking on through. But OMG are back on the blue side, and we should see an adaptation for their strategy on blue side this time around to give them an advantage.
Do you think it's a good or bad omen that their coach, the one who's giving them pep talks, is named Despair? Not good or bad?
You know, because it's esports, I would say it's probably good. Because, you know, opposites, I don't know, opposites attract. That's not relevant to the situation, but hey, you never know.
I was going to say, because you pointed it out to me during the break, but we can see here very well, is that OMG, their faces, I mean, they're feeling the pressure, right? Right? They're feeling the pressure, which is understandable. Backs against the wall right now. Your run, your Cinderella story put to a halt out of nowhere. When you've beat some big names, when you've taken them down, and now all coming down to this game. Yeah. Some of the biggest names that we have, not only in the league, but in the world, to be able to get here would be quite a shame.
That's why I find these runs so interesting from both these two teams. While we did see them lose over to our top 2 teams in JDG, EDG, it was a run for BLG through RNG, through Weibo Gaming, 3-0ing Weibo Gaming, by the way. And OMG taking down the likes of Top Esports, LNG. It really is something where these teams are vying for some revenge and some redemption to close out our spring playoffs. And OMG are going to need to find the right stuff within them, as we will get into our 4th game, our 4th pick and ban. We get the Kindred, the Rakan, and the Gnar banned by OMG on the blue side. It is the Rumble and the Vi from BLG.
So this is their pivot from their last blue side game, which was the game OMG won. Despite OMG winning that game, I feel like they knew that they were pressured way too heavily. So taking away the Gnar this time around, which also means BLG pivot. They take away the Kennen instead of the Akali. So knowing from last game they could deal with the Akali, not wanting to give that one over, I would love if they did this. If you were watching last game, you'd know I asked for it. But
fun.
Probably will just end up being this Aphelios to come on through. It seems like, oh, I'm surprised. I was going to say after last game, maybe they would be like, hey, again, Abel just looks more comfortable on the Aphelios. Didn't really have, like, it wasn't his fault that they lost last game. It didn't really have too much to show, right? A lot of it being around those team fights and, like, what Yagao was able to do, but still going to stick to their guns with the Zeri pick.
Stick to the lightning guns, and I think you'll be just fine. We'll see if Abel can pilot that one here. But the pick for BLG, the double pickup, will look like it starts with Wukong at least. And some maybe callback to that first game where we saw a very heavy team fight composition come out from BLG and piloted very well in that fashion. We'll see if they want to try to opt that into their red side strategy for game number 4.
I think it's going to be stock and standard. They're just going to lock this in. You know, show jungle AD. Now for OMG, they're gonna have to answer. You would expect jungle support to come out here. I guess Cassante theoretically could come out again if they did just want to like go towards that route of trying to get a comfortable soul laner. But after what happened in game 1, I feel like that would be really rough, especially since BLG on red, and they would then just be able to answer it. But no, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess even though me saying I don't know if I want to see this, they are still gonna end up just opting into the Cassante pickup and saving jungle for 4-5.
I can appreciate the Lulu Zeri combo, though. I think it's still so strong. We've seen a little bit of opt away from it, but I can appreciate this one, especially with the Cassante, that comfort back for Shanji. Just going to need to find a little bit more maybe execution-based combat in the laning phase, maybe a little bit later on as well. We get the Nautilus lock in here for On, and that roaming support, but especially the engage tools for BLG.
And this is interesting because it means that BLG don't feel like they need to crutch on the Jax to go into the Cassante, because you're going to assume for OMG, they're going to ban that one away. I guess for Bin, you would still have the Gwen, which is something he's like to go to that matchup. The Fiora is something he's brought out a few times, and now you're definitely going to get at least 2 of those open, considering that OMG feeling more threatened by the Annie from Yagao after the performance he's been having this series.
You can't. I feel like you just can't give that one away. They tried to take it. Didn't work out for them. We get the Maokai ban away against OMG. I know it's dealing with the hovers, but obviously Aki usually going for something very aggressive in his pass. I would love to see them try to opt into something like that for him. You've seen the Bel'Veth hovers. I know you were calling that one out earlier, but the Veigar last ban, and it's the Gwen that comes through for Ben.
This is exactly what I wanted to see come out for him. Going to do incredibly well in these team fights. I feel like it's going to offer more than like what the Jax would before. We're going to see the Lee Sin locked in for Aki. Again, not a champion he like really gravitates to all too much, but still has brought it out a few times. Really strong mid-jungle combination coming out for OMG. And BLG, they keep teasing it, but I don't feel like we're ever actually going to get the Yagao LeBlanc. The Yagao LeBlanc, which, let's remember, OMG banned away in game 1. We are just going to end up getting the Lissandra pick, so Yagao still just like finding value in trying to be this like heavy CC presence on BLG, being the one who realizes, hey, as long as we have a way to lock down Abel, I am confident that we can take team fights.
Yeah, the facilitator here. Elk and Bin will have a lot of team fight damage their own right, but I will highlight that OMG have gone to the sword here for game number 4. They've given Aki the Lee Sin. They've gotten aggressive 2v2 between Aki and Cream, but it feels like it's a boom or bust moment. If you cannot get this 2v2 off the ground, it's going to be so difficult to find anything later on.
It really will. And Cream is someone that you want to facilitate. If you can get Cream going and not have him have a slow game like he did last time around, with Aki being there to facilitate, that could be all the difference in pushing us to a game 5.
I'm just wondering exactly how this early foray into the jungle, we'll see if especially the likes of Aki can get a little bit of that aggressive gank that we saw Shun actually being able to pilot a lot of in the last game as well. But that is where early eyes are.
Yeah, early eyes going to be mid-jungle. Holistically, though, Ben going to be able to provide so much team fights. If he can get the same advantage, I really feel like in 5v5s, he can bring so much for BLG this game.
God, he could bring so much, but Shanji's on his comfort as we get into our 4th game. It's OMG, bloody but not out. They have to prove themselves here or their spring season is all but over. It's BLG's moment to shine as we come into game number 4.
OMG fans trying to bring all the energy that they can muster up because OMG need it, right? Backs against the wall. We've said that the OMG organization now for a few splits has been very competent, right? Have consistently been able to make playoffs, but have never, I guess, haven't been able to make a deep run in many, many years. Already making it to top 4 is quite impressive, but definitely would hope for their story to not end here.
And again, it is a very interesting story in its own right in the LPL, right? It is a team that majorly has stuck together for a long-term project here for OMG. And again, they hadn't found that success with it. But finally, they're making a run. They've taken down those top teams. We had already said TES and LNG. And now they need to surpass 2 more games to get this one back under fold. We'll get into it now. We'll see both junglers starting up towards their top sides of the map. And we'll see where their first eyes look.
Yeah, and kind of looking at this game more holistically, I feel like OMG, we've hit on for early game, a lot should come down to mid-jungle. I feel like as the game goes on, they should feel really good about their scaling, considering they have this area with an Enchanter and the Lulu. You have a great front line. So at BLG, I feel like their comp really wants to punch hard in the mid-game. You have a lot of ways to aggressively start fights, so I think we're going to need to see them play more, not only around Dragon, like they've been doing incredibly well, but like be willing to push into enemy jungle, get deep vision, maybe bait a bear and try and force a fight, things like that, because you have so many great tools to turn and engage onto an enemy composition.
I'm taking a look at some of those win and loss columns for both teams. A lot of games for Shanji on this Kazante, but the opt into Aki, I think in this 4th game, at least potential last game, is so huge for me because it just shows a little bit of the opt-in to what Aki, I feel like, has shown a lot of strength behind when he is opted into, and that is with a jungler that can be very aggressive, can have those very aggressive paths as we see here.
Yeah, Ben trading heavily.
He snuck around there. He didn't get seen.
Aki, he's going to be able to find this.
Ooh, Ben, you taking the bait. Now he gets a pretty big snip, but the knockback not coming through. Ben, can he get out of this one? Gwen is immune, but he can't get the damage down. Can he get it? He just doesn't have it. He auto-attacks the minion in first blood for the first time, it feels like, for OMG.
So first blood goes to OMG, but while that was all happening, on the minimap, Cream actually had to blow Flash because Shun did gank there. So trade up for the side of OMG. They find a kill as BLG only find the Flash. So good start for OMG. Nice to see BLG also be able to find pressure somewhere, and it shows they're already getting off to an aggressive start.
Raptor take spotted out by Cream. Shun will be going for a lot of aggressive invade, at least with that pressure. We'll see.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map.
Making his way here, though.
Because yep, this is exactly what BLG need to do. On's been hovering here the whole time. Keep control over Tri-Brush to try not allow the enemy bot lane to walk in, not give them as many angles to try to pinch you from. And now we're going to see what Aki's going to do.
They're a bit split here. Elk in some trouble. Actually going to get out of that one. The red buff goes over. Califram hits and Abel taking decent chunk there. But Shun got what he wanted. He got 2 camps away from Aki.
Yeah, deny 2 camps. And I was going to say, before coming to this replay, Bin's also still heavily pressuring up in that top side matchup. Does manage to get around the vision and then plays it patiently. Waiting for some of this damage to come out. Waits for the knockup to be able to come up from Shanji, even if it doesn't connect in the end. Tries to, I think, guess where the dash is going to come from. And then so close. But Safeguard is there. I don't think he even had the range to be able to finish that one off in the end. But look, still pressuring up the top side. Has the CS lead. Sure, there's a bit more of Blade there for Shanji to clear out. But still going to be a bit of a lead for Bin.
Yeah, it is. And that's not what you want in this, as Bin has had so much control over his lanes when he's given just a little bit of extra oomph in the tank. And I think on this Gwen, it's going to be something that OMG really need to find a way to deal with. We will see Aki on the top side of the map, but right now I'm focused on how early we get the Dragon. Blue side has been first Dragon King so far, but I think with the vision and a lot of that pressing up that BLG have done, there's not much room for that right now, at least for OMG.
I mean, it just came down to the trade, right? OMG decided to give attention to top lane, which allowed for the heavy lean towards bot to come out from BLG. So it does look like the Dragon's going to be started up now. We already know Yagao, when you're on the Lissandra, you can just pretty much keep throwing out those Qs, keep the control over mid-wave to make sure you have the priority to do this. Even doing a nice job of trying to just play keep away for now. Going to get some nice damage on the PP God, but I don't think anything should be able to come from it. But Aki, he wants to answer.
Come step to PP God. He's going to burn you down. Some Portal Combat. Let's go. A little bit of damage. We're going to set up for this Dragon. Does go over to BLG. The fight. No Gravitum connected. And Cream in trouble. Yagao gets first. At least for BLG in this one. And Aki goes down, slams home Elk. Another one goes over to Abel as well. And Yagao and On in some trouble. On should be able to spider climb his way out of that one. But Yagao will be the only member left in the mid lane of BLG. Great clap back from OMG.
And we've seen it time and time again that the team that starts up Dragon just not having that same positioning there. The enemy team always able to find a forest. Aki almost went down, sadly, and it could have been a potential 2 for 2 going. But BLG not able to get it done in the end with Shun going over. Still, Dragon in pocket in another game where we get a very early Dragon online as a replay. It's going to come out incredibly fast. They have to commit to getting the Dragon down, so you can already see Shun already very low. I'm a bit surprised by Cream jumping in. Pretty much throws his life away. Instantly hook Nautilus, then the Lissandra CC to follow up. But now, having to deal with threats on two sides, Aki able to land the Sonic Wave and finish off Elf. And then Shun trying his best to finish that one off, but looking at Yagao, no mana, On's low, so he has to back away, and just allowed the trade to go favorably for OMG.
And you get 1 kill on Abel, you get an assist on Abel, but more importantly, you get 2 kills on Aki, and it's going to just enable this map rotation from OMG that I think is going to be so important. And that 2v2 we were talking about, maybe opting into that a little bit more. Get a replay of all the vision there that was present before all those fights were happening.
That's where BLG's been really solid. BLG actually don't have like the highest ward stats and vision stats in general in the LPL, but they're really good at like concentrating their vision and getting it in effective areas where they're actually going to utilize it, play around, and try to get things done. That time around, again, didn't really mean anything because they wanted that Dragon. His own ultimate.
There. Some decent damage given on the Elk and On. It should just be this push in. I guess they just want to get this reset off as quick as possible. Shanji playing a little bit of proxy game on top side of the map.
And we can see what OMG are doing, right? And like how proactive that Aki's being, but we need to start seeing Shun doing the same. You now have Lissandra at a point where, you know, Yagao has ult online. You can look for picks in mid. You can try and free him up. You can start roaming around with Lissandra and creating havoc elsewhere, but not able to find anything just yet. I mean, the most they've really got is stealing away some jungle camps.
I'm wondering they're going to go back to the well here. We'll see if they can collapse on bottom side. X-Flash used, but Yagao and Shun are on their way. They'll be spotted out though. See that Rift Herald already taking out by OMG. We'll see underneath Moonlight Vigil goes wide. TP coming in, but TP God is down. We have the escape possible for BLG, but Shanji's trying to lock him down here. Shun in some trouble. It goes down to Shanji, who gets his first kill of the game.
And they're going to Herald mid.
That goes popped here as well. They have that pressure in mid. They're looking at plates. They're looking to delay backs. And actually, OMG come out on top here if they're going to use this Rift Herald. Looks like they might not pull the trigger.
Looks like they decide not to because they realize that they need to quickly commit someone to top lane to stop Bin's push and not just give him too much free gold. So they do send Cream up here to deal with it, but at the end of the day, you're right. There's like OMG coming out on top once again, and Aki. Man, Aki's getting accelerated this game from the kills to the plates. Like, this Lee Sin's going to be massive. It's going to give them a huge window where we said for BLG should be all about the mid game, but I don't know about now when have such a threat to deal with. And they commit, they get this first kill. And Shun looks like he wanted to commit onto the Zeri. Doesn't have flash, but then once the TP actually follows through, there's too much distance to try to traverse to actually be able to escape.
Yeah, there's really nothing left. The rest of the team has already departed there as well. And maybe a little bit of miscommunication coming through, but I expect Aki to wrap back around, try to get to this mid lane. If they can burst that tower down with the Rift Herald, huge stuff for the 2v2, let alone for OMG. We have another Dragon coming up in about 50 seconds.
Yeah, it just means they're going to be able to lean to either side, get, you know, aggressive vision and really try and shut down either the push from Banner or try and look at their own dives towards bot side. Dragon, like you said, coming up soon, and look at that gold on Aki.
Yeah, that's
4,300 on the Lee Sin. Yeah, it's, you know, who knows? Aki just taking over this game.
He's already got the Gore Drinker.
Just waiting. Yeah, waiting in the wings around me. Like, I feel like any 2v2, 3v3, whatever it is, OMG should just be so heavily favored at this point. And it looks like they do just want to try and generate that pressure in mid, but BLG might have numbers. Shun's on his way.
See the charm not actually connect there from Cream. The charge should come through here. Oh, nice.
Oh, they stop it.
They do, as the smite came through, and beautifully done for BLG to stop that push.
I still don't have a lot of confidence in them taking a fight here. I feel like that Gore Drinker being online can make a huge difference, and even leaning down towards their bot lane so PP God and Abel would be able to join if any action did abruptly break out. And it feels like BLG, they're just so limited on their options at this point.
Yeah.
It kind of is just try and defend and answer the counter punches, because I don't really feel like you can lean too heavily in trying to punish the Cassante and topside, and just try and, you know, keep the game at a steady pace to where you know your Gwen is at least getting large up in that top lane.
Large and in charge one of these days for Ben. It'll be important that they continue to focus on the goal ahead, at least to not get caught in a lot of scrappy fighting that I feel like favors OMG, especially at this point with the advantage. Will be the Dragon traded 1-for-1. We have a Hex Dragon Soul on the Rift. We'll see how Arcane buffs or breaks both these two teams. As actually we do see a little bit of hover now. I was really wondering how OMG were going to try to pressure this mid lane to get unlocked. They haven't been able to do so, but maybe they're still looking for this roam. On. You cheeky man. I don't know though. That depth charge comes in. Abel's in some trouble. Has the graviton on him, and there's the lockdown.
You got
him though.
Ocean's
Lightning
coming.
crash back. Moonlight Vigil comes through, and here comes Soon. As now he's found the connection on the PV. No, he flashes. Beautiful dupe there. Abel will flash out with that cleansing. Connect with the trash line from the deeps. Come BLG.
That had to be like literally the very tip of the hook connecting to make sure that they guarantee that kill. Yagao was starting to try and lean over, but then Aki and Cream showing in mid, trying to dissuade him and make their way down first.
Oh, PP God. That was too close for comfort. Very
also,
close bot lane fight.
Small things like that, it's like now, look it on. He's already reset. He's already on the map. He's not going to have this huge window where he can make something happen. We're on still going to base. We're going to see here it starts off with On delaying the reset with the Ignite. And then here, I mean, nice ult comboed into the Gravitum to keep the stun online, and then wanting to run them down because look at the minimap. Shun's making his way down. He's coming through. Moonlight Vigil connects. We might have a solo kill on top side.
Out from Shanji. It's not going to be a solo kill because OMG have shown up in full force as Ben goes down.
So Shanji finally getting some love in this series. Jungle attention being put up to him to make sure that he gets incredibly tanky. And he just frontlined the damage coming out from BLG. I think it makes sense when Elk is going to be the one providing, you know, the large amount of that. Yagao, it's mostly going to be about the utility and the CC that you provide. Ben, I guess even though he is going down, he's still keeping up in gold, keeping up in items, so he will definitely still be a threat, but I think this front line is going to be something that's going to pay dividends later for OMG.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we do have our, at least pretty much, first mythic items completed across the board. Still waiting on Abel to return home. Might be pressured before he can. We do have Everfrost completed for both mid laners, so a lot of CC lock up there. But we are definitely looking at the pressure for BLG down towards this bot side. We don't have another Dragon coming up for another 2 minutes, 20 seconds. But I'm wondering which tower is going to be the one that bends first.
First thing we got to keep our eyes on is Herald, which is coming up in 15 seconds now. Immortal Shield, though, picked up by Abel. Looks like, once again, BLG might not even consider it and might just keep leaning and hovering on bot, trying to find a pick.
Ooh. You do see the silhouettes. Oh, On thought about it for a second. He's like, They catch out PP God. Not going to do it here. Do, at least right now, not have any focus really towards this Rift Herald on top side of the map. It is literally just a vision game. Well, some shadow boxing here on the bot side.
I think that, pick comes through. I think OMG thought BLG were going to go for it.
Aki playing pretty aggressive with the lead he has. Oh no, Shun gonna walk straight into Cream. Here's Wukong though, has the engage here. You gotta follow him up. The Everfrost came out. That's a lot of CC down. The Frozen Tomb comes out as well. Yagao dodges out of the kick. Aki kicks away Shundo and takes him down. 2 more kills to the jungler of OMG. Now you got the blasters coming forward of OMG, but they won't be able to find purchase. In the end, it's just 4 kills out of Lee Sin. Ain't too bad to ride home here for OMG.
I mean, backs against the wall. Tournament life on the line. Aki going back to the Lee Sin. And now 4-0-2. Really just taking over the game and destroying these fights. We're going to see what he picks up now. Incredibly close to being able to get to that Black Cleaver. But yeah, we're going to see here. Very prolonged exchange in the bot side because BLG were hoping they could find a pick, and I think they were hoping OMG would go to Herald. We're going to see how they try to turn on the Cream. CC comes out, Cream comes in, but now Shun's solo, so he can't jump back in to try to get the damage down. Your AD carries in here, and it just allows for Aki after the jump to get on. Kick comes through, Sonic Wave followed up, and then your Lissandra just trapped in the middle of the fray.
Really clean execution there from OMG and really kind of being flexible in the moment against BLG's heal that they have. And now with this, I mean, OMG have a big lead in this early parts of the game, and I think now it's about continuing to find control. They're already going for another dragon here, and blue side has paid dividends this series so far, Lyric.
Yeah, both teams really just taking advantage. This time around, a bit surprising from OMG, just getting their hands on the Lee Sin, and Aki playing with a higher pace, really being the difference maker. Every other game, I think there was something you could point to, like, oh, Kennen first pick or this or that, but this time around, I really feel like it's just OMG playing incredibly well in this early game.
They took the dragon as well, and it doesn't leave an option for BL for the trade Rift Herald.
No, and 2 turrets, like already down for the side of OMG, 5K gold lead. And they were already the comp, though. We said the longer it goes on, like you have the Zarya, you have an Enchanter alongside it. On. You might, okay, ooh. If that connected.
Get out of that Sonic Wave, yeah.
Yeah, God, I think that would have been a kill, or I guess at very least a flash, because On would have probably just used the ult and flashed away, but that would have been a lot of key summoners down for just Aki connecting 1 skill shot.
Scaling still a factor for BLG, even though they are at this very, very big deficit. We did come into this series talking about a little bit of scrappiness for both sides. Obviously, BLG a lot of the times in the driver's seat of situations like this, but maybe a little bit of comeback in their eyes here as well. As now they're actually going to pressure up this Rift Herald. Rift Herald should already go down beforehand to OMG, though.
I think it's still going to be hard for BLG, even in terms of like having comeback mechanisms, because their comp functions incredibly well when ahead, just with the amount of like decisiveness and proactivity that they have in it. But when you're behind, and like you're the one getting choked out of vision and all this, it's like, how are you ever going to be the team on the front foot trying to like initiate a fight and, you know, get on in there and have Yagao follow up? So I think it would take quite a bit of meandering to come out from OMG for BLG to actually have enough time to where like the threat coming out from especially the Gwen is buying you space, then Yagao and Shun are able to follow up. So now we need to keep our eyes on OMG and how they're able to convert this top outer turret, the last one left up, so they really should prioritize that. And then with Baron following shortly after, I think just keeping up your vision control on top side and maybe fishing in the enemy jungle for picks with your RE Sin is the way to go.
We do get that Runeance completed for Abel as well, so a little bit of at least damage in the team fights so far. OMG definitely opting into this top side with this Rift Herald available. They could look to crash into a tier 2. Right now, Kareem should be looking at this outer tower by himself, though. Doesn't want to overextend, though, because BLG are right around the corner with all their forces. But it actually is OMG positioning to try to catch BLG in maybe one of the transitions.
Look, you know, if you want to win the series right here, and I mean, like, literally just win right here,
right
OMG,
here, right now,
you engage on them 3v4, you crush them, and you destroy their morale. Oh, and then they go, oh, Aki?
They do find On. Aki's over the wall, though, by himself.
Aki knows. I mean, it might not be a 3v4 anymore, but still, Aki knows. You gotta break, you gotta break their will right now. And then they go into game 5 dejected. And then you just easy close it out. OMG moves on, and all the OMG believers, you know, benefit. OMG themselves.
They all benefit. They benefit. It's crazy. Both these teams definitely trying to find a little bit of space of their own here. BLG themselves trying to find a little bit of comeback potential in this deficit they find them. And it is still this full pressure from OMG. They will need to use the Rift Herald sometime soon. And I'm looking at pings from the mid lane to signify that.
Already grouping up. They have push in bot and top, so they know where the two solo laners of BLG are.
Or maybe
and it looks
bot.
like, no, they're actually going to end up linking up with their Cassante. Doesn't have much of a wave to play with. Yagao,
The all-out comes through. Yagao, he can't even use any abilities. Finally gets the Frozen Tomb off, but he should just die. Flash out, though. Maybe he goes back in. The root comes down. Moonlight Vigil, and here comes Elk to do all the damage. Abel's gone, and this is a front-to-back BLG. Take all day long.
Yagao suicides to make it work, and they find the enemy AD carry. Cream, nowhere in sight, just commits to the top lane push, I guess, knowing that everything is going awry for them in that bot side play. And it's things like this that really shouldn't come to fruition for BLG, but they're going to take this every day of the week. Even get bot lane turret off of this. Get some wards on bot side, which I think is quite nice, with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds.
Like we got a little bit of this DC action, maybe a little bit of issues there, but what a fight back. Even though I will say the gold lead didn't go down that much, it is a breath of life for BLG.
I have a question. Did you cast, what was it? I think it was one of the OMG series where there was a pause right as like one of the members was engaging a fight. Like they had just jumped in. So now, so now, like you're paused and both teams like, sure, whatever the rules are on talking, like who cares? Now, like the enemy team gets to think of like, so what are we gonna do now that this, I think it was like a Vi or Wukong have jumped on top of us? It was an incredibly awkward pause to come through.
Maybe not as awkward this time around, but right before Elk, they just really didn't want to give him the objective gold. It will be that outer tower going down. A bounty to BLG as well, and they have evened up a little bit more, so just under 3,000 gold deficit.
So Infinity Edge in pocket for Elk. That's going to be terrifying, so we need to keep our eyes on this.
Gao's so good, man.
Yeah, Yagao. I mean, you know, manages to buy so much time because he has the ult online, so the healing, it does come through. Flashes away, throws out the claw, and I can't believe he actually followed it back in. It sets up perfectly for Elk. Like, my God, dude, Yagao is just so good. But now the damage coming in from the Aphelios, the Gwen even arrives to just make sure that they're able to finish things off. And the whole time,
On's almost dead. They got TPs coming in. Oh no, the Sonic Wave missed. Yagao, he cleanses out there. He needs to be careful. Another Sonic Wave connects. Yagao gets away though. What happened to put us in this position? These are summoner spells burned. Abel starting up the dragon here as well. OMG is going for a little bit of that BLG sauce, but they should just keep pressure in mid lane while Abel's able to solo down that third dragon for OMG.
Yeah, I want to know what happened. I want to know how we got to a position where On's low and like people are forced away.
They're just going to force the Baron.
Oh, this is a bit risky, but we did say BLG have great turn potential. The problem is, again, they're still a team that's behind. So we're going to see, keep our eyes on Yagao.
White is gone. Caliburn is there. You got the Hex Flash on. Maybe finds the backline, finds PP God. But guess what? Elk is caught out by everybody else. And Cream and Shanji have found a big pick. But he needs to be careful as Shanji's already gone. Here comes Abel for some serious damage. Aki's into the big damage team fight here as he Sonic Wave kicks out. And there's Shun going low. Aki gets taken down by On. But Abel's here to clean things up. He gets one. He gets two. And it's OMG that have come to answer BLG's fate. As that will be another pick going down as Everfrost connects. And on to the Baron goes, oh my God.
I have to be honest, Mazel, that was one of the most questionable follow-ups to a fight that I've seen. Like, OMG, kudos to you. I don't feel like they should have gotten that much. After they got the first 2 kills, I feel like you back off as BLG. Your damage dealer is dead. How are you going to keep going? That was something. Abel, the huge one to benefit off of it, though. My God, 4-2-4. We're going to go back to the replay because I want to see what's going through BLG's mind once again. They find the initial engage. Remember, Zeri not here. Get a nice pick onto the Lulu. Sure, they leave Elk by himself, but managed to find more kills in the backline with the damage coming out from the Gwen. Here, you back off. You have no more DPS coming through, but they go on different pages. Bing goes one way, you're trying to hook 2 men on the other opposite side, and their big Zeri is still alive. Like, again, this was like heat of the moment, feeling it type decision making coming from BLG, which ended up biting
Speaking
them.
of heat of the moment, there's some heat in the Baron pit right now. BLG burning it down, but OMG have come. And Aki, this is a 50-50 BLG. Can they get the Baron? It goes over, but they're about to lose everything for it. They get a little bit front to back action here though. Elk hits a big ulti down, and it's a couple members traded 2 for 1 in favor of OMG, but the Baron buff will help BLG so much.
Yeah, BLG, they are happy with that once again. Now, can they find Shanji?
They got the rest of the team here. He's so tanky, though, and he all outs Yagao over the wall. And Yagao, he has to go golden. Can he get away from this? Shanji's pretty tanky, and he goes all out straight onto the toothpaste. And there ain't no toothpaste left in the tube here for BLG.
I mean, they're still fine, right? They still have the Baron buff to Baron up these minions to prevent a push from coming through. They have their big carry in Elk able to follow up with the damage. So at the end of the day, BLG are going to take this. Gold lead still squarely in favor of OMG. We've seen a bit of movement of it for BLG. Like it was, I believe it got up to like 5,500 before. We're now about down to just over 3. So doing a nice job of clawing back. And a lot of it coming down to, again, neither of these teams have been super decisive, went ahead. We hit on earlier that both of them, when they have a gold lead 15, pretty low win rates. We're going to see here what gets this Baron. all the Chakravilla damage flying out from Elk to secure it. And sure, some members are going to go down, but I feel like just getting Baron on a couple members for BLG, denying that from OMG, is enough of a win.
Yeah, it does so much. Again, delaying until they are primed and ready, it feels like, for BLG is a big forethought for them. They have so much scaling in Bin and Elk. They have a lot of cash out tools, but it is about getting there with a lead that OMG has consistently had in this 4th game. Now, there's a minute and 10 seconds for a Dragon. It would be a soul for OMG and more pressure on BLG.
The good thing for the side of BLG is that they will have this Baron up till about when Dragon does come online. We can see their Baron up for another 50 seconds, Dragon come up in 55. So if you can use that to try and guarantee yourself some pryos towards that bottom half of the map, you'll be able to get your own vision back up. You'll be able to try to get into a position where you can force a fight on your own terms for this one. Luckily, too, Elk does have Flash. But on the side of OMG, all their summoner spells are also up. So not that same threat there, but BLG are the team who have much more engage. So, you know, you might be able to, like, okay, you get away with Flash and Cleanse from, like, Yagao, but then Shun follows in, or On's there, or you're getting slowed now by Bin's ultimate. So a lot of CC threat that's going to be on Abel in this next fight.
We're checking in, though, as we have 3 item spikes coming out for everybody. It feels like Shanji, Cream, and Abel on OMG. We're looking at that Lord Doms that has now been completed for Elk, and we're coming into some fisticuffs here. BLG have to put up a fight.
Yeah, I want to see if Bin can finish off his next item. Is going to end up TPing in and gets his counter drive online.
He gets it.
Going to try and find engage again. Tons of CC that they can get on top of Abel with, but it's about Shanji and being able to buy space. Cream going to try and find a cheeky charm to start things off.
Can't do it. The Dragon is the focus here. Cream goes in. Ever crossover. Lightning crashes in. It is a big knockup, though, as Shanji's still alive. Shanji finally goes down. And BLG, they set the tempo of the fight. And Ben has eviscerated them, but Abel is still that big damage. Abel is popping off as another Dragon goes to BLG. Abel wants all their heads, but he is decapitated himself as BLG shut the carry down.
Trying to be the hero.
Damage. What?
So insane coming out from Abel. Again, trying to be the hero that his team needed in that circumstance, but getting a little bit too ahead of himself. And it's going to lead to BLG being able to break down so many structures that OMG has. The gold lead, the like 5K gold lead that we had just 5-10 minutes ago, it's now gone. It's now completely evaporated.
We see an incredible, decisive team fight from BLG, and boy, it was scrappy, Lyric.
Yeah, Cream angling to find and engage. Ends up getting chunked down and picked off. I thought that this would come to bite BLG, though, because it's like, hey, you're not really using your CC to take down the enemy AD carry. They still do get a ton of damage. You can see Bin especially chasing down the backline. But look at Abel here. Cleanse comes out, able to flash away, and then chasing them down with these lasers. Sadly for On, the hook doesn't connect, because if it did, that probably could have been the end of the story right there. And then Abel wants to keep going, knowing he has the damage and the shield to come online, but the healing from Elk, just enough to make sure it comes through.
I'm so emotional though in that moment, because that is a bin break moment for OMG. 13,000 damage from the staple, the genius AD carry of his generation, Abel, but he can't pull it through. And while there is maybe another dimension where he's able to take that down, find all those kills, this is not the one that we're in, and OMG have to pull themselves back from the brink.
And it's so nice to see, because Abel, I mean, you go back in the days, like his time being the sub on RNG and like kind of coming in and out, like he was someone who was impressive. He was someone who people were excited for in the future. Then like when we started getting his stints on OMG, at first it was, I'll be honest, a little bit troll. I still always remember the Aphelios, like Gale forcing into 3 people moment. Yep. But since then, Abel's been someone who's just continuously improved. And it's been a year that I feel like has been really good for Abel. He's been someone you could reliably count on to carry and take over games for OMG. And you're seeing it here now with their tournament life on the line. 8-3-4. He's the one we need to see deliver.
And what was such a comfortable position to be in for OMG, now they find themselves on the edge of a dire cliff, but they are not giving up just yet. Lockdown has gone on to Cream, he's got Golden, you got Elf on the back line. Aki should take him down, but in the middle of the fight, you got Shun getting burnt down, and that's Abel for you, baby! He steps up to the plate, and that's a home run for OMG! They might just be able to end the game here, Lyric.
Yeah, now going to be able to push down the base. They're going to bring us to 5. Neither of these teams letting up.
I hear the bee-woo-woo's already going on in my ears. You better get those silver scrapes ready and packed up to go, because OMG are taking us to game number 5 against BLG for both these two teams' tournament lives.
Abel managing to bring it back, but I want to highlight Aki in that final fight, because the fact that he gets access to the enemy AD carry, he gets on top of Elk, he takes him down, and makes sure that no consistent damage is able to come up on the opposite side, I feel like was so monumental to being able to take that. But I feel like BLG kept getting so ahead of themselves in terms of how they're using all their CC. Like, it's just like, oh, Shanji walks forward, let's use everything to lock him down. Cool, we're going to do half of his health bar, but it's not going to matter, because while that's happening, Zeri's killing your whole front line. Like, you have this Lee Sin already getting on you. It's just, I don't know, a bit questionable decision-making there in the end coming out from BLG. But, I mean, great displays from OMG. Very well-deserved. It was kind of sad to see when they did start, like, giving up the reins to the game, because the early game, phenomenal from Aki. And then, I mean, the mid-game, right? The team fighting coming out from Abel was a sight to see.
So I know we've had so much focus on Abel and on Elk and a lot of the carries outside of it, but man, something that's been growing on me as we go game to game is this jungle matchup and how pivotal it has been in these last couple of games specifically. And a lot of the kind of movement early from jungle pathing has meant a lot, but specifically now we've seen the Viego from Shun. We've seen an opt-in to a very aggressive pick. We've seen now the Lee Sin for Aki. And are we just going to get the jungle fisticuffs going out for game number 5? That's what I really am excited to see. And a little bit of that adaptation brought through the entire all 4 games past, and see what we get in our draft.
But it's weird, right? Because I feel like calling it adaptation is the wrong word, because BLG just banned out junglers, right? BLG just went in, they banned out jungler second phase, and it's like, all right, Lee Sin's what's left open. And I do feel like Shun has largely been the more aggressive jungler in the series. But this game, Aki came in like a man on a mission. He's like, I'm not going to let this beep outdo me today. As he's able,
need a beep button.
I have a beep button. I just haven't programmed it to beep yet. So you know what? I'll be my own beep button.
Even better.
As you know what? We're living on a budget myself. This is the LPL. So, but looking at it, Aki really did come out and have a phenomenal game. And yeah, it might not just be about the trade of like Wukong and Vi and who gets on this and who gets on that. As we've seen, when these junglers get off of those priority meta champions, they're still able to get a lot done. And I gotta say, great win from OMG. We're gonna talk about it. It's been a long day. About it a lot more, in a few minutes, especially in the next game. But my God, I just gotta say right now, I'm scared for OMG because blue side now is 100% win rate. 100% win rate. And if you're out there and you don't know, loser gets to pick side. So BLG gets to pick side next game. And I wonder what side BLG you're gonna pick. So I have no idea.
I don't know what it could possibly be. That is a heck of a gold grab, by the way. Maybe one that OMG doesn't want to look at after maybe the 25-minute mark, but is something that is a stand, or I guess a testament to BLG's strength in a lot of their team fighting, and I think to the comp that they grabbed out for themselves. I think Elk and Bin had a lot to set up for, a lot of waiting to do till they were really into the game, and I think overstepping a couple of those times really did end up breaking the back here for them. But now we're going into a game number 5 where it's no holds barred now.
I mean, we already knew this coming into the series, but this series just doubled down on it, that it really doesn't matter which team is the lead. Again, the really stats are true about these teams, that they both know how to throw games. They both give over opportunities, I think in different ways. I think for OMG, it's about getting picked off. OMG, it's about getting picked off. BLG, it's about really weird reads and decision making, their idea of what they need to do in a given moment just sometimes feels like it is a little bit off. And that makes it all the more exciting going into the next game, because we have no idea what's going to happen. It could be a 10K gold lead, and then it could just be gone.
It could indeed, but I hope that wherever you are, you're able to turn up your speakers or your headphones if it's 6 a.m. for you, because we got some Silver Scrapes action ready to go as we get ready for game number 5 of BLG versus OMG. We'll see you there.
워낙에 세서 호라도 계속 봐요. 호라도 계속 봐요. 도란이 제일 컸는데 이거 잡아야 되는데 근데 정말 도란이 없어지는데요. 아페리 프리딜이에요. 아페리 프리딜. 야 뭔가 아리까지. 이러면 달려들어가서 누굴 때려요. 때릴 사람이 없습니다. 벤지에게 힘이 조금씩 빠지고 있습니다. 와 그런데 페이지가 때려서 남아있으니까 구마이스가 너무 세요. 그리고 남아있는 선수가 없습니다. 이렇게 에이스 시를 해줍니다. 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다. 시대.
Tell me what I gotta be to make you believe everything that's inside of me. Inside of me is inside of me you don't wanna meet, and I can promise I'm a pride on my enemy.
先找这个了，大招已经被打出来的情况下，你打出来撒的效果还不错。猴子直接一波反进场找佩佩高，但是自己身上立刻被套了一手虚弱。小天2浪天空，先找一下佩佩高的离仓装，2度进场嘛，但是被打到太难。万雷天老爷，天雷杀机再次站了出来，入铁要被2段踢给踢死，爆炸！正面已经成溃败之势。虽然说猴子换掉了一个，但是又是个回旋踢，再接上稳稳的垂直钩子和恶影钟摆，有武力收获 triple kill。
这波完美的一个开团，直接。
Okay, folks, I'm back and reloaded. If this one doesn't blow, well, I'm coming back with explosives.
Boogie ready, River ultimate on the Maokai.
He's looking for the angle.
They know he has no vision. They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for AG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan, and JoJo zoned out. Golden Guardians clean.
Every amp on the planet still isn't matching my voltage. Yo, this cat is the coldest. I need a plaque that was golden. I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show.
아니면서 상대방이 못 참게끔 벌을 하는 소리예요. 스킬 하나 뺐죠. 이런 스킬 하나 뺀 거고. 안 빼요. 들어갔죠. 뺐구나. 그다음요. 그다음 선수 돼요. 아펠리. 고마요 씨가. 그다음에 고마요 씨가 미치겠는데요. 그리고 살았어요. 고마요 씨가. 와. 그래서 이건 고마요 씨.
Seriously, no, I'm kidding. Practically joking. It's totally random. Like this man doesn't have any move.
这边骚扰，那就像刚讲的，他不能被飞爱锁到头，而且这波是被锁到头之后呢，旁边是完全没有队友。
来看一下勾到一个救急电话，给到的是塞恩一个举到，但是侧面的位置均加直接绕后把艾特给秒杀，再一个巨幅毁灭大光 Q 给到他，再举到一个triple Q 给到均加，再一棒，夸张，Panda 就在眼前，均加，均加还在追，
帮忙缓一下，
再过来想缓到 Penta Q。
And I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show. I need you to prepare yourself for what's about to happen.
Vai dar não. Não vai ter como.
Não tem ult,
não
nem
tem
flash.
não tem ult, não tem nada. É dragão na mão do time da Red. FNB! Pega que é ladrão!
我觉得季后赛打到现在，勋的发挥是正常的吧，不然他们也不可能走到现在。然后就希望我们遇上他们的时候，我们能就及时从这一场失败中找到能学习的东西吧，然后下一场打得更好。败这组我们已经打到现在了，如果不赢的话就比较难受嘛，还是尽量会去赢下来的。勋的话你就正常发挥就好了。
They will not give up until the very end, and a scrap is due between these two teams, and it's exactly what we've gotten. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and we are going into game number 5 between BLG and OMG in our lower bracket. Winner of this final game goes to the next round. Loser is done for spring. Now we do have our MVP to give out for game number 4, and it was Aki on his Lee Sin. Looking mighty fine.
Yeah, great to see. Incredibly proactive. He's only played it 4 times this split before this game, but defaulting back to it, we saw in this game, I believe it got picked second rotation after like some more junglers got banned out, but he felt very confident. He felt like, again, working with Cream could be a little bit better, but it was really about how he enabled his bot lane. Found agency there, found kills in top. Actually, it was just Aki being everywhere. Aki was everywhere. He made his name known. He had an impact, and even as we got later on in the fights, again, that last fight, singling out Elk and taking him down. Nice to see that after BLG's early games have been so much more cohesive and honestly just on point all series long, that OMG were able to take it to them. And, you know, again, did start to give it up a little bit in that mid game, but
you know,
Aki and Abel taking it into their hands to make sure they close it out.
Teams.
I agree.
It's just so fitting.
I wouldn't want it any other way, and that's why for Game 5, we need the throws to happen. So we need to will the throws. I know a lot of people probably watching this are like, LPL's so messy. LPL top 4, what is this? But this is exactly what we thrive on in the LPL, and what'll make these teams power up to then go on to face, you know, the loser of EDG or JDG.
Yeah, both these two teams on runs of their own here. Yes, they might have fallen to their respective opponents in JDG and EDG, but it was runs before that that were RNG 3-1, Weibo 3-0 for BLG. It was TS 3-2, LNG 3-1 for OMG. It was heckin' amazing games coming out from both these two organizations, let alone teams. And I think both of them, you saw Aki saying there in that interview, it means a lot. And I think that we saw a lot of the stress getting to OMG, but they are able to prevail. And now we have everything else out the wayside. We're in a game number 5, and anything can happen.
Yeah, really. And right, BLG back on blue, so they should be feeling more comfortable if the way this series has gone is any indication of who will win game 5. But it's a bit surprising, because even though blue side, you know, kind of lauded as the stronger side in playoffs so far, it really hasn't been the case. We have had like a solid amount of back and forth. Again, OMG, EDG, 3 wins to red. Day 2 was LG, OMG, 2-2, you know, for the side. So we're going to see what changes do happen. Looking at draft more specifically, I don't even feel like BLG lost anything that they felt uncomfortable losing, right? Like, sure, I guess Zeri maybe is what you're looking at now as BLG of wanting to get your hands on, but you felt fine giving over the Cassante. You felt like Bin had enough matchups. LMG didn't even opt into banning top lane in the second phase. They wanted to try and take away impact from Yagao. So, yeah, I feel like Zeri is kind of what we're looking at going into this next game, or should. If he wants to get his hands on, you know, something that can be, because Wukong can be aggressive in the early game, right? But something that does have that ability to really take over, surprise you, get those angles, Wing over walls, queuing in onto the enemy 80 carry. And we're just gonna jump right into it, Mazel.
Yeah, we are. Boy, oh boy, am I excited as we got BLG on the blue side, banning away the Rumble, the Xayah, the Vi. Tried and true of this series so far. We got OMG banning that Kindred and the Rakan, as well as that Kennen.
So, OMG changing up the bans from last time they were on red. Last time they took away the Gnar, this time the Rakan, and BLG making the adaptation that we expected. Just going to get their hands on the Zeri this time around. So OMG, it will be Aphelios. You would assume if it follows the stock and standard script, it would be the Wukong. But in game 5s, I wonder if you have the confidence to throw out a curveball, or if you're like, hey, Azaki, I just had a great game on the Lee Sin. Do I go back to something like that? These are the types of things that you just don't know.
I'm wondering if they go back to the Cassante for Shanji. I know he didn't have a great first game of it in this series, but he had a really strong performance on it last game, and I do wonder if they want to just go back to comfort for him. They will grab the Lulu away from BLG and something to supplant their kind of late game carry and Abel.
Yeah, making sure that no matter what, as the game goes on, they will have that scaling on lock and be able to make sure that Abel's able to keep things on lock. But I love this. BLG not wanting Yagao to have those two champions spanned out in the second phase. We'll just go towards the Annie. If you've been watching the whole time, you'll know Yagao's Annie in those first couple of games was the difference maker for BLG either winning or BLG potentially making comebacks and being able to win games that they shouldn't have. So great to see this time around. And the Cassante that you highlighted, it seems like that's the pivot, right? Both junglers seem more confident to get past this first pull. And now for BLG, I want to see, are they going to put more respect on something like the Lee Sin this time around?
I'm wondering if we do get that kind of opt-in here, but I'm expecting the bans here to be quite focused. I think we're obviously still missing a big focus for OMG, and BLG will absolutely be focusing that down, but I like this ban away from OMG, taking away the Gwen from Ben, where there was a lot of light at the end of the tunnel, and it wasn't a train for that Gwen last time around.
Now I wonder if they'll take away something like the Fiora, if they're just going to keep focusing bans on top, or if maybe they just look towards support and taking away a Nautilus or some other engaged support for on. I feel like trying to tunnel down on top lane bans makes more sense, because then you're going to be pushing Ben further into his pool and like, hey, what is he going to bring out? Is he going to default to like a Renekton or something along those lines? If Fiora's gone, I'm not really sure, because it feels like BLG have really banked on being able to keep up that pressure in sides when they have been strong. But the Gnar, something that slipped my mind since it has been banned so consistently since we've seen it being taken away.
I do like that ban, though. A little bit more targeting towards Ben, who has been probably structurally the strongest for BLG in terms of consistently trying to win out those top lanes. And if you don't give focus towards it, if you don't try to shut him down, he will just run away with those 1v1s, it feels like. And we do get the Lee Sin banned away from Aki, so he won't have that extremely proactive jungler this time for OMG.
No, so you still have things like the Maokai, which they were playing earlier on. Viego's another one we've highlighted, but Aki hasn't played that yet this split. Have seen it a bit more in playoffs from other teams, but if they end up just going for the Yone here, we'll probably signal... It will signal that they're probably just going to end up going for an AP jungler on 5. And now for BLG, it's about Ben's answer. Again, Ben, despite saying in the pregame, it's all about having a wider champion pool in the best of 5s. Hasn't really shown one this split.
They just save the Elise, bring it out. I feel like that's a little bit weird, but I feel like it could work. It is something that Aki has brought out in the playoffs.
You don't know why obvious champions keep slipping my mind. I guess it's because it's 6 a.m. and we've been going for so long. Jax being up, it makes sense. You know, Mazel, it's been a long night. But now, final pick to round out for BLG. I mean, now with the Lulu being taken off the table and Rakan not being there, you would assume it would probably just end up being the Nautilus.
This has been subtly banned, I will say. I'm wondering if it actually makes it through.
This is a bit of an odd specialty. I don't know if they'll lock it in. This would be high risk, high reward. And they go for it. Game 5 on Ops into bringing out his Blitzcrank. Gonna see if he can find value, landing those hooks onto Abel and making sure he can't take over. Right now, OMG hovering the Maokai. We expect this one to come through, right? They've locked in the Yone in mid. This is what would make the most sense and really do a lot with the ulti from preventing like Wukong and Annie from being able to find access onto that backline.
This is so interesting. It feels like a giant robotic haymaker in the waiting this entire time. It was banned away earlier by OMG, but makes it through here. And we have our compositions for our last game here, Lyric. A Maokai opt-in for Aki in the end.
For OMG, just defaulting back to what they've been doing. Still incredibly strong if this game goes the distance, because you have the consistent DPS coming out from both Cream and Abel. You have a huge front line, a ton of zone control, and then PP God on Lulu to enable all of it. On the side of BLG, again, I feel like it's a little bit more pick-oriented. You have Annie, you have Blitzcrank, like these targets that are really good at just bursting out like one person and then trying to take over the game from there. We're going to need to see On find value in this Blitzcrank. You know, get something going towards that bot lane, and Shun being the one to enable all of it and really play towards that bot side.
And I'm specifically looking at the beautiful wombo combos that exist for OMG. But both these two teams know what is on the line. It is BLG versus OMG. BLG, this would be their highest placement ever as an organization if they win here. While OMG, if they win here, they will make it the furthest they have since 2014 summer. It's a long time to wait for glory, and it all comes down to a scrappy game number 5. We've seen everything bend and break across the board. We've gotten the Blitzcrank in here now, and competition is what is bred in the LPL. And between BLG and OMG, I wouldn't expect anything less than a 5-game series. We'll see who goes on to face the Titans that remain in the LPL Spring Playoffs.
Already huge that this team's made it here, but I need to pause on that as BLG already trying to angle for something aggressive. Been going to be spotted out on the ward, but looks like the other's just going to back off for now. But like I said, it's already a big win in my mind that OMG and BLG made it this far. No one would have predicted these runs to come through. We've kind of been spouting these narratives all night. It is our jobs, but it's also, again, just crazy. Looking at the bracket, seeing how they got here, it is kind of sad that one of them, their story will end here. And all of it, I mean, we sold the focus on 80 carries coming to the series, which felt true, especially for those first few games. But seeing different members step up, Yagao for the side of BLG, Aki in that last game for OMG really sets things up to a different pace. This time around, you want to see On have his highlight moment. Maybe for OMG, Cream have more of an impact on this Yone than he was able to have last time.
And I think when you're talking a little bit about overall impact as a whole, I think that's really interesting, especially with what we've seen in those step-up categories. But I think for me, it's also looking holistically at both the organizations. In terms of OMG really opting into this top 4 roster, right? Trying to get something going, bringing in PP God this year and trying to make something happen between these, because it is a roster in the building, right? A project that OMG have been trying to put together.
It's actually crazy. It's like long-term project versus like let's throw money is On.
For a second year in a row.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, we're just going to call a spade, right? BLG, they throw money and make their rosters, which isn't wrong. I think in the LPL, that's really cool to do, and I like seeing these rosters build top players, but definitely 2 different philosophies coming in. We can see now, right, going back to the game, both junglers pathing down towards bot side. Makes a lot of sense. Again, when you have this kind of high-risk, high-reward pick like the Blitzcrank coming through, you want to try and enable it, bring Shun down there. But Aki maybe going to start things off towards mid.
Look at this. Could be going for a little bit of an invade, or at least early gank onto Yagao. This was something that Shun was able to pull off earlier in the series on the Viego. Yagao steps up here, and Aki shows himself. He is not the bush. He is a living tree. He's not going to find anything as he throws the little alien down. And Aki's still going to go with his full clear side.
Yeah, gets the movement speed from the shield, so he does manage to get away from there without having to burn any summoners. So great from Yagao.
Oh, yeah.
Summoners get out is... I want to keep my eyes on Aki on that minimap because he's still just angling around the enemy jungle. Looks like he might even be trying to make his way down for a bot gank.
I think he's spotted out, though. He got spotted out. The slow comes through. Grabs him, actually connects here. But they don't follow. They know that Shun is following Aki.
So Shun will have a bit of an advantage in terms of that he's actually actively been clearing out his jungle. So right now sitting 20 CS to only 12. We'll just go back to his Krugs, knowing that there's prio in both mid and bot for the side of OMG, and he won't be able to look to contest that Scuttle Crab, but still should feel quite good in terms of being ahead on that. And now, again, my eyes are just going to stay glued to this bot lane. We've seen one hook connect from On, but not a lot of damage to follow up just yet without, you know, jungle or mid lane intervention coming down to this lane.
And it has been a theme. We've had a lot of 3v3s. It feels like so long ago towards the bottom side in our first 2 games. A little bit of differences that we saw growing into Game 3 and Game 4. But something we have not seen change has been early priority on Dragon. And that prio starts by maybe getting a gank off on mid lane. But I do wonder if BLG try to opt into that again. Blue side has been heavily preferenced, but actually BLG on red side last game got the first Dragon and tried to set that tempo.
Not going to go for it just yet, you know. I mean, it's not even spawned, so the dragon, not a priority in my mind, Mazel. What I'm looking at is blood, is action that's coming on through.
Blood?
Because, especially as we talk about scaling, right, I really favor OMG heavily in that department. Like, sure, again, when you have Zeri, I really feel like anything's possible in terms of being able to bring a game back. We saw last time around what happened when, like, you have the Yone to pair up in mid lane as well, and that's going to become a threat later on, and you have this huge front line. It's all being enabled by your Enchanter. So where BLG don't really have that same presence. Once again, not really having that same front line, which is kind of a common theme with BLG and their composition just because of the types of champions that Bin does opt into. And Blitzcrank only compounds on that fact with kind of the play style that he has, right? Playing far back, looking for those hooks and really just bringing one into your team. So BLG gonna have to start being proactive once Shun comes back from base and really start being able to pick off targets one by one. So you'd expect it to be towards bot side.
Yeah,
Camp's coming back
That's
up.
where we've seen so much proactivity come through for On and the team and a lot of the successes of BLG. And on the Blitzcrank, it's no different. But we will see Aki actually repeat ganking down towards this bottom side, trying to potentially get a little bit of momentum going down there. But it is all about that moment, I guess, for On to get these pickouts.
Right now, waiting in the wings, and the wave's actually being pushed. Because now it looks like we'll be evened out. But On's being so patient. Now with Shun here, too.
You know, to round the corner, connect on a PP God, and he does have to burn that flash. That is a big Gravitum connect from Abel, though. And here comes Aki, knocked back at first. Blood goes to OMG, and it's right into Abel's hands. They should be able to chase down more a little bit. Those chakrams able to be stacked up. Another Bramble Smash. Abel have to flash back, but Elk goes down 2, and Abel's off to the races. He's got 2 kills in game 5.
And Elk really going to regret that flash. Great from OMG. Aki being there to go for the counter gank and really punish out on BLG trying to make that aggressive play. When we were just setting up on BLG kind of needing the team to get things going a bit earlier on. Not a great start. We're going to see here the patience. On was waiting in this rush for so long. Does connect the hook, but with the Guardian there, able to absorb a lot of that damage. And yeah, the Graviton, huge, locking them down. And all of this just buys time for Aki to get here. Bramble Smash Shun in, and now that you know that Elk's burnt and Summoners, there's nothing stopping you from just continuing to run down the BLG bot lane.
The flash from Abel definitely needed there for sure, but able to pick up a second kill. And now that's a pickaxe. That's a completed boots there as well back in the lane. And something definitely OMG can play around, but not yet. I mean, they can have that, but that's something they can look at later, right? Abel has been so crucial in a lot of late game team fights. Now that opens up a lot of opportunities for Aki on the rest of the map.
I think it's so terrifying, right? You're coming down into this lane. Now having that pickaxe advantage, you're going to be able to trade quite effectively. PP God still going to have things like the shields to be able to provide if a hook does come through. They still need to be careful, right? That's the other kind of nice thing about a Blitzcrank is it does give you cheeky opportunities to always find ways into like a game or a kill that shouldn't necessarily be there. But small item advantages like this add up. Now the thing I'm keeping my eyes on is Herald, because look at Aki on the minimap. He's actually moving back down to bot. Might not be concerned with it with how much of an advantage Bin is finding in that top side. And I wonder if they just try and look for a repeat play on bot. But that's why you can see Elk and On were actually backing off and playing a bit safer, not playing far up in lane anymore.
They're going to continue to move down here, though. Aki looking to pressure bot lane while Shun does that Rip Herald. Still that early advantage for both in the trade of getting objectives. We've been creamed down with the priority for mid lane. And this should be that dragon going over to OMG.
Nice by them. I wonder if Shun's going to start just trying to more proactively look towards like giving that gold to top to where before maybe would have thought, okay, maybe you lean towards bot again, try and again give that to the Zeri, but maybe open a side lane up even earlier, set Finn up for success, and really let him dominate. The problem is I don't really feel like that converts into a win all too well. Will give him more opportunities to roam over and potentially create numbers advantage. And you know, that could be an avenue into really shutting down people like Abel and Cream and not allowing them to get ahead.
And that's so crucial right now. We saw Cream able to pop off on the Yasuo last time around, but it really was the cohesion in team fights that we've seen OMG succeed in these last couple of games. That I think that especially when you give these comfortable options over to OMG, it gets a little bit more scary, and now you have a league to write home about for Abel. We'll see Cream and Yagao trading off pretty heavy in that mid lane, but all is well that ends well.
I miss Yasuo. That'd be another fun champion to have back on the Rift.
Maybe by the end of playoffs, we'll get a Yasuo. Get the brother comp.
It's been a while, so it'd be fun. It seems like another champion that would be in Cream's wheelhouse, or Cream's Kiana. That's another specialty of back in the day.
Well, if you're gonna go ahead and bring up specialties, I want to bring out Aki's Zed. I know I mentioned it earlier in passing, but I actually love when Aki used
I
to go
don't
Zed.
want Aki Zed.
Even
I'm
if
sorry.
it didn't work out for him, all right? But now he's on the Maokai. Now he's facilitating people. He knows how to get the resources out and around the team. We'll see BLG moving out, trying to be proactive with On and Shun.
And again, Eyes default back, I guess, to the opposite side for jungle, because Shun having the Rift Herald in pocket, it's going to be about where he uses it. You can see him now pathing up towards the top side of the tourist camps are up. But I kind of am imagining he will probably try and give this one to Ben with the way bot lane is going right now. They do still have pressure, but not really going to be able to convert it into anything. Abel and PP should be able to farm just fine.
Ooh, that's a good amount of damage onto Aki. That will be a flash out. So a little bit of a summer spell burn there, and maybe a readaptation.
Great coordination, because at the same time, Ben all in Shanji on top lane, and we saw Yagao was trying to heavily force it mid. Yagao did have the flash, though.
Uh-oh,
So it's an
PP
important
got falling
summer
down
now.
to the trap. Here comes the rocket grab as well. He didn't even hit it, but it doesn't matter. Can the damage come off? He's hitting the lightning, and it's out that picks up two. And we got shots across the bow for both ADCs.
And despite the fact that Abel and PB had the good start, that they were the ones who got to some, items first, it's still Elk coming out on top in this 2v2, not even needing to connect that second hook. And now we're going to go straight into a replay of how this all, I guess, was
he just
worth
fell for the classic trap. You just are trying to dodge out as much as possible, but you can't do it.
Yeah, PB really giving this one away and allowing BLG to just get this free kill in bot side. Huge misstep from them off of what was a comfortable laning phase. Sure, again, they've been getting pushed in this whole time off the threat from the Blitzcrank, but it wasn't really amounting to anything. Now, new cover picked up.
All right, response play. Ooh, grab out of PP God, though, and this absolutely upends the trap that OMG were trying to put down. That'll be a flash burn by PP God.
Twice in a row, PB the man to get caught out and give BLG some leeway. BLG, hell, 1.5k gold up, actually, taking place in mid. I think there will be a bit of a CS advantage at top. It's been had one, and there should be a bit more of a wave. Still won't amount to too much, but finding advantages across the map so far, even if small, are starting to add up.
They are indeed, and we do get first items completed, at least the Divine Sunder for Shun. We also have that Leandri's completed for Yagao. Into a little bit of sustained damage there as well, but again, it's just on being proactive, on running around and being a menace on this Blitzcrank, and I think BLG opting into this pick is so huge for the pressure in this early game. Now, we have seen them stumble in the mid to late game, but this is kind of exactly where BLG have been striking all series long.
BLG definitely all in on the strengths that they've shown so far, and now just trying to maintain presence and pressure in bot side river ahead of Dragon coming up in 45 seconds, so I think it makes a lot of sense. We can see on the opposite side, though, key items coming out for both Elk and Bin. Divine Sunder now picked up. Immortal Shield Bow for Elk, so he's going to have a bit more survivability in some of these skirmishes coming out. And for OMG, we're still left waiting on Mythics to come through. You would assume with that, they should have these online. But this could be the difference coming up in BLG just being able to pick up a Dragon. If you have to now go for resets, you don't have tempo there to come and try and get involved in a fight.
Dragon coming up in like less than 15 seconds. It looked like they wanted to try to get some vision out to maybe contest that, but they realized there's not much contesting to be had. Everybody's got their mythics on the other side of the fight, and there's not many really completed in the fight that you were about to take. So it should be BLG just taking down this Dragon, separating it 1 for 1.
Nice job by BLG. Great resets to come out for them to ensure that they pick this up. You can look at the vision, just a nice vision line littered across bot side, knowing exactly what's going on. And now they get this just in time to potentially start pivoting their pressure up towards top to set themselves up to get that next Herald.
Oh goodness, we have a Mountain Soul in a game 5 where picks are key. That is so insane to me. As we do get the
We also have time
vision
being
call
wasted.
out there. As will be spotted out on their attempted engage, but that is so big, and I'm sure it's going to come into a big way later on. But we'll see if those picks do amount to anything with those extra choke points.
And again, I'm curious just to follow what BLG's plan here is, considering that they're the ones with pressure in their 3 lanes. Elk, you need to be careful.
Just has a little jump away, but that's Gale Force forward. Lightning Crash comes down. That is a flash out of the Moonlight Vigil. Now Abel, he's overextended himself. He gets hooked right in, and Bin has come in to lock down PP God. He uses the Wild Growth, but under tower, Bin goes. He should be able to dodge out of this one. Ocean, you're going a little ham, but that's what Game 5 needs. As Elf goes low, but that's one more kill to BLG and a tower at 15 minutes.
BLG not only find the kills, but they pull the presence of OMG towards the bot side, so they're not even able to trade for Herald up in top. And that is a huge game break open point for BLG. Now almost 4K gold up. Nice picks by them. The Zeri now 3-1-1.
My goodness.
All of it starting from what looked like Elk getting caught out. The Gale Force being there, so he's able to follow up on the dash. Has to flash away from the Moonlight Vigil. But now with On coming in, with the TP being here, I mean, Abel just knowing he's going to go down. And then I love how much they commit to finish off the Lulu as well. Ben's like, I'm going to get some damage. Shouldn't going to fall up over the wall. I believe even Elf was tanking turret to try and run in here to get things done. They just wanted to finish him off.
Die. Oh my goodness. BLG have turned this train right around, it feels like, on the OMG side, because they had the advantage. They had those 2 kills on the Abel. Abel, man, that really just brought it back from the brink here in this series. But now they find themselves at such a deficit.
I need to remind everyone, if you're out there watching and you think this game is over because BLG have a lead, this lead means absolutely nothing. We've seen BLG throw much heavier leads. What was it? Was it game 2 or 3 where I think even at the end of the game, they had the gold lead, or the gold was like neutral? The gold graph never showed OMG
they had
in the advantage.
It was like 3K.
Yeah, it was, so not over, but the fact that your Zeri is this big.
You see those boxing gloves right there on the Blitzcrank? That, yeah, you see, that's a representation of what this this series has been. It has been an absolute boxing match, and a scrappy one at that. While maybe not the cleanest of moments, it really has delivered in all the ways that we could have expected. I think Elk and Abel have stepped up to the table as well.
It's also been the type of like boxing match that I like. Which, you know, I watch UFC more specifically. There's a guy named Tony Ferguson, and his whole motto is like, eat a punch to throw a punch. And I feel like that's what these teams have done. You know, you let them punch you in the face, just to hope that you can swing even harder and knock them out. Which has kind of led to the fiesta that we have seen so far. Now eyes are going to be on where we're going to end up using this Herald, especially for Shun now that he's coming out from base. We can see the lean towards mid, so I wouldn't be surprised if the setup is there, especially with this reset coming out from Abel. Then you could start moving your forces, pivoting up towards topside, try and push for even more aggressive vision if they want to go for that. But with Dragon coming up in a minute, I also wouldn't be surprised to see if they did just keep their presence down towards that bottom half of the map.
And we're looking right now, it is a second item completed for Elk. It does not seem to be possible for Abel to make it in time to get this second item before another Dragon fight comes up in 50 seconds or so. So OMG definitely probably taking the back foot on this one. I think that this Rift Herald charge actually makes it through. Does get the tower too. So that'll be a second tower for BLG as well, and a lot of pressure given to them on the map, and not as much safety towards this Dragon pit as OMG might like.
So they do keep the lean towards bot side, which I like. Do that now. Try and set yourselves up to get the second Dragon online. And then you could start reinvesting towards top side to break open that final outer turret. It looks like OMG already consciously giving it up. You can see PP God now on our screens, making his way to try to enable Cream in the side lane.
Just trying to get Cream ahead in any way possible.
Is it going to happen?
I don't think he's going to fall for the bait. I don't think he's going to fall for it. Does have all the tools available. I feel like Annie is not the easiest to get locked down, but maybe a little bit of help from PP God there. We'll see the side lane continuing to be how it's been. A little bit of a lead for Ben himself in terms of the CS differential. And I think that's something that BLG has really wrote the ship on at this point in this 5th game, because they were in a disadvantage, but they took those kills down bottom lane, and now they've springboarded off of that. This will be that second dragon going over to them as well.
So they do that now, already start bringing on up towards topside to clear out some of these wards. And again, we know BLG, they're going to start reinvesting in topside vision. Baron coming up, making sure you break down that last tier 1 turret. And then you can start heavily kind of prodding into the enemy jungle with the Blitzcrank. See if you can find a hook and set yourself up for that objective. Again, it's just the nice thing about a Blitzcrank. It just suddenly, you see someone over a wall, hook catches them out. You now have numbers advantage, bam. Baron start out of nowhere.
Green trying to catch out Yagao. Can't do it though. Yagao with the swift feet. Moving out of the Fate Sealed. You see On hovering over this way though. There is the Baron spawning in 5 seconds. And vision game is key right now. We've seen a couple crazy little Baron starts. And I know this team, both these teams kind of looking at that now. We do have that Rylai's completed for Yagao.
Zell, as a kid, I had 2 goldfish. And one of them ate the other one. It's a really depressing day. But I feel like that's how this game's gonna go. I feel like BLG and OMG, they're both evenly matched. We love both of them. We feed them every day. But right now, BLG, you know, I predicted BLG to win. Again, I'm still gonna throw that out there, despite the fact that I've kind of been a bit biased for OMG.
Okay.
But right now, I can feel it. I can feel the on hook coming.
Ooh. Well, I guess it's going to be left to the teams that are on the Rift to find that one out here, as we are just over or at that 21-minute mark. And a lot of catch-outs are looming. Some big pick potential on the side of BLG, as I expect Yagao to get a little bit more involved here as well.
For now, it just seems like BLG are kind of fine, playing smooth and steady, allowing Bin to find agency in the spot side. But I kind of feel like they need to be a little bit more, you know, pedal to the metal. Get in the enemy jungle and more actively try to utilize this Blitzcrank. Maybe waiting until they get another item under Elk, but I guess he's sitting on 2 components, so he shouldn't be that far away. But at the same time, I really am afraid for them as this game goes on, especially now that Abel just picked up that Infinity Edge.
He did. That 3rd item spike is going to be really huge for Elk, and I think we've seen what Zeri has been able to do in this series so far. Right now, Elk is on the helm of it. We got Baron started up by BLG, trying to bait in OMG. Look at Yagao. He's looking over the wall. He goes in, double stun! And the decisiveness does strike BLG. They get 1. Aren't able to follow up too much more. As another CC comes down, BLG do pounce.
I wonder if they're going to look for it again, because it's not even like you necessarily need the anti-flash tippers to get a fight going when you do have On there and ready. Shun doesn't have Cyclone up, which could be a big deal. You look across at OMG, a lot of key ultimates online. Both Kareem and Abel having theirs.
Stress is mounting. A miracle moment. Here comes the Moonlight Vigil, and On in trouble. That's the Fate Sealed. They've got some AoE. Aki's in the pit, but he's not there fast enough. He's going to focus on the Baron. Can he get it down before it goes? No! Shun gets it, and it's about to be a wipe. Elk steps up, and that's a triple kill for BLG's ADC. In a moment that might have just put the nail in the coffin of OMG.
BLG set up to either get a rematch with JDG or get their first matchup against Edward Gaming. We're going to see here actually dodges out on the sapling to make their way around and get the stun off on the BB God and make sure they at least find the initial first pick. Then I thought this was a bit dicey. You know, again, no Cyclone, like a lot of fields up on the opposite side, but you do have the Blitzcrank. But they didn't even really rely on that. It was OMG coming into them and able to find agency in this fight. All of it on Elk being untouched, putting off free damage the whole time. Both teams end up gambling, flipping this on who's going to win the Smite fight. It ultimately did end up being BLG, but then with Elk left untouched, able to dish out all that damage, runs down the other members as Tabe jumps in excitement. I love it. One of the most emotional guys, emotional coaches in League. Wears it all on his sleeve, and you can see it here, ecstatic. That 10K gold lead towards Billy Gaming.
Absolutely. It is looking like a lower bracket run for BLG. The last moment adaptation, the Blitzcrank coming through for On, but Elk stepping up when he's needed most. This Zeri, this blue side, so important for BLG, but it's also about the execution in these team fights. I think we've seen such a step up from BLG, some slip ups, but some step ups.
And BLG having to learn the same lesson they learned in their last series against J2G of how important the Zeri pick is. They learn it here, they pick it up, and now taking over Bin. I think he should be fine. Still has all summoners up as well.
There's the all-out coming in. They do have a decent amount of lockdown. The counter-strike comes through. He'll flash the blast cone right out. Nature's Grasp not enough. Take him out at least. Dragon to BLG. This will be Soul Point.
Soul Point, 3 items on Elk, you know, with the Navori now. And they're pretty big. Even Everfrost being on himself. So, you know, once the hook does come out, we'll be able to connect and make sure they follow up with the CC. I got to say on that point, I really wish On would have kept his name as OWO, which is what it used to be.
I don't know if we could have that one in this one, but maybe harkening back to a previous time. Now, we did get that third item completed for Elk. We are looking at a siege for another about 20 seconds of a Baron buff for BLG.
Yeah, playing out through this 2-lane setup. Looks like bot lane is fine and in order as well. Bin now hitting the level 16, so the third point going into that ulti. And they can't even dedicate resources to him. For OMG, you have to overload just one lane and accept that you're going to lose pressure somewhere else. Aki not having ultimate, though. Aki not having ult might prevent them from actually being able to find and try and set up and engage, even if Bin was showing top.
Oh, On's going for it. Tries to go for that Everfrost, by the way. He does get it, but the unstoppable from Shanji. Yagao!
Oh,
he finds the backline! Oh, but he can't get him. He got it all out. He got the fate sealed, but he can't get the damage down, and everything's crumbling apart for OMG! The shots from Elk are ringing true. You got the wild growth that saves the day at least. And OMG, they should be able to fight off this siege, but it is almost broken for them.
How does no one die there from OMG? Everyone escaping on a sliver of health. And I wonder if we'll get a replay of that because no one died. And, you know, that's usually how our replays work. If someone dies, we get a replay, even if it's insignificant. But I think it was Cream there. I think Cream jumped in on the backline the same time that Yagao went in with the stun. We luckily do get a replay. I want to see why no one was able to follow up on this initial damage. Yagao goes in. Cream's going to be off to the side. They do start, okay, so yep, Nature's Grasp to start things off, and then the Yone follows in. So nice job by Aki and Cream there to make sure that Yagao's huge engage was balled up on. And then right here, Wild Growth has to come out, but it makes sure and guarantees that Cream gets out alive. 2 minutes and 50 seconds till Dragon, so feels like that's going to be the big moment we're looking at. Unless, hell, maybe BLG just say screw it and look to force another Baron play, though. These guys, this is crazy.
13,000 gold lead, though. A huge advantage here for BLG on the cusp of knocking OMG out of the spring playoffs. But OMG, they do not want to go out quietly. They refuse to go out quietly. They got to find a fight here now. No, there ain't no fight left. The boxing glove has hit the haymaker, and Aki's down.
And now for BLG, gonna be able to just keep cementing control. Doesn't look like they want to opt into a push towards mid just yet. I guess get your waves in order top and start bringing down that top lane turret and top inhibitor. Sadly, no Baron up for another 45 seconds. So that pick actually not being the end of the world for OMG.
We'll see OMG fishing with a little bit of breath to give. On always fishing at this point. He's got those big old gloves to scoop up OMG as much as possible here. The defense needs to come through for OMG. They're going to go in, but it's a lockdown on the Cream. Has to go back as that Wild Growth popped on him. Aki is now available, but that is in hip tower. Gone in the top side.
Yeah, now going to be able to guarantee this one down. Maybe make your way back, keep control up top side, and start setting up for Baron. I don't know how comfortable they feel going for resets, but still just trying to play around the threat of a hook. See if anyone walks in to check his vision.
No! They found Aki! Oh, again! They continue to be disappointed in the moments. You got OMG being ripped apart shred by shred by BLG. A triple kill for Elk. They want to get more. Can they top this off with a penta for their ADC? They want to get one more. They can't get it. Shun has gotten it down, but that signals the end. And for the first time, BLG will make their move. They'll place the highest that Billy has ever placed, and they'll look for a date with redemption in our next round of the lower bracket. They eliminate OMG from the LPL Spring Playoffs.
It's great to see this roster. So many players brought who, again, were key players on their past team. Come in, make this huge run, enable each other so well, and deliver in a game 5. We've seen time and time again from BLG. They can contend with the best of them. You look back at their last series against JDG, all the while could have been a 3-0. Felt like they won 4 out of the 5 games, or at least should have, that they played. Feels like a similar story here today. 4 of the games that we've seen, it felt like BLG honestly were just the better team than OMG. And then able to close things out in the end. Yagao having a tremendous series today. Elk delivering, being the carry that they needed.
Yeah.
Nearly all the members trying to step up as OMG, trying to keep it lighthearted, trying to keep a smile on their faces, because again, they should not have made it this far. Honestly, like, there's a lot of star-studded lineups under them that they got past, but they made it here, and it was all the more impressive. Like, kudos to both teams on the Rift today.
Again, a project in the making for OMG, not finding the real success they wanted, getting knocked out in the first rounds, really, in their future success, really hinging on a project they've been waiting on, a lot of pieces that they've been building for years. And while this is a disappointment, obviously we saw Aki talk about that before coming into Game 5. This is still their top 4 finish since 2017 spring, which I think is something to write home about, something to build off of for OMG. But we have to give so much prop to BLG. And while there are some question marks in their handling of some of these leads, they show why you can always rely on Elk to be a huge carry. The top lane matchup has to be something you shut down away from Bin. And honestly, I'm going to get on a soapbox. Shun, he might be the background aspect right now in terms of some of these games from BLG, but the man has finally found success. The man has finally found a home that feels like can play around him, and it just feels real good to be a BLG fan right now in the way that they're performing.
I feel like that's the key thing. I love that you hit on that it's like, you know, it's such a disparity because you think back to Shun on IG, and he was just very clearly the piece they needed to win and the best player on that squad. But now here, he doesn't need to be that. He can still be the carry, right? He can get his hands on the Kindred and take over. But it's like him, Yagao, and On. Typically not having the bright, shiniest or most dazzling performances, just being people who get the job done that they need to do. You have been up there in topside who's just always winning lane, even whether he has an impact or not. And then they set Elk up to be the carry. So it's even better when you have days like today where you have games where Yagao now is doing all these shiny, dazzly plays and he's taking over. You have 5 members where it feels like really any one of them can step off, have an insane game where they were the key difference. And for BLG, yeah, they did that today. They did that. They've shown really good understanding of how to play out through early games and kind of early to mid game macro. It's only cementing, not throwing away games, cleaning up how they play out the mid to late game. That if they do that, honestly, they'd be able to put up a fight with anyone. I do think right now you're looking at EDG as that top dog with how they took down OMG. But I mean, if they go into a rematch against JDG, they should have won it last time. And who knows? Styles make matchups. Maybe BLG go up against EDG and, they just manhandle them early and they win. Really anything can happen at this point, Mazel, because I still don't know how we've gotten here.
That's the craziest thing is now, while their run continues here in the lower bracket, it is awaiting the loser of JDG EDG, which is a amazing matchup that we're going to be getting tomorrow. But it's specifically a tall task to go for that redemption arc if it is JDG in that grueling 5-game series. But also, if it turns out to be EDG, a tough test before you have to go back and face JDG. So I think there's a lot of learning moments from this series for BLG in terms of how they approach draft, some of the really strong things they came away from with the draft, but then also the execution of a lot of the compositions that have worked out for them in the past.
Yeah, it's... I feel like we saw a lot of default to comfort today from both of these sides, which I feel like is going to be an interesting thing going forward, right? Because I feel like when you look at both EDG and JDG, they're both teams who are able to actually capitalize on big champion pools. So, again, kind of, I don't know why I keep throwing shade at Bin, but it's just funny that Bin said it. It's kind of like a lot of the Shy quotes where you're like, man, this is a fair quote. Just why are you saying this? Bin saying it today of the large champion pools. That's something that I'm kind of looking at as BLG is, is leaning on comfort going to overpower the fact of, them just not being able to do that, right? Does comfort trump all? Because so far for BLG, it really is potentially looking like that.
Does blue side trump all at this point? BLG definitely having a strong performance here in this last game and really through Elk, through Yagal, but the whole team coming out and working really well together, I think capped off in this 5th game. 16,000 gold in the advantage in the end of it in a 29-minute game. And really, really impressive stuff. Something definitely both teams, EDG and JDG, maybe looking out to try to expose some of the weaknesses we saw today in BLG.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of weaknesses that they're able to expose. But see,
are you just so chaotic they just don't know what you're doing? You just throw it,
and to be fair,
whatever happens.
To be fair, we did have some heads-up plays, right? We got the one that Munch tweeted about. We got the dragon and the Baron at the same time, where you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. They have no idea
there in the last game.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of vision dodging. A lot of cool things definitely did happen in the series from BLG. And BLG are the first team I've ever seen win 2 best-of-5s 4-1, back-to-back 4-1 victories. So I don't know, Mazel. I'm just gonna keep repeating how weird it is. I really just don't know how we got here. And then we have tomorrow, which maybe I'm getting ahead of myself because we haven't been told in our ears to move to bracket yet. But at the same time,
it's like MVP.
True, but I just want to point out tomorrow that we get to decide our first person going to MSI because I think that is super hype and I'm so excited. So, BLG going to get to contend with one of them. MVP of this game, we've done a really good job at guessing all night long. We've come back and we've been like, it's going to be this person. This game, it'll be, oh, wait. Is it not just going to be Elk?
I feel like it has to be. It's either Elk or Yagal. Yeah. Does Yagal get all 3? Is the real question here. I
feel like Elk will get it because of them finding that opportunity on bot lane, and that's where the game really started to feel like it fell to the wayside, right? That when
after the 2 kills
OMG's
going
bot
over to
lane,
Abel.
Which I don't know. It's kind of sad because that one really was just an OMG overforce, an OMG mistake rather than, but BLG, hey, they were there to catch and they did it.
They did, and spiked it right into the ground as well because it was not the most back and forth last game, I feel like, of this one, even though we did get a lot of back and forth, a lot of crazy comebacks and a lot of crazy fights. This last game definitely signified that BLG were ready to end it, ready to move forward. And I do wonder, though, if it showed their full strength in the end, because they didn't have to have a lot of that scrappiness that we saw in the rest of the series itself.
No, they didn't, which is, I feel like that was kind of a bit of a letdown on their side. Is that scrap? Mazel's the LPL.
Scrappy, come on.
Oh.
Who
this should have been more obvious, actually, because it was On. So On's our MVP, which I feel like should have been more obvious because On was setting a lot of things up. And well-deserved. I mean, held on to this pick for so long, right? We saw it get banned once, and then in Game 5, with your tournament life on the line, you bring out Blitzcrank. Like,
you
what
win Everfrost,
kind of menace?
by the way. Everfrost, Glacial Augment, I love it.
What kind of absolute nutcase, and I mean that in the best of most complimentary ways, like absolute mad genius, do you have to be to bring this out again in your Game 5? I don't know why they got to do him like that.
No, it was.
Why is this?
It was his presence, all right? That's what I love when you look at how crucial that was in that moment, because then it enabled On to get on the rest of the map. And this is pretty far in the game afterwards. But that was that Yagal flank that we were talking about, but the catch-outs continued to be there.
Yeah, they really were. Just constantly finding the picks. And it was good to see, because I loved it right before they went to bait Baron, is when me and you were talking about, like, BLG right now, like, they're giving OMG a lot of time to play with, and they, later on it will get annoying, and then instantly they go and they bait the Baron, and they try to aggressively find picks in the enemy jungle. So BLG definitely having a pulse on what their win condition was this time around, which is one of our criticisms of them in our past games of, like, again, them using all their CC on things like the Cassante in the last game. So, yeah great to see from BLG.
Yeah, it is. We are going to go ahead and bring up our bracket now and show our journey through these LPL Spring Playoffs, as we do have our first bout, our first MSI representative of the LPL Spring Split here. JDG versus EDG taking place tomorrow. Make sure you're battening down your hatches and getting a little bit of rain cover there, because it's going to be a heck of a matchup.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching from my bedroom, which I'm casting in right now, which everyone knows because, you know, we're on camera a lot. But it's going to be exciting. It's going to be cool. JDG, I think right now looking like heavy underdogs, which is how messy they were. But at the same time, we know their ceiling is the ceiling of a first seed team coming into the LPL. So yeah, I'm interested to see what'll happen. It was nice to round this day out because, you know, I know, the audience doesn't know that this is my last cast of the split. It was really fun.
It was a blast.
I mean, now they know.
Now they know. I've really appreciated. We haven't got to cast as much together this split, but it's been a real fun one with you, and it's good to cap us off on a Silver Scrapes-esque game here. BLG coming out on top. It's been an absolute pleasure, Lyric. I want to say a huge shout out to our production team for putting it all on together, and to the audience, the players. Wouldn't be here without you. Thank you all so much for being here and being part of our community. Now, that is it from us till tomorrow night, where we have our Titanic clash for our MSI ticket and our first representative between JDG and EDG. We'll see you there. Same time, same place.